This creator was driving in peace when he noticed someone crossing the street. Everyone was left speechless as the man spoke to him like...
What is up, everybody? How you doing today? Welcome into the first... You know, right now, I know what you're thinking. Kane, you're late. Twiz probably bailed out a long time ago. He's pissed. I did bust out the retro t-shirt for you guys. I made this I spent like an hour doing this thumbnail. Somehow it didn't get saved. My computer crashed. So it's the universe's fault. I had nothing to do with it. I'm glad you're here. I'm working with what I got. I must have changed the setting, and I must have the graphics just all jacked up. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining me tonight. Appreciate it. I have a lot to share with you. What I'm going to do slowly as we go through the tabs here, a preliminary to what the feck I'm talking about as far as a new angle on the case. And I think you'll see, let me turn myself up a little bit here. I think they might be, yeah, hold on. You know what they're trying to do? They're trying to control my microphone volume. Hold on, I see what you're doing. I'll turn the chat on here in a second. I can't get the sizes right, if you know what I mean. I had all these cool little jokes and quirky stuff, and the temperature dropped like 20 degrees. I walked outside, I was like freezing. Let's check this out. Which is good, but I think it kind of put the, yep, it's even telling me that it's doing it to me. Here we go. Check. Okay, no, that's just me. I'm tripping. Hope you're having a good Monday. And I took this Monday off for you guys. Still trying to get caught up on everything. So, I had to get this out. I wanted to get this out, and I had a lot of stuff building up again. So we're going to purge. And hopefully JJ's here, and we can get some input from him. And I already told Lucy, hopefully she's checked out a couple of the videos of what we're working with here. Just for starters, you remember I had a recording studio in Clearwater, and I was across the street from the Terminal Order Police, and they used to do these things that would just kind of fuck with your head, like shine the spotlight into the studio on a Saturday night, you know, when we're just there jamming or whatever. Little things like that that I see in the case, and I see in what I'm talking about, and I'll get to it in just 1 second. Maybe Lucy's told you already. Let me turn the chat on, and honestly, I'm gonna struggle bust right through this just to get it all out, because the mouse is on lock. Typically unique. You're up late, my dear. Hope you let me dinner. Offie, thank you for being here. Leslie and Billy, Amy Conway. Got how is that? Pedro, what up, man? Cool. All right, so I'm not logged into the chat, or I would join you guys there. So let's get right to it. You're gonna. I think that once I didn't want to tell you guys right away in Kimmer's chat the other day, because it needs a little background on it. So hopefully you'll agree with me. I've kind of lived it, and so I know for a fact that it's real. Not only because it's great. Here's the thing that you're gonna really like is that they are literally having psychologists and the media do the same thing that they're doing in Idaho4 with they're calling the people that are claiming. Hey, Jules is here. All right, welcome to. And there's Jade. What's up, man? How was your Girl Scout practice? Did you score? Hopefully, and yeah, they had brownie night tonight, I guess. So yeah, I heard you had a really fire chat the other day. I'm sorry I missed it. I've been driving all over the place. I do have a story to start off with. Unfortunately, of a couple riders I had, but I want to get right to the thing in the video. And there's Leslie and Billy. I'm sure that Lucy will be making her entrance. Like I said, Twiz doesn't tolerate lateness, and so I know I'm going to get punished. But he's watching, though. It's no big deal. Yeah, I wanted to do the drone thing. I wanted to play some guitar. I've been really practicing the guitar because I honestly want next week was my goal to start the dive bar tour of Pinellas County. I've got some Floyd down and stuff like that, and I'm really feeling my voice kind of kicked back in. If I practice it every day, I get it. So let's see. Okay, so the first one I'll start with is at one of the apartments that I pick people up at. All right, I've only done Uber Eats there up till now, and it's not a very classy place. It's kind of run down, and so are the residents. I think there's probably a lot of slanging going on in that area. So I go there and I just, I take the things, and I'm not going to be, because not everybody has money. That's cool, whatever. I'm getting a lot of sorority girls and this and that, and wealthy people going to comedy clubs, but, you got to take the good with the bad. So I go to pick this guy up, and I'm waiting 5 minutes. And I don't know if he's on the left or on the right. He's coming, not. And so I'm like looking at my phone, like I'm about to cancel. So I all of a sudden I hear whack, whack, whack on my back window, and he starts screaming, "Push the chair up!" And it's this at least 500-pound African American gentleman, and I'm like, damn, okay. Usually I would respond to that and just take off because but I wasn't recording, so then it's kind of his word against mine kind of thing. And so anyway, anyway, long story short, he's a big guy, so I understood. He's a man of large carriage, and so I said, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. And it turns out he was going to work, so he was just late for work, and maybe he got something in his head. And so I'm like, okay. But he opens the door. He goes, "Push the chair up." Like, I'm like, no, please. This is my car. I'm not driving some other company's taxi to serve his ass. Okay. And I go, and there's that little bar between your legs, on the passenger seat. I reach over, and I'm like, "Can you please slide it up a little bit for me, sir?" I'm just keeping calm. I'm not going to do what everybody thinks I'm going to do until they freak out. Right? And so he puts all his weight on the seat and slams it. I mean, it practically broke the dashboard, I thought. So I'm like, okay, just let him get in. He gets in and just sits there. And I just sit there and look at my phone for a minute and decide whether I'm not going to take this guy. And so I'm like, okay, take the Uber. And I start driving. And I'm like, how you doing this? He doesn't say, he's one of these non-responders. So I'm like, yeah, all right. And eventually I won him over. We started talking about wrestling or some shit like that. And that was fun. And so I got him to some hospital. He worked at St. Anthony's in St. Petersburg. And dropped him off. He was laughing. By the time he left, now I call it a cab. I call Christine a cab now. The too long trip. So that was one. Right now, I got one. All this other stuff that's been going on has got my head kind of. I'm trying to, and so, let's see what the other one was. I don't even know anymore. But other than that, it's spring break, so anytime I go. Oh, another thing that really pissed me off is they have these things called purges. I call them purges, but they're sporadic, busier times. I'm in this. I log in, and you got this white area. That's normal, and then you have purple all around you. Everything purple around me was a bonus of 10, 15, 28. 12, and so they're literally like feet away. So I start driving. As I drive towards it, they all start receding, and I'm not able to get the bonus. That is just the little trick that this company pulls on it. Fish sticks. She's the story has been told. I think that's a what was the other tale? Oh, I got new windshield wipers. And so we have a store, and it's called, your moms would love it. It's called Gabe's. And it's kind of like, you have all these, one of these discount stores where they sell bathroom stuff, rugs, knickknacks, they have car stuff. And so one thing is they had a 4-seater cover, actual seat covers, black, for the bench seat, for the back, for the front. And so they got it the day after I bought the crappy ones that I have for $30. They had all 4 for $15. I'm just like, man, I just, any chance I get, I throw my money away. But anyway, so I'll go back and get those and whatever. These are a cover, so if people spill stuff, it keeps it off the seat. Long story short, I got the windshield wipers. I go to Circle K. I always get my frozen Coke. You guys know I haven't had one today yet. Yeah, no, Gabe's. Rockford didn't like it. He went there. I'm like, dude, you know why you're not happy, Rockford? It's because you haven't been to Gabe's yet. And he lives like literally across the street from there. And he's like, what's Gabe's? And he's like, and they had the windshield wipers for $12 for a pair. Okay, and so I was like, it's like $45 from Walmart, even. And I'm gonna open this door back here. Hang on. It's nice and cool right now. Sorry, it's getting warm. I had to turn the AC off because it's so loud. So yeah, no. And so I pull up to the Circle K, and you want some? I'm gonna make some fishes. I hope you guys brought snacks. I think you know better than to come go purge with Kane V running the show, and not have something to munch on, and I've sworn off cups. Now I had a 3-spill cup, 1 cup, 3 spills. So during the show, we're live most of the time with lunch. I don't pour it into the cup, nor it comes right out of here. I know it's rude. It's gotten gross. You guys hate it. So I go and I get my frozen Coke, and I don't usually go to the Circle K. There's 2 right by each other. This one, it's a little bit towards the beach. I don't go that way. Anyway, so I pull up to the pump, and there's another young lady there, and she's a mixed girl or whatever, and she's doing stuff. I thought she was pumping her gas. Okay, and so I pull up, so she's here, I'm there, and I get out, go get my drink, come back in. Now I'm doing the windshield wiper. She drives around Circle K and parks and drives around 3 times. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess she wasn't able to adjust her parallel parking correctly. So, hey, Migs, where are my fish sticks? They're in the sea. They're in the old tail by the sea. 7 squirrels on your uncle's ranch. So she goes into the store the 3rd and final time. I figure, okay, she's paying for her gas. She comes. I mean, I didn't really think about it. I'm trying to figure out how to get these. Because you never remember how to get the windshield wiper on. You have to do that with one little trick, and then and so I got the first one on, and she's like 4 foot nothing. This girl, and she's in a blue Hyundai, right? And I'm like, okay, whatever, seems cool. And she goes, "Did you put something in my gas tank?" And I'm like, what kind of question is that? And she said, "Don't worry about it. The Largo police are on their way." And the only thing I could think is that she was friends with the girl that was working. She was trying to hang out. I encroached on her space by parking where I was and doing my thing. And so I'm like, why don't you check the video? She's like, "Don't worry about it. They're on their way, and they mean business." And I'm like, right on, yeah, cool. So she's driving away as she's saying this. Now, typically, if you call the police about some kind of gas tank problem, you wait for them to get there to file a report, right? Unless you're Dylan or Bethany, whatever. So yeah. And hi, Alfie, what's up? So yeah, that's a good one. Gang. That's very fitting for tonight. This is actually, and I actually did a really cool thumbnail, and it had what's her name? The girl we were talking with earlier. It was Roll Your Bones. It had her in it, and it was funny. But this is a very serious show. I hope you guys like what I'm going to talk about. But anyway, it's it doesn't solve the case, but I think it, because I've been through it, I see it, and it puts everything into perspective. Like I said, checks all the boxes. So we're getting there. Anyway, so she drives off, and I'm like, yeah, I'm working. I'll be happy to when they get here. You better wait for about it. So people are just spring break is here. People are impatient right now. I guess that's the only thing I can explain. There's a lot of people now also from Pennsylvania that are, hey, formerly Jimmy Bobby, I go and I see you. You know me, Mom. When my brother's in Clearwater. Okay, well, that's what I was just going to talk about. I did one of my Ubers was this nice couple. They stay at the Cambridge over there. They're from Penn. And they're like, yeah, no, we're going to the Phillies Stadium to watch them play. I don't know if they're playing whoever they're playing. It must have been a big game. Because we get there and, dude, if the Rays could sell half as many tickets as these people, as the training team got, it was packed, right? And she goes, yeah, last time we had to park way down there and walk. And all these people were walking. I'm like, dude, and the cops had it sealed off because that parking lot was full. And there's a B-Dubs, or there used to be a what is it, B-Dubs? Or Wingstop or something in there. A Floor and Decor, and so it was cut off. And I'm like, don't worry, I'm Uber. And so I pull right in like I'm the king of Siam. And the cop looks at me and goes, and I'm like, I literally threw up a U. And he goes, are you, okay. And he just waves me through, gives me a little pat in the ass on the way in. And I'm like, yeah, I can go anywhere I want. I'm Uber. And so I like instinctively throw up the U. That was funny. And hilarious hot. But no, yeah, there are a lot of Pennsylvania and Philadelphia people take their team extremely serious. They get a chance. The weather's beautiful right now down here to come down for the weekend. A lot of them literally were just saying 2 or 3 days. And I talked to every single one of them. Was cool as shit. Honestly, I love Pennsylvania people. They're Ohio, Pennsylvania, Connecticut. And we're always like, yeah, New York people suck. No, there's cool people in New York. But you guys, are hard to keep up with as far as partying. So I'm happy to be working. They're always like, yeah, come in the strip club. The other day, a couple tried to pay for my strip club. We'd hit it off, and we're so the cuck thing is still flying around. I'm gonna have to scar up my face some more, I think, because I got this sucker thing that clears your pores, and I'm getting too handsome. Everybody keeps inviting me in. So, that was cool. They left me a nice tip. That was awesome. Suzanne B! I'm still on the fence about Indiana. People in Indiana tend to ghost people. I don't know what that's about. Kibo. I like it. Alright, you're here. I was actually going to pit Suzanne B against Forget Your Bones. Or Inside Your Bones. No, Indiana people definitely. I cannot. The people, Ohio is the winner, all-time partier. Hard. They had one of the guys I knew in high school. Was the king of parties, and they have these parties. And when Lucy makes her little entrance or whatever she's doing, she's jerking her dog off or something. She'll tell you that this guy was the party king of Chicago or Ohio. And they have this party, and he was a legend. And I mean, people die. I guess from here, if you go up there and party with them, you're gonna die. So yeah. Anyway, now I'm gonna while I play this after I play this next intro tune here, I'm gonna I'll show you what I'm talking about. We'll take it from there. Is that cool with you guys? I hope so. I hope you have a wonderful night. I feel like it's my Friday. I'm taking a day off. I haven't taken a day off. I've been doing double day. I told you guys before, since the holidays, every time I work, it's Marietta Rose. I was going to put you in the tag you. Not tag you anyway, but I was going to tag you in the description, but everything kind of fell apart. I'm glad that we made it this far. Oh, thank you, man. That's cool. Who said that? SM. Congratulations, new Purgers. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to throw out 10 more. Are we in March? Did we do March already, Meg, or whatever? And so, where were... No, distracted. I don't know. You get it. I'm not gonna do man math in front of you guys because I'm just gonna get it all wrong. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in my dear diary today. Suzanne B was back on, so that means that she can never return to. Okay, yeah, good. And so and but what else is going? Okay, so yeah, it's literally like the rates are higher. I haven't even been able to complain about the rates. I don't even have to go to St. Pete most of the time. I get in the car, work 2 hours, 3 hours. That's plenty of money for today, and then but it's I'll do the afternoon, I'll do the evening. Sometimes I'll stay past midnight. People go, "Oh, do you drive all night? Come on in the strip club." I gotta make money. And so, what else is? And the tips have been great. And so, it's like August, you'll be crying the blues. Because I can barely make my bills and whatever. Now, if I was working more, I'd be stacking up. But I decided to take tonight off. And it's raining. We got a little cold front. I wanted to be with you guys. I wanted to share and see what you thought of this little thing. And it's my hope that you'll watch these videos. I'm gonna play for you in a sec. And the clicks will just start synapsing in your brain holes. You'll see. Look, we'll get to it. I'm not gonna give it away yet. So, it's going to be a very chilly day for us tomorrow. Hi, Tara. How are you? Nice to see you. It's going to be a chilly day. It's going to stay around 57 tomorrow, 48 tonight. God, Mario Rosa, I wish it was sometimes just you and me in this chat. I really do. I'm going to seek you out one day. I'm just going to do Mario Rosa lives in a... And I'll just show up at your doorstep one day. I sold my house. I'm moving in. That's all there is to it. But yeah, no. Hi, typically neat. Thank you, Kimmers. I already said hi to you. Oh, look, you got a free. That's another thing I was looking for. The damn Twiz photo, because I in the effort to save space in my computer, I put them on the hard drives that I got or whatever. And I don't know, Kim, if you've been in the chat. I got this giant TV that I got very lucky that I found from Consumer Cellular, that I told Lucy that I was just going to get on a... we have Allegiant Airlines. It's $50 to fly anywhere, pretty much. I told her I was just going to hop on a flight and just stand in front of our house and stare. Just look outside. Kane's still out there. Take old biddies. Welcome in. You got snow. Okay, a lot of people told me in Pennsylvania they haven't been getting snow. Rowie, Red Solo Cup. I'll piss on your lap. I've been doing the fill-in words where they don't belong stuff. I kind of started with the Weird Al, eat it, just eat it. That's one of his better songs, He has the trying to catch me white and nerdy, and then the we've been living most our lives within an Amish paradise, like Jebediah and the Preacher. I kind of think it's funny. Anyway, so Cocaine, what's up, sis? Welcome in. We're getting right to it here. I know. Okay, yeah, I know. Glad you still have the dog. You got wolves protecting your property. What sound does a wolf make? I don't know. So, yeah. Now, let's keep the fun rolling. We're going to get on to the next one. I got a couple of Idaho themed DMers. So, thank you for the membership there, Ms. Kim Aponte. People have I did say in my last live that people have they're kind of tentatively in this case now because it seems hopeless. I hope that you see maybe Lucy's boycotting my show because Donna Salamander, is that kind of they're like, where's it going to go? You know what I mean? And I when Lucy disagrees with me, she stays silent because I'm the alpha of the relationship. I'm the creator here. She works for me. She takes care of the backstage stuff, the refreshments, all that stuff is on Lucy. So, whenever she has a dissenting opinion with Big Daddy Kane, she stays there silent. So like she does tonight. And so I wanted to make sure that you guys understood that. So, when she gets in here, she'll share her viewpoints. I'm sure you can't keep her off the nets. She's probably recorded it. But either way, I think she'll be patting me pretty hard in the back. And you folks will be too. And so I'm going to try to get over the internet webs here. I'd love to know what is slowing me down. Because honestly, like last time, it was working perfectly. If you know Lucy, you guys, you know that what I'm saying is 100% exactly how it's always been with her. Oh, you know what? Before I forget, this is a great cover of this tune before. I was gonna run hold on. I was gonna run Roll Your Bones AI videos. She's got a bunch of cool music that she made. I thought there were videos, so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna run this because, dude, they sound better than the Smashing Pumpkins do playing this live. And I'm like, okay, and I'll just play her little videos. But they were all just kind of like a picture, and then she does more of the music. And then all of these problems started popping up, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to do anything extra. So that happened. But it's called Thought Beneath Film, and it reminded me of what I saw the other day. And I don't have it clipped out. I will look for it, but it was a thumbnail for the Thought Riot, okay? And get ready for this. You want? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure which is why I want to look at it. Look for it. Maybe I'll make Lucy do it because she's back there making meatloaf and washing all the dishes and stuff for me right now. Get my laundry together, scrubbing the floors, and maybe I'll have her do a couple more things and that try to get the white pants with the spots out. She has to shock the pool. You know, it's always like the stuff she has for you. And so, they had on the thumbnail 2 different people for the Thought Riot, and it was from a year ago. It was the thumbnail for their video. Now, like I said, it was the background, I believe, the same background that Brendan and Malaya used, but it was 2 different people, and they weren't like cartoon versions or AI weird. It was completely different people. I'm like, are they trying to Mandela affect us on the Thought Riot? Because they got a lot of the stuff right, and I mean that was in the beginning. Of course, that was Lucy's most vocal channel. That's where it all started. She developed her whole personality there, you know, coming out and yelling at everybody and correcting everybody and talking in code. So I thought that was funny. Yeah, and these guys are called the Thought Beneath Film. Anyway, so they're just getting it started out. If you want to go over there and sub up, can I even chat? I don't even know. It would take forever for me to copy and paste. So anyway, I wanted to run the AI videos and snap over it, but let's get this show started. Damn it, Kane, just shut up. Here we go. Ready? I'll push my fingers into my...
Changed, we will never be the same. Tonight, 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 tonight.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
Okay, sorry. I honestly, I feel like I'm walking or riding around in my hover round. This show. Thank you for bearing with me. It's going to be one of the better purges. I feel like everything has, like, because sometimes you're a creator and you're going over the same crap and Dylan and the PCA and whether, we always talk about whether JJ had boogers in his nose last show. Did he? I didn't mean to let that out. That kind of stuff over the same thing. But I've always tried to incorporate stuff that I'm interested in. Before there was ever a purge, before there was Idaho4 in my life with Grizzly True Crime and all that brought me here, there was the police at the FOP, the Clearwater Police. And I could see that they were doing things that weren't cool right in front of me. And then so they would fuck with me. And I was like, how are they fucking knowing? Because I could tell that they would know where I was in my studio, because I built this. It took me 5 years, this recording studio. And in a second, I'll show you the pictures if you guys want to see it. But anyway, that's not important. What I think, I was like, how do you defend yourself against these things? It's not just the police, okay? That is, what's going on with that? I'm going to make sure I don't close anything there. So, it is, and you may have heard, I'm going to wait to say the term for 1 second because it's going to throw you off. That's why I didn't put it in the title. That's why I haven't told you. The name of it is going to throw you off. It's misleading. So I'm going to describe it. I knew that they were able to see me, and I'm like, I had a thing, and so I got one of the things that detects cameras for my buddy as a joke. He gave it to me, oddly enough. It beeps if you see cameras, and then you could do another setting, and it would see the light that emits from the lens. I was like, what else can you do? Well, there's an app. The one on Android is called Detectify. I have it on my thing now. And your phone has a magnetometer, most of our new phones. It detects magnetic or airwaves, radio waves, that type of thing. Any kind of strong waves. Fortunately, cameras emit this. Any type of strong light source, electronic thing is going to emit that and it's right there, app on your phone, point it in one direction, it shows you the reading. Usually it's around 40 or 50. And I found out about it. I thought it wouldn't work, like everything else. The magnetometer is what you would use as a universal remote for your phone, for the TV and stuff. So when they were across the street, because you have, if you're a undercover cop, your whole modus operandi is to be a sneaky motherfucker. They would blast me. And so I would, when I'd get there, I'd check what the readings were with the magnetometer sweep, if I remembered it, There was a couple times, man, I put it on and they wouldn't turn it off. Whatever the fuck they were using to look in to my studio is a metal building, a warehouse. I put thick wood, insulation, all that stuff around it. And I'd start walking across the street because they are not in their jurisdiction. It's a county zone area, even though it's in Clearwater, right? And so, if you guys probably have that up north too, but a couple times they would just keep. I'm like, are you guys giving me fucking brain cancer? What the fuck? And I was right. I found out. As y'all see here, I'm not going to give it away. I would just want to kind of throw it out there when the documentary starts. But anyway, so that was part of it, and I learned as I went on that there were other ways to protect yourself, but nothing really better. There's only like 3 things: Mylar, lead, and any kind of app that you can use to detect people watching you, because they can see into your house. As we've, when I started doing the show, I was like, hey, girls, be careful that these drones have a camera. They have X-ray cameras that they even showed on the news that, it's just like the ones you have at the airport to see through they have them in vans. And they showed on the news, oh, this is a terrorist watch week. There's going to be some vans around, and they're going to look weird, and they're going to have X-ray cameras in them, so when you drive by, they can see your money, if you have drugs, whatever kind of contraband you're driving by with. And I was like, whoa, okay. So now I'm like, the feds are in town, they're looking at people's cars. Wow, they are really not, and they don't need, and you saw the thing I posted hopefully the other day about them not needing a warrant to check your phone, because they can just get the records on anybody. They don't need a warrant. You don't even have to be suspicious of a crime. They can look at your phone record, anything they want now. And I forgot what they call it, complimentary fuck you in the ass thing. Pardon my French. So, this hasn't come up in a court case to really be challenged yet, because it's matters of national security. The implementation of it through law enforcement and a private party is being protected. They're very good at the show game we've got right now. And so I'm going somewhere with this thing. Let me see what the post was. I had these stupid mouses or so. Once we start getting some of these, I learned a good trick. I put some of the other tabs in another window, so we don't have 75 tabs in one window, and it's gonna just. Oh, where did my? There you go. Okay. Okay. Up. Hang on. Pick my shortcut here. Alright. And so here it is. What's it called? Ceramic pottery class, whatever the kids are taking it called. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, yeah. There is, Miss Potts said that she is going to run this one. It is a older video from Syracuse, New York, and it's a frat thing, and they're throwing up on the pledges. I haven't seen the video. I right before the show, I'm like, oh man, that would have been a great thing to run. I have so much already, and I am still going to try to go out and make a couple bucks tonight. So I'm not going to do a legendary 5-7 hour tour, but Kane posted this earlier this week, and she did a little investigation on it, and it's called, I'm sure many of you saw it already, but I just wanted to go over it with you, thank you, Kane for this. She's my AI sister there, and it's called the Third Party Doctrine. And so I don't think many of us knew of the actual term that they use for the third party doctrine, but just in case you missed it, and I remember cool stuff for like a day. Like I learned Roxanne from the Police 100 times now because I forget the one quote. King says that overview of the third party doctrine is a legal principle in the United States that states individuals lose their expectation of privacy, which is basically what the Fourth Amendment is, regarding information they voluntarily share with third parties. This includes data given to banks, phone records, or phone companies, and internet services. 3 new kind of utility services, right? But we more or less need them. So it's like when the power company was charging you a convenience fee of $5 to use your credit card, but that was the only payment they accepted, right? And so they've since dropped that here. I don't know if your area has that. Okay. So they're saying because they're basically getting away with it because these things didn't exist before, and now they say that since you voluntarily, which what choice do you have? I have to tell you where I live to get internet and power and my bank account and all that stuff. But because you voluntarily gave it up, and so has not had a chance to be challenged in court, which it needs to be. A lot of people in my district, these types of things are definitely up against a tough battle because law enforcement wants to keep that. They want to just be able to grab your records, and at any time, also we have the Axon company doing the flock cameras, which are the license plate readers. Now, these license plate readers also can get a very clear picture of the people in the car, and they can actually hear the conversations. They have the shotgun microphones that are picking up the gunshots, that you can hear conversations in somebody's house through walls. So it's more than advertised, okay? We've been there. We've done that. Many of you have been along with me on the ride for it, and you've added great stuff. Thank you. But anyway, like I said, I do surfing. I do, stuff that I like. Because I enjoy doing the purge. That's why a lot of you guys keep coming back. Some of the most loyal people. I've gone for 2 months. Same group, just like they were there yesterday. I'm sure we'll see many. Oh, Kane, I missed last night in the replay, whatever. They never miss one. And every creator watches every show I do. I know. They still. Anyway, that's not But anyway, so I've kept a well-rounded thing beyond Idaho4. We can still have something of interest to talk about. Twiz made a great point though the other day, and he said, "Fuck, look at the Kennedy case. 60 years later, 70 years later, they're still talking about it. And if this Idaho4 doesn't get any justice, we'll still be talking about it when we're not 102. And that's another great Twizism. All right, so." We're getting to it, guys. Don't worry. So there's Kane Gina's input. Thank you, Lucy, for doing the hair and makeup for her the other day. It's not easy through the screen. I am playful playing this. I have a little prelude. This is going to be your first step into knowing what I'm about to talk about. But you remember me talking about Seminole Boulevard where I live. I love this town. Largo, Madeira Beach, Indian Rocks is the best place I've ever lived. Better than San Diego, better than Clearwater. And when you lived in Clearwater, it was Larghetto. That's the dark side over there. Like-minded people. Give you a shirt off their back, really cool, interesting to talk to. I feel like 90%. Okay, and that's a pretty good average. Unfortunately, you have the one that gets to me, and nothing gets to Rockford. I bring this up to him. He's like, nobody bothered me. I'm like, bro, really? They were halfway in your lane. That didn't bother. No, I'm just in my big van. He calls it George Washington. This big white van. Anyway, so nothing bothers me. But they race up and down, and for a while they had those shotgun mufflers. It was a big problem. It's very intimidating. It's scary. They'll pull up next to you and rev the engine and pop, pop, pop. It sounds like somebody opened fire on you. And so they were able to bring the numbers on that to 0 for a while. Because I know, because I'm right here, 100 feet from the road. So, 3 months ago, one of the ladies from my church was in an accident. We hadn't seen her. I thought, oh, she took a vacation. Well, she had her neck and hip and all this broken by 3 18-year-old racers on Seminole Boulevard. I sound like your grandma, but I'm like, dude, these kids think they are getting an extra video game life, and they just race their car at 100 miles an hour and they weave in and out. It's really, they killed one other person, and it happens once, twice, 3 times a week. So I'm like, need to have these kids buy their own car, pay their insurance for their first car, and give them their first license at 20. You know, I mean, honestly, that is the solution because they are so belligerent. I understand you're young, but when you're killing someone every week, it's got to be done. You know, some drastic measure because they don't listen to it. The police are cool. Anytime I get pulled over here, I'm like, oh, warning, blah, blah. You know, anytime I see them, you know, I get my flash to you. It was so, I mean, we got our own little gang signs, you know what I mean? But anyway, so this Friday it's now spring break, and we have St. Patty's Day coming tomorrow. So, you know, the Ubers have been good. Like I said, thank you guys for asking. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for all the support, the memberships, and Kim and everybody. But what I think, this is the first taste. I think that is very likely they have a Facebook group that they're like, okay, we have been trampled on. The cops are going to be busy. You know, they took all our loud cars off the road. They made us look like the assholes that we are. Everybody that has a loud car and a fast car, go out there around Largo and start and make yourself known. Okay, and not as much speeding, but the loud mufflers. It was literally like a terrorist attack. And I'm like, this is coordinated. You know, whether they're communicating on some page on Facebook, whatever it is, this is because it's like, okay, the cops are busy with spring breakers now. We can get, and it was like literally just being, it gives them power. It was like, you know, anyways, you get it. So that was the first thing I noticed, you know, because I'm right on the let me play the next clip. That's just a taste. I think you're going to start seeing where I'm going here pretty quick.
I'm having a meltdown! Oh, you never bother me. I feel happy and fine. I don't know which way is up. I'm on the verge of losing it, okay? Sitting in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. You gotta be kidding me! I'm having a meltdown! Oh, you never bother me. I feel happy and fine.
I think this is some. I think this is like some Saturday Night Live. I can't keep up. That show's so terrible. Maybe this is the new cast. I thought it was an odd short, and they all are. We've seen the shorts that the people from Idaho, and I have another one in a minute. The scream in it, it's just like, wow, what the fuck, man. And you know, those poor kids were at the Vandal football game that day, you know, the previous day to their murder. And you'll see in one of the clips now, there's no honor of them at all. And you know, it's just party on, Wayne, and party on, Garth, you know. Dude, sweet. So we're the only ones, the parents, and this thing that I'm going to talk to you about here is gonna, I believe, explain to you why the parents don't give a shit. They're not going to talk. Nobody fucking talks. Okay, nobody does, and it's not necessarily because they have blackmail on you, although they do, probably. It's more than that. Okay, so we're going to get to it. I'm just trying to hang around. Don't worry. Hopefully I don't close the whole damn window before I get to it here. Damn, Marietta Rosa. I wish I could just hang out with you for the weekend down on Clearwater Beach. It's so fun to have guests down here. I have the chat closed right now. I'll check it in just one sec. I just want to get a couple of these closed, so we can get to the good
like,
stuff.
what are the coincidences of a flash?
I was going to try to play the Rolla thing. I always ended up getting some kind of copyright strike with him. But he, you know, just be aware of his stuff out there and trip out on this because he's cool as fuck. So check that out. I was actually talking about him today because he told us last time in chat that they were going to legalize cockfighting again. And I'm like, I don't think he's talking about chickens. So I'm sure what he meant. But anyway, we love Rollo. So let's see here.
Every single company in Japan has to weigh every single person who works there. And if their weight has gone up, they have to draw up a plan with their employer to bring their weight down. And as a company, overall, if your weight goes up, you can be fined by the government. And I was like, how could this possibly work? So I went to a company that does it, Tanita. At this workplace, you arrive, you show your face to a video screen. It says, "Hi, Stephen, you walked 14,000 steps yesterday. You're number 121 in the company in terms of steps taken," because everyone has to wear like a Fitbit. Everyone uploads pictures of every meal they have to this system where you can see it. It was bizarre, right? Yeah, explain to Japanese people who kept going, every morning in this office when we'd all be having donuts and coffee, they do aerobics together. And I would sort of explain to these Japanese people, right, if you tried to do this in Britain, we would burn the office down, right? Every single company in
Dinky's out there walking around. He's not sitting around eating donuts. Let me get this chat open real quick. Got a couple open. Let's see who we got here. Tara's here. Oh, there she is. She snuck in the back door while I was busy doing the paperwork that she was supposed to have on my desk last Saturday. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to dox her pay. Rui Manui. My lord. Sandra Kayoshi. All right, it's, is it, what was that? Usual Suspects or Kaibo Bomb or, I can't remember the names now. It's Beetlejuice. All right, and so it ended. What ended me on Irish? I met a couple Irish guys. I met two more cool ass people that live in the park, but they're only temporary. They're Canadian now. But one's Irish, and one's Scottish. So of course I talked about. So I married an axe murderer, which is about Michael Myers, and he goes and visits his parents from Scotland or whatever. Anyway, that's good stuff. Lucy Lou. All right, Lucy, shush. I don't know how many people you have told about my big deal yet. I'm sure none. I don't even know that she has watched the videos yet. But we're going to get to one right here. Yeah, no, they have these... What they do with us is they make it a reward, I think. And if we don't bite, then they change the name. And, it's not my name. So you ever seen a fat boy dance on the roof? I've seen a fat boy dance on the roof now. I bought the T-shirt. I'm in. I'm totally in. If they don't like it, they'll just change the name or whatever. That's how basically they went from LifeLock, trying to get everybody's direct information on every single human in the United States, to being Facebook, and apparently Mark Zuckerberg, not this brilliant coder that came up with all that shit himself. He had DARPA funding and was supported by them, got paid off. Okay. If you don't know, right now, Elon Musk, well over like $300-400 billion. And, obviously Jeff Bezos, over $1 trillion. I mean, I'm not going to say her name, but the girl I dated, the McDonald's girl, her grandmother had $25 billion. That was the founder of McDonald's wife. She gave it all to Salvation Army because more money, more problems, and you want to believe that. Those kids, the one thing, you could have had $500 billion. The only thing they wanted to be was normal. That's it. They wanted to know who their friends were. They wanted, of course you want money. You're stable, but the choice, and we who struggle in everything. Rent, bills, all that stuff. Oh my God, if I had $1 million, I'd be fine. There's no end to the want for money. This never ends. And, it was a burden to them. And plus the stuff in the press, because our dad was the president of the Padres, and at that time Steve Garvey was getting everybody pregnant in San Diego, and the whole thing. All right, and they were going, Jage, to Yuma, which Jage was doing stuff about the mounds out there in Yuma, which if you watch his show, you know what I'm talking about. I've been shot by a laser twice. I've also been shot out of a cannon. Maisie Starr, is that she wrote that one good song? Rachel McAdams. Douglas McAdams? Alright. My dog was Red Dobie and Pitt. And that's who my little icon is, my logo. Will never change. That is my forever dog there. when he was a puppy, I was a surfer, so you want to get him in the little waves, and I took him in the little waves on Ocean Beach. He hated it. He hated going in the water and not having control. He learned how to swim really good, though. I was a little tough on him on the water. I didn't want him to be weak there. But with the frisbees, I couldn't. He looks like he would be the ultimate frisbee dog. I couldn't get him to catch the frisbee. I would throw it, and he would just watch it, and it would land. It would just fall to the ground. I'm like, man, we could be like in a movie. And I actually at one point took him to an audition for, to get in a casting, central casting, for you could be on a Hill Science Diet commercial. This gorgeous Mexican girl, Iris. She went to UCSD. She was best friends with one of my best friends, Kevin. Kevin Perry's, he was the president of Kaplan University, which is, he went to UCSD, and with the way we partied, thinking of him as the president of Kaplan University, which I think is, Phoenix Proud Online University kind of thing, is hilarious. But no, he's doing well. No, he's over there in Cali and married and stuff like that. Totally turned it all around. Always had his shit together. Kevin's like a 180 IQ. Anyway, where was I on that? Oh lordy. The only way I can get out of this shit is to play a clip. Lucy is laughing because she always loves. I think I should just call this show the Kane Struggle Bus and have Lucy like pointing and laughing like a Muppet Lucy, because I noticed the other day that we haven't Muppetized Lucy yet, and JJ keeps falling asleep, curled up in the bison's arms every night early. He's getting older and older. He's pushing 95 now. There, Lucy. Thank you, Offie. I appreciate that, man. All right, congratulations, Sandra. Sandra, you're muy. I don't even know how you say cool in Spanish, but if we had, I'm sure Rolo's watching. Rolo, jump in the chat, bro. I'll play your fucking video at some point, not tonight, because this show is damn serious. It's about here. And if you want to come up here and introduce it, Luz, that's fine. You don't have to. I'm not gonna put any pressure on you. But I think, okay. Yeah. See, Lucy knows because she's in Montana with him. She tries to make it sound like, oh no. They got this whole thing. Lucy comes off as this squeaky clean basement guardian, kidnapper, somebody you respect, like the dude. But she's got her secrets. Let's keep my mouth shut and I'll stay in my lane. See, that's one thing in Florida that they don't know how to do, is mind your business. That's where most of the problems come from. People doing shit, you just go, if it's a little kid getting hurt or a lady, jump in, do whatever. The littlest shit, people, they gotta express their opinion, because they don't have anybody really else to talk to, especially now anymore. So, I cannot wait till okay, we have a few more clips on this tab, and we're on it. Here we go. Oh, look at this. I wonder what video that was. Let me look at the title. They're doing this more and more. They're removing whatever video. Okay, this wasn't a prelude video. This might have just been some kind of... It's YouTube Sports. Interesting. X-Hustle 97K. I don't know what it was, but they removed it. And I just watched all the
Here are
clips.
5 things you probably didn't know about the 1976 classic series, The Muppet Show. Number 1. The show was rejected by every American network. CBS, ABC, and NBC all passed on The Muppet Show, calling it too niche and insisting that puppets were strictly for children. Jim Henson, however, refused to give up, eventually striking a deal with British mogul Lou Grade. Henson moved his entire operation to London to film at ATV Studios. Within 2 years, it became the most watched show on the planet, leaving the American networks to watch helplessly as 235 million people tuned in every week. Number 2. Kermit the Frog was made from a coat. The very first Kermit wasn't a frog. He was a lizard-like creature, hand-stitched by Jim Henson in 1955. He was made from an old discarded spring coat belonging to Henson's mother, and his eyes were originally 2 halves of a ping-pong ball.
Hold on. There's more to Kermit than that. But Henson had the idea and the crew and the actual puppets to do a show, a funny show in the 70s for the Muppets. Every single NBC, there was only 4 channels when we were kids. There was ABC, NBC, CBS, and whatever independent local channel we had. Like, we had 44. They all turned them down. I don't know. I think they only made them in England. So all the shows that we watched here in the States, they would premiere on a Friday night or a Saturday night, but they'd been filmed in England. So it was all syndication. He was just getting that back money, which is where the money is, I guess. You'd have to ask a Craigslist hooker for that. I don't know. But here's where Kermit the Frog came from. He was a lizard, and it was just a quick, short commercial for a grocery store. And he would talk about how the low prices were so good at the grocery store, and then he would pull out a gun and shoot himself. That was the very origin of the 15-year-old Henson's sale to the grocery store. But, his parents were like, how did you get this job? That's great. And then it built from there. So anyway, yeah, no.
It wasn't until years later that he officially became a frog, complete with his iconic 11-pointed collar. Number 3. The guest stars had to audition for the Muppets. In the first season, it was incredibly hard to find celebrities willing to guest star on a puppet show. The breakthrough came when legendary dancer Rudolf Nureyev agreed to appear. Once a world-class ballet star was seen dancing with a giant pig, the floodgates opened. Soon, the biggest stars in Hollywood were calling Jim Henson, practically begging for a chance to be insulted by Statler and Waldorf. Number 4. Miss Piggy was originally a background.
Well,
when the show started, Miss Piggy was just a nameless chorus pig. But during a sketch in the first season, puppeteer Frank Oz decided the pig should give Kermit a karate chop to show her affection. The audience loved the unpredictable, violent diva energy so much that she was promoted into a lead role.
No, he would kill himself.
Becoming a global fashion icon.
He was
and the
unaliving
show's
himself.
breakout star. And number 5.
He was the only one.
Because the show used
so I guess there was
puppets,
nothing
the
else.
Performers spent most
There
of
was
their day
nothing else.
crouched in awkward positions, holding
Okay.
their arms straight up for hours.
Thank
The
you.
sets were built on raised.
YouTube does not want to cooperate. It's just this beast of. Anyway, there was no other puppets, so the only thing he could do was kill himself. So yeah, trigger warning on it. But what were we talking about, Tom? You see, miss you. When you're not here, Kane. Oh, Miss Piggy was a chorus character. She was a side character. They decided the guy who ran Miss Piggy was the guy who ended up doing all the puppets. If you don't know, for Star Wars, the Ewoks, the Yoda. All that type of thing. I forget his name, Frank or something. He was the second in charge on the Henson show. And Henson passed away, obviously, and that guy took over and got all the billions of dollars from Star Wars. Because it was Henson, whoever did Star Wars, I forget his name, and the other guy. They all went to UCLA film school together, or they were at UCLA. I don't know if Henson was in that. But somehow they had that connection through LA. So they were always very close together. I'm thinking 17 different things right now. I'm sorry, I can't even. But so Henson would have been another one of these huge guys, with these tracks. Anyway, so yeah, I love the Swedish stuff. They even showed Peter here. My favorite though is the band. They had a commercial a while back, and they did this whole behind the music with the Muppet Band. Great stuff. Funny. My mom and I used to watch it every week. We watched the Muppet Show because we liked the Waldorf and the other guy. Oh, we call this a dance? I've seen dead people. It wasn't filtered, man. It was actual, real humor. I love that about it.
In the Idaho4 Koberger case, was one of the defense witnesses badgered off the stand by the lead prosecutor, and is that witness intimidation? Gabriela Vargas was an investigative genetic genealogy expert who testified in a motion hearing in the Idaho4 case, never to be seen again because the FBI paid her a little visit.
Gabriela Vargas had testified the same day that Vicka Barlow first did, when she first came around. it was an interesting testimony. He started making me think, what else is going on here? If they're able to do stuff like this, it makes you wonder how much other stuff like that has been done too,
And there was supposed to be a motion that Ann Taylor was supposed to file about that.
Yeah.
And she said that she had planned to file a motion on that issue and have a hearing, but nothing ever became of it.
Never happened. And I wonder if it's because of what that was about.
In the
So yeah, you can see that I'm very proud of my boy Double Dags over there. Not only, putting his nose to the grindstone in and out at day and night, every day. But also now being recognized as an expert. What is an expert but somebody from out of town anyway, right? It's just somebody exciting for Andrew D. Meyer to have on the show. But I loved his answer. Very, so he's somebody in the community that people feel comfortable going to. And his name is getting out there. I'm very happy to see him be so successful. And he deserves it. He's such a regular Joe, just literally. And he's very relatable. I am polarizing for some reason. It's the looks. People are jealous of this and this, the muscle, the money, the chicks, the cars. So I just wanted, and so we talked about this last week, how the FBI had interfered and talked to her after she made a very clear case about the DNA. Said no, never saw her again. I mean, as far as the case goes. So that is a very great Lucy point there. It's Morningstar worthy. I don't know if it'll ever go down into the basement, but it'll be driving around in my trunk.
Could I have your help, Lucy/TJ, convincing my long-distance boyfriend to move to Arizona? And this one's from Nicole.
Is it actually from you? Stop! Let me get this straight. You work for an airline. But you want him to move? It's free. Just go to where he is and then have your weekends for fun. He lives in Pennsylvania, and the airport there has got no good lounges. What is your problem? You have the best of both worlds. You have a great partner. Not everybody's got that. Yeah. And also, he's far away from you. They both get him on the phone. Hello, Matt. Hi. It's so nice to talk to you, Matt. Matt, do you know where your girlfriend is right now? She is at a show. You're so good at everything. So, Matt, she's at a bit of an improv show right now. She submitted a question about how she, who works at an airline, who gets to fly for free, how she could convince you to move here so that she doesn't have to continue to fly for free, which is such a burden. So, Matt, what is the primary reason? I just wanted to hear your side of the story. What is the primary reason why you're not moving here right now? You'd have to move? Oh, he'd have to sell a house, would he? And even though it's way more difficult for you to move here, and it's so easy for her to go there, and it would take no effort, and you own fucking property in this economy. Matt, I've got some homework for you, okay? I want you to write a little note to your lovely friend Nicole, and I want you to say, I want you to move here, and then I want you to write 10 reasons why you should, and then I want you to make a little line, and that's gonna be your pros, and then on the con side, I want you to say literally fucking nothing. and then we're gonna fold it up, and we're gonna put a $200 bill, two $100 bills, and then you're gonna send it to me with a thank you. Love you, bye.
So she calls herself a drag queen because she does come across as she stumbled upon this character with the interaction in the. I watched this documentary about her. She's actually a very pretty lady, very fucking obviously fucking funny, but without all the 1930s accoutrements, she's really gorgeous. But she was trying to do like a Penn and Teller. Her first show was on like the Penn and Teller show, Show Us Your Magic, at the Castle in Hollywood, and she started talking to the audience, and it was fun. Yeah, I have another clip from her. I like her very much, and obviously I'm trolling Lucy on that a little bit. What do you think? I mean, when you want to be with somebody, and especially a woman, and they want a stable, settle down, this is my husband, these are my kids, this is my house thing, especially when you're an airline stewardess, you have no, everything's a hotel room, and, maybe you rent an apartment somewhere, the dream. So I understand, the free airfare isn't that much of an incentive. She wants to be with him. So, but he'd have to sell his house. She doesn't want to move to Indiana or whatever, Suzanne. And be in the cold. She wants to go to Arizona. So I felt for her on that one. I've been there. Like I said, I fall in love with every pretty girl that talks to me. So, all right. So here we go.
He swatted a drone out of the air with a pool skimmer because it was hovering over his 14-year-old daughter. The pilot sued him for destroying federal aircraft.
Your Honor, I am a licensed Part 107 pilot. I was operating in Class G, unregulated airspace, conducting a topographic survey. This is a DJI Mavic 3 Cine, valued at $4,000. Mr. Kent committed a federal felony by downing an aircraft. I have the flight logs proving I was in public airspace.
He wasn't surveying, Judge. He was hovering 12 feet off the ground, right over my patio. My 14-year-old daughter was sunbathing. I waved at him to leave and he zoomed in. I didn't shoot it. I just reached up with the pool net and caught it.
Mr. Smith, looking at your telemetry, your altitude reads 14 feet AGL above ground level.
Technically, the FAA controls all airspace from the ground up.
It's a common misconception. Under United States versus Cosby, a landowner owns the immediate reaches of the atmosphere enveloping their home. 14 feet is well within the curtilage of his home. You weren't flying, you were peeping. At that altitude in a fenced backyard, the device is considered a trespassing chattel. He had every right to remove it.
This is just a fine example of don't be a dick, right? Don't be a perv with my 14-year-old daughter, dude. Whether he was a government, it's like if police decide that they use them for arrest warrants to check out a property, see if there's any surprises waiting for them. That's been a big use of the drone. This guy was perving out on his daughter, and he tried to claim all this BS and tried to man-math it on him. Wouldn't it? This judge is like the Playboy centerfold of Joe. Imagine if we'd had a guy like this that was able to use reason and common sense and actual try to assimilate the facts and knowledge of the case. I mean, look at him. He's not going like this and saying, "Oh, Kane, stop making fucking Smurf pictures of me in a dress." It's chicanery. And you got Steve G whacking him off underneath the fucking pulpit or whatever the fuck. This is like the Camp Calusa of judges, where then you have Hitler back down there on Tin Pan Alley, drinking straight out of the MD-44 2020 bottle. So it's night and day. It's very clear. So we're getting there. Right, a couple hints.
Final question. Dear Lucy, my sister feels strongly, it's in caps, that's how it's pronounced, that she has a say in my upcoming wedding. How?
Oh, boy. You guys are going to like this.
That's the fastest. A room has turned on a stranger they don't know. My sister feels strongly that she has a say in my upcoming wedding. How do I gracefully tell her to fuck off? It also says, P.S. She is, and it's in caps, so I gotta shout it, stubborn! Okay, so, I know what we're gonna do. Where's Jack? How far away is Jack? Can we get Jack to the stage to film something really quick? Oh my goodness, you're so fast, Jack. Jack, here's what's gonna happen. Can you stand over here, Jack? Can you see everybody? Okay, we're gonna make a TikTok. Hey, William, I'm here in Portland. Everybody say hi. This is a video for William's sister who would like to help with their wedding in a very generous way. We thought we would take a vote on whether or not you should help with your William's wedding. We took it very seriously, and so if you think that she should help with the wedding, say aye. Okay. And if you think she shouldn't, say fuck off. Final question. Dear Lucy, my sister...
Sorry, the hover round battery is going a little bit low. That was a great one. I like that. Okay, so anyway, moving right along. Let me make this chat smaller. Maybe I'll be able to see my internets there. Because people do want to assert their control. For whatever reason, she's the older sister and this and that. All right. What other? I'm not going to get all my points out yet because, like I said, I watched something and I am shocked. I was not expecting. Lucy and I had literally been chatting an hour before I stumbled upon what we're about to watch. And I'm going to let you make your own assertion. I'm not going to... Formally, Jimmy Bobby, it's all about you. I want you to form your own impression, see if any of you feel the way that I do. I feel like maybe I had, with the police thing and the landlord of the studio, that I had a little bit more familiarity with the possibility of what the fuck is going on. People are knowing what I'm talking about, what I'm doing at all times. That type of thing. So, anyway, without giving it all away, let's keep going. Like a couple more of these guys here. Thank you all for being
We have
here
a
on the
customer
program.
here who claimed his bike was stolen. We have a tracking system on it here. It hasn't moved for like 2 or 3 weeks, so we think it's still at his house. Let's do some more detective work. Let's call his apartment complex.
Thank you for calling. Can I help you?
Hi, my name is Michael Joyce. I'm a business owner. We have a bike shop here in downtown Tampa. Every once in a while, we'll do a deal where we will do like a rent-to-own financing application for someone that buys a bike from us. And we have someone who I'm led to believe is one of your residents that stopped paying on his and owes us like over $1,000. And I have the GPS showing up that it's located on this. I was wondering if you'd be able to potentially help me with any information on this. He called in claiming it was stolen, but it's stayed at this location for quite some time now, so it leads me to believe that he's just saying it's stolen, trying to dodge out of having to pay the payments.
We don't have any resident with that last name, unless it's through a private owner.
I mean, I have like an exact location. I could send you a picture of it in location. Thank you for helping too. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I'll go check really quickly, and then I'll give you a call back.
All right, thanks. We've pinged the location and think we have it located outside of the apartment complex. At least that's what it looks like here on the tracker. So I'm about to pull
I
up
know
here
where
in a
those
second.
apartments are.
Hopefully we'll be
Over
able
by
to see
Sheldon
it.
and
It looks so
Hillsborough.
sketchy to be walking through. Never had to steal back my own things before. These people are probably like, what the hell are these guys doing here? Look like thieves, but we're bike repo man, I guess. So we're gonna try to be quick in and out. I'm gonna check the VIN number, cut this lock, and we're gonna take off. Now I'm starting to get sketched. All right, let's go real quick. Come on. All right, there it is, 139. That's it. So let's get out
I
of here.
guarantee you nobody gave a shit.
Oh, that's
Those
pretty easy,
apartments
actually.
and walking
All right,
around with the bolt
let's go.
cutters.
Get out of here. All right,
He
come on.
gets his bike back.
Let's go.
Anyway, I thought it was cool. They they have the trackers on it, whatever. Yeah, I don't even know why I put that in there. So. That one just.
If you value your privacy, you've probably worried a little bit about your Ring camera watching you or Alexa listening to you.
and that fear makes sense. But while everyone's debating how individual devices are violating our privacy, almost no one's talking about the secret Amazon network that's quietly connecting all of us behind the scenes. And if you don't understand what Amazon is doing, you're about to allow police to know everything about you without ever needing a warrant. I'm Jeff Hampton, the People's Lawyer, and in this video, I'm breaking down number 1, what Amazon Sidewalk actually is. Number 2, how it expands surveillance way beyond your home. And number 3, why the real risk isn't the device on your counter, it's the privacy data highway built by Amazon. And stick around to the end because I'm going to give you the exact play-by-play steps you can make, the exact changes and settings you can make so that cops can't use the Amazon Sidewalk features to watch your every move. But before we get into the specific ways that police can access your information without a warrant, it's important to zoom out for a minute and understand how criminal investigations actually work. Most people imagine a case hinging on one big dramatic piece of evidence. In reality, that's usually not how it happens. Modern investigations are built more like puzzles. Investigators collect a lot of small pieces and fit them together until a picture starts to form. Security camera footage from a parking lot, plus credit card transactions, plus cell phone tower pings. And years ago, building that picture by investigators required a lot of physical legwork. Officers might follow someone for days, sit outside a house, or knock on doors asking neighbors if they've noticed anything suspicious. Today, much of that same reconstruction can happen from behind a desk. Why? Because so much of our daily life runs through digital systems, and those systems keep records. Private companies routinely collect and store data as part of providing normal services. That's why you see Meta ads for treadmills after you just spoke to your friends about losing weight. But when investigators gain access to those data sets, they can search them, cross-reference them, and start building a timeline. They might be able to see when you left work, whether you stopped somewhere on the way home, and what time you arrived. Not because one device captured everything, but because multiple systems captured a fragment of each part of your day. That layered approach is called stacking, and it's a central part of how criminal investigations are performed today. Location pings for mobile devices suggest where you might have been. Cameras indicate you might have been there. License plate readers show your vehicle passed through an area. Each digital source answers a slightly different question. And on their own, none of these data points tell a complete story. But after you layer them together, what looked uncertain in isolation now becomes a story for the police when cross-referenced. And once your devices get integrated into that shared ecosystem, they stop being independent gadgets and they start functioning like an infrastructure. A quiet, persistent highway of your personal data. And guess who secretly built that highway? Amazon. But how did they build this without anyone noticing? In 2021, Amazon rolled out what they called Amazon Sidewalk. On paper, the idea sounds great. Help devices stay connected even when they lose regular Wi-Fi. Sidewalk works with compatible devices like Echo speakers, Ring doorbells, and thermostats. The goal is to keep them online, even if your home network drops or the device is out of range. How do they do that? Well, some Amazon devices act as what the company calls sidewalk bridges. In practical terms, that means your smart speaker or doorbell can function as a small relay point. If a nearby compatible device loses its own connection, it can send a tiny amount of data through your device and out to Amazon servers. So instead of every device relying only on your Wi-Fi router, devices can talk to your neighbor's devices that are connected to the internet. Or maybe they can talk to the devices of your neighbor's neighbor. A lot of people assume their home network begins and ends inside their walls. But Amazon Sidewalk changes that assumption. If a compatible device is within roughly half a mile, it may be able to route small packets of data through your connection. Now, Amazon says the bandwidth is capped at 500 megabytes per month per account and that transmissions are encrypted. But for most critics, it isn't really about the amount of data or what's being shared. It's about the structure of it all. Sidewalk reportedly reaches about 90% of the US population. That's a nationwide connectivity layer, not built through regulated government towers, but through consumer devices over private property, all sharing the fact that your kids asked Alexa to make fart sounds.
I can't even button my work pants anymore. Had to buy new ones, 2 sizes big.
But yeah, okay, so yeah, we've talked about this on The Purge plenty of times with the Amazon Sidewalk. It's another user agreement where you just like click the OK because you're not going to read 50,000 tiny pages. of bullshit that they're sticking up your yanger. But what they do is in that agreement, if you have an Alexa or you have one of these things, they are basically snatching from you the right to use your Wi-Fi for somebody else. So that way all their cameras are always up, always have a internet connection. Little known fact for some people. It's another one that they snuck up on us, and it's out there, and it's now becoming. I've been talking about it because that's bullshit, and it's going to become a bigger and bigger issue. Because they're basically using people's connections without their permission, and their goal at Amazon for some reason is to end all crime with these cameras, with the FedEx cameras, with all that's whatever their mission in life is, to end crime. Sure, but isn't it a crime the way they're doing it? I don't know. Pedro, good to see you, man. I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you earlier. Yeah. So I don't think we need to look at that anymore. It's wild. I'm not sure if you guys brought up Gwen Stefani because of the recent article about her son just started praying for her to have success or something like that, and had never had any interaction really with religious people. She wasn't religious, and now she is very religious. He influenced her to find God. Amazing. Pretty cool story. She was friends with Bradley Noel, the lead singer of Sublime, who passed away. His son is now a clone of him, literally, and has a hit song, Ensenada. Really cool guy. I mean, his guitar playing, his solos are just like Bradley naturally. His voice, he's mimics it perfectly. So I thought that was a really touching story. With when she's like, why is my son doing all these prayers? And then she got into it. She's like, damn, this is cool. But yeah, no, they had a song, I saw red, just one more jealous lover that I shot dead. And it was a back and forth duet. Really cool song. She was at the show I was supposed to go to the first time I was going to see Sublime. It was right after What I Got came out, after they did the one of those MTV tours, whatever, the skating and music thing, and it was in, I guess it turned out to be like a warehouse. I finally saw the video. I looked forever. 30 years later, or 20 years later, I finally found it. It was one of their best shows, very underground. We only had radio. My girlfriend and I heard it. We lived on the beach in La Jolla, and the concert or the show was out in like Poway, which is inland. Like you go to the mountain ranges, and so we were like, "Oh, they said Kelly's, right?" We didn't know. We didn't go to bars or anything like that, and so we went there, and like, "Oh no, we're here to see Sublime," and we're like, Sublime. I've never heard of that. We have the Dropkick Murphys here tonight. I'm like, oh, is there another bar close by? Because this is where we thought we heard that it was Sublime was going to be playing. And it turned out that they were somewhere else. It was very close, but it was a warehouse. And, you didn't have the internet to be like, oh, where are they now? So I missed Gwen Stefani was there at that show. They did all the punk stuff, covers and stuff like that they do. And unfortunately he passed away not long after that. It was insane. I wish I'd seen the Dropkick Murphys. It was $30 in '95, which was like I thought we were going to need the money for Sublime. It wasn't like we had $80 to just go blow on concerts that night, whatever. But yeah, Dropkick Murphys sing "I Got a Sailor Pen and I Lost My Lady." It was the pretty much the theme song from Jack Nicholson and Leo's The Departed. Great movie if you ever get a chance to see. But anyway, yeah, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, guys. I don't know if you guys like my shirt here. This is my throwback shirt. It's got the neon green here, so none of you can pitch me. It's my aggro. I wore it for Jade. I don't know if he's curled up with the bison now and whatever. But he was saying that on the last show I did with him that I used to be in a really aggro downhill skier, but with the summer ones where it's like a tank tread and they wear like all the aggro ski clothes. So this was in honor of JH. I that's how I learned how to sing and play guitar. That's a jump. Like when I was 15, I wanted to be Steve Lukather. I wanted to be a studio musician. I figured that's regular work. The people that do it, they do it for 40, 50 years. They played for the Beatles. Back then they played for Beach Boys. Everybody. What I'm told now, I found out, is that most of those records, even of the bands you think are great musicians, they don't even play a lick on those records. You had I think it's called the Tower of Power, or the Wall of Sound, and it was just 4 people. They played on every record, and they had just great creative input and this type of thing. Sorry, and I'm going off about it, but yeah, so I missed that show. However, here's a really crazy, me and Twiz are going to have to go hang out with him for a little bit. I told Lucy that if I moved up there at some point, he would get too aggravated with my antics and murk me, and I would just disappear. So I'm not going to put myself in that situation, but I definitely want to hang out at the barn condos or whatever they've got going on over there and check it out. He's working real hard. But yeah, no, the Sublime songs, the basics of them. He actually is a great guitar player and a great songwriter, but the basic stuff's 2 or 3 chords. So if you can just go bom bom bling bling, strumming a chord, you can. I knew the lyrics already because I listened to the albums so many times. Let me put it on. You guys' chats are getting deleted like left and right on me on the top chat. And, usually Megs tells me to put it on live chat. So go ahead to the top there and put it on live chat. If you want, like Lucy's is not even there. I don't even see it. Because I know you're not just hitting enter or whatever. That's wild. It's been doing it to me a lot lately too as well. Whatever I don't know, maybe that's a hack that they won't admit they're getting hacked at YouTube because their AI is flawless and blah, blah, blah. Is my sound okay with everything, guys? During the clips, I have background noise, and I noticed that with the mixing of the audio clip, and I try to mute myself, but it's so slow right now that I don't. It'll make it distorted, and the whole live will sound like crap. But anyway, just let me know if it's distorted or anything like that for this one. So yeah, they had a contest, and it was on Facebook. Sublime with Rome was coming to play at Janus Landing. And I'm like, oh man, finally I get to see him. And I can meet Eric and Bud, the drummer and bass player. And Rome I liked. I was one of the few people that liked Rome. He was from the Dirty Heads. And he took over when they decided to go. They were doing a couple other bands, the remnants of Sublime. They had Long Beach Short Bus, and they would do covers and shit like that around the beach in Long Beach. And anyway, so they said, if you write me an essay, whoever writes the best essay why they deserve the one backstage pass to Sublime with Rome, I'll give it to you. And I literally I typed out a little email to the guy. I told him the exact same story that I told you about driving out to Poway to go see Sublime. And he's like, dude, you won hands down, because I'm against all these millennials like, oh, my dad likes Sublime, and I thought one of their songs was cool. That's what I was up against. I actually had some kind of hands in. I won. I got the backstage pass, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna go with my favorite band, Sublime, whatever, and tell them how they influenced me, and I learned how to sing and play. It's funny because the first time that I went out to a bar to sing and play, I wasn't nervous. I felt confident that I knew the songs, and they're great songs. So it was going to be, it was an open mic, and I was going to do 2 songs. Well, you're not always as good as you think you are, and especially when I was starting out. And it turned out that one of my best friends from middle school, Craig Blackwood, was in the audience, and I'd seen him right before, and we hadn't seen each other in 30 years, 20 years, and he, of course, I get up there, and and I'm singing halfway through the first song, he starts going, roar, 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 roar. Which is funny because like when I was playing, I was very into guitar, 15 or 13 and 14. He actually gave me like an amp, and he was real supportive of my playing. But he was really razzing me, and I'm like, oh man, God, Craig here. It was funny. Anyway, so Craig Blackwood, the family had a very large ranch, not far from where I am here. They're in Pinellas Park. I was trying to get into Pinellas Park High School, where he was zoned for, but they denied my appeal because it was out of my area. It was one of these new schools, and it actually had air conditioning. It was enclosed, which my school, Clearwater High School, didn't have no air conditioning. It was terrible. Anyway, so they didn't let me in there. And then I believe that when he was there, they had one of the first school shootings. One of my friends was talking about it today. So whatever that was. But all the people I hung out with were at Pinellas Park High School. And I tried to get in there. But yeah, he really gave it to me good. It's funny. He is a hilarious guy. Craig is awesome. I have no idea what Kane has talked about this whole time. Most people don't. I'll mumble my way through a lot of stuff. I'm not a great storyteller, but I like to share. And if you do pick it up, you've probably been watching the show and got a little bit more history with it. Mittens for Kittens. If you're tired of the loud sounds of your cat's paws going across the coffee table, you need Mittens for Kittens. I played that clip from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, on her Mittens for Kittens one time in an earlier purge. She got a real kick out of it. She's like, oh my gosh. Tony, that's funny you bring that up. I was just singing. I've been going, and okay, I have a list of the cover songs because I want to play this bar here practically a block away from my house. It's called The Tap. I guess it's called the Niagara Tap. It's a very serious musical place. They have a very nice stage, all the equipment and everything. Responsible, respected biker adults, whatever, that go there on the regular. People that have money can eat and drink that love music. I didn't think much of it. It's another bar right here. But when I was doing Uber Eats, they had something called the Tap Fest. Dude, they had, like, it was Metallica playing there with the stage, I forgot what they called those grid things, lighting, like they were on tour, the whole nine, and I'm driving by, and they're playing, like, Scorpions and Dio, and the guy's not missing a lick. He's probably playing it better than those guys could, because they're all wasted back then. And I'm like, damn. So I'm like, okay, that's steps of the game. Turns out on March 28th, they're going to have another Tap Fest, which is like 6 months later. But this one's going to be like a Leonard Skinner band. It's not going to be the fancy Ronnie James Dio stuff. Someone gave me what? Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Megs. I'm so grateful for the donations. I have to change my bank account with Uber or YouTube to get my payment money, because it's been like 6 months since I've broken the $100 threshold that you have to get to pay. And if I don't have my full middle name on the debit card, they won't pay me. They won't use that account. And I closed the one that's associated with Google. Yeah, March 28th, if you want to come to I've thought, with as much as I've been practicing and stuff like that, that I would be ready to do, as much goal that I've got the guitars fixed, I got the amps fixed. I thought I'd be ready like next week to go there and play, and I'm like, yeah, probably not. Because I did a list of cover songs, and it was 60 songs. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to listen to these in the car while I'm Ubering. I'll learn the lyrics. I'll be more familiar with the chord changes. And I was like, okay, I did that. I listened to everything from Coldplay and Imagine Dragons and country stuff and Pink Floyd. I learned the Pink Floyd one. I worked on that really well. I have my own thing because I have this thing that Rockford has loaned me, and it's a looper pedal. And it's a little bit tricky to learn how to use it. This is a real simple one, but basically you play your chord change. You hit the button, you play your chord changes, and then right before the first chord of the next riff, and then it'll repeat those chord changes, so I can do the awesome blues guitar solo stuff that I do, and I don't have to worry about playing the chords at the same time because I can almost do it. Like some of these guys that can play a melody and the bass line, the chords, and all that stuff. I'm more simple man. I'm simple Jack. You make me happy. So anyway, I have a trafficking story about the Imagine Dragons. I'm not going to get into it. Oh no, it's 27 Pilots. Anyway, different story. This girl came in with her father to Sam Ash. I ended up going to record at his house. He had a few daughters that were like out of the foster care system. Anyway, I won't get into that. He was a racist dude though, very racist. We call this thing Southern Sounds. No, I'm doing alright, Mex. I'm really excited to get to what we're getting to. So I'm gonna. Anyway, so this is a looper. Rockford says if I go and audition over at his house, that maybe I could be in the Kyle Gass project, and he'll play drums for me at the tap. So all we need is this, me, my voice, and the rock. And so we'll see how it goes. Like I said, it's the dive bar tour of Pinellas County. Grandpa sings. If you're over 50. But here's the thing. Once I started playing some of these songs, I'm like, I can't sing that part. I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like Morgan Wallen. I can do parts of it and it sounds okay once I get it down. But then, you're like, I'm going to need some whiskey glasses. Oh, I can't find the tree. I can't do it. It's just I'm gonna make a fool of myself. And if I don't practice the vocal thing every day, I lose it. It's just like with chords and me dumb stuff. Smart very much. So I have to stay at it. I have to train my vocal. But when I have it, I feel very comfortable with it. And people have told me that they like my voice. And then I can throw in my my original songs, which I love, and I have Mrs. Potts's written, and I did tell Twiz I cheated a little bit because I was kind of writer's block, and I gave the idea of Love Letters from the FBI, and this is 2 months ago. I was choking up till about a month ago to write the lyrics, and it didn't write an exact song the way I wanted it, but it had stuff. I get tripped up on stuff because I'm like, okay, what do you rhyme with Love Letters from the FBI for the chorus? And it threw all this other stuff. I kept saying, oh, I'm going to die, I can fly, don't be so shy, look out for Chief Fry. I was like, trying to, and you try to incorporate the Idaho4 stuff and you start sounding like a clown. I want this to be a kick-ass. And it came up with like, oh, I go by the mailbox and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, oh. But I had to reword a phrase or two here and there. But for the most part, it's like a serious... It's probably going to triple platinum. Kid Rock has been knocking on my door. And it's going to be a great song. And I have the chord changes. I tweaked them a little bit. Really good. So, anywho... where was I going? So I like being on, say, even if I get $20 and a beer, it's better than making $100 doing Uber because I'm getting rewarded for a talent that I have that people, they don't boo me off the stage. And so, that's the goal, and I'm this close to getting there. I'm very happy. It's taken a lot of work for me to get it back. So, so I have Pink Floyd. I was, you guys, able to get, you can't see it, it's too dark over there, but I was able to get, I think I told you last time that I have just this little, is it a Fender amp that has all of the cool effects and sounds of like Slash and Soundgarden, and you just, it's a Black Hole Sun, literally. Okay, click on that preset, it sounds like, and so here's the ones that are working for me. And I'm actually able to do, for some reason, some songs I can sing in a higher register, but I have a very low, not a low voice, but a limited range that's right in the middle. Purple Rain, which is a showstopper, right, if you do it right. Pink Floyd The Wall, which has 3 different parts if you listen to the album. The first part just being digital delay, like echo, and going that kind of thing. So I play the on the little looper pedal, and then it frees me up to do the cool, the little acoustic girl that plays with all the melodies and the bass lines on my guitar, while the repetitive, boring stuff is on here. And then you get Rockford, who kicks ass on the drums, and we got something. So we'll see. And then if my voice holds up, you guys you can say you knew me when, So, I'm excited for that. Yeah, I've been practicing hard. If you don't, I went barely a year without even picking up the guitar. Once, it's like riding a bike, though. If you were Lance Armstrong, you get pretty close to being Lance Armstrong. I was no Eddie Van Halen or anything, but I think a level above most people. Now, some of these kids are insane. There's no touching them. But that has all the sounds built in. It's just a little small bar, so I can get up there and do the little grandpa stuff. So, I am gonna. My plan was to cook the fish sticks and eat them in front, because they're actually really good fish sticks. I think they're government issued fish sticks, which is when I posted that meme for you. That's what I was hoping somebody was like, yeah, but I think Tony was the actual one that guessed it was fish sticks before Lucy. All right, so there's my life going on. It'll be fun. I will live stream as much of the first show that I do. I'm going to do a preliminary one to go into this app. They have a little hookah bar there's barely anybody over there, but they have all kinds of little sand dune buggy rentals, which I don't know. People come here and they think we ride around on donkeys, and so they rent these little e-scooters and go around the beach, and it's like, you're getting run off the road by a Cadillac, kid. What are you doing? Sorry, I have a Van Halen clip I'm going to play for you in a minute, Meg. You were asking about it. French toast sticks. They did look like French toast sticks. I had them, though. They were really good. Fish sticks have a little too much bread, but I just wanted to make sure that I was allowed to have them, that I wasn't being followed back to the store because they're only for kids kind of thing. So apparently the grocery store did not have that in the budget to follow me home with the fish sticks and make sure the kids only were eating them. So, all right. Anyway, French toast sticks, man. I think Burger King still has those things, don't they? My buddy used to say Burger King is not food. Burger King 10 times better than McDonald's. I'll tell you that. And you can still get a cup of soft serve ice cream, 75 cents at people. And every time when I take my mom out for a big date at Kohl's, and she charges the Kohl's warehouse for 3 hours when my sister says she can barely walk anymore, I'm like, she wore me out in the first hour. I'm like, I'm going to be sitting on the dad bench outside. It's weird, it's creepy, because when the girls come walking up, you're just, and I don't sit there and fool around on my phone. Like, I tried to play Injustice for a little while, and I'm like texting people like 700 characters because it was doing dual things. I'm doing the up, down, left, right, in and out for Injustice, the video fighting game, and it's texting my buddy at the same time. Thankfully, it was my buddy and not like my lawyer or something. Anyway, so I'm sitting on the dad bench, and the pretty girls come walking up, and I'm just staring straight ahead with my big fat belly hanging out over there waiting for my mom. and they get creeped out. So it's like, whatever. Dad, divorced dad bench, perv bench, whatever it is. And the thing about my mom is she's like, okay, I'm here, and finally this time she had a goal. Kohl's gift her. All she ever wants to do is buy presents for me. And my brother and my sister and I, we don't need anything. I'll get you some. Mom, get yourself a nightgown. Get some. Finally, after she did shopping or whatever for a while, she was looking for her stuff, and she went. She's like, I want bra panties or whatever. And maybe because I'm talking about it, he's coming up my feed. You guys were picking on me last time, but if I'm like, Mom, these are the dresses. Right here is the petites and stuff. So I guide her over there, because I'm trying to move this thing along. And I go outside, I come back in, and I don't know how she does it. Every time I take her, she's 5 foot, red hair though, bright red hair. You guys have seen pictures of her. I'll see her for a little while. She'll have the card. She'll stay in the same place for an hour. I go outside and come back. She's still there. I go outside and come back, and then she's gone. Gone. I'll walk the whole store 7 times. Never in the fitting room. This time I found her in the fitting room. I don't know how she literally magically is disappearing and wearing store camouflage like they did for the 112 cam. Alright, so anyway, let's get back to the show. What else we got here today? Disable the new device. So that's that. He does get into how you fight the cops and fight Amazon, and it's just like, don't put your information out. It's just you already know this stuff. So it wasn't a big answer thing, but it did bring up a great point. I like that guy.
Real quick, what's the prices here on these 3 machines we've seen, Keith?
This one's list price at $49.99. This one goes for $95 or $11 grand, depending on the drive.
Kevin?
This is $79.99 without modem, 2 megabytes, 40 megabyte hard disk, and $84.99 with.
Well, this is equivalent to an IBM AT. This is a 12 megahertz 286. It's got a 287 socket. It's got a 20 megabyte hard drive, a 3.5-inch floppy. This is an EGA compatible screen. It's got 16 grayscales. On the back here, you got all your standard ports. There's external video for an EGA monitor, 2 serial ports. It's also got a space here for a modem, which would be this kind of modem here.
In addition to the desktop features like removable keyboard and all the ports and full complement of memory, we have a tremendously viewable fluorescent screen here. And if you notice, I'm running Microsoft Windows and Excel here, and the spotting of the cursor is something that does move quite well across the screen.
Real quick, what's the prices here on these 3 machines we've seen, Keith?
This one's list price at $49.99. This one goes for $95 or $11 grand, depending on the drive.
Kevin? This is $79.99 without modem, 2 megabytes, 40 megabyte hard disk, and $84.99 with.
Well, this is equivalent to an IBM AT. This is a 12 megahertz.
So obviously that clip was for Twiz, but that is real. I mean, these guys are like some kind of creepy spooks out of some 80s movie. 11 grand though for that laptop. I don't know if you guys caught it, but Apple released a $699 laptop recently, which is turning the whole thing on its ear. Of course, most people don't even use a computer anymore. You can do most of the stuff more easily on a tablet, I feel, but also on. Look at what progress a desktop computer made for our Audrey at Glitch DNA. I mean, she's going to be on the talk show circuit, on the cover of Newsweek. She is a hobbyist, which is wild. She's a science hobbyist for DNA. She just loves talking about DNA, and she's like, dude, these guys are 100% fucking up my Pokemon here. And so she called Twiz, like, what computer do I get? And he's like, oh, get this, this, and this. And of course, not being there with her, she did most of the legwork herself, did all her stuff. So we're really proud of her. I've seen her, like, she was on Johnny Carson, I think, last week. Really crazy. Yeah, Linux. Okay, so Linux is based on a program that came out when they were writing the first Xerox stuff called Unix. And so you had something that was a freeware, a shareware called Linux. And it runs like the Raspberry Pis, these little things and stuff like that now. And a lot of people will use it because the three-letter agencies can barely pull their thumb out of Pavarotti's ass to lick it. And so that gives them added security. My one buddy uses DOS or something like that. So he has security through obsolescence. But anyway, the Linux is Linux because Apple bought the free Unix. Or they stole it. I'm sorry, they didn't pay anybody for it. That's what Steve would do. And that's the basis for the operating system for the Mac operating computer. And so Linux is sort of a in-between between Windows and Macintosh. It's kind of wild. But yeah, there are programs out for it. It's all shareware and stuff like that. So is... Oh, you have an actual unit? Yeah, I had one of the original Mac 2s or something like that. I sold it. I found it, and I ended up giving it to somebody for $50, some couple. I'm like, this is not going to even really go on the internet for you. Like, oh, we don't care. It's a computer. I'm like, all right. You go on. Robert Bell, I meant to thank you for being here. I was reading your comment earlier. I appreciate you joining us today. I was like, I had nice things to say and jokes and stuff written. It never works out that way. I literally have 3 notebooks. They're the little pads of stuff that I've written out for the show before. And I went across them, I'm like, oh shit, I actually do think sometimes. 24 Ultra. Yeah, no, that's a good question. I don't know. Oh, you have a Dell touchscreen? I'd like to touch your screen. No. See, I try to be played Marietta. She's just such a powerful force. Such a beautiful unit of love. She's fantastic. I appreciate her being here. I'm not gonna dox her and her beauty, but she is. And Suzanne B. Oh my God, have you seen these ladies? Have you listened to the things they come up with? The thoughts they have is amazing. I was trying to talk to Suzanne about what we're about to get to right now last night, but I have to make an appointment if I want to talk to her. Either that or play some kind of clip like Lucy sent me the other day. That's gonna blow your mind in a minute here, but okay, I'll play this is another one where the answers are not quite as exciting as the topic.
When did the weight start piling on?
6 months ago, out of nowhere.
I gained 40 pounds in 8 months from the same problem. You need to hear this.
And guess what? Even though they don't tell
I'm sorry.
you,
Okay, we already did that. Good.
Sidewalk is-
I just wanted to close that one.
Last week I was on stage. They hit me with the spotlight and I started to walk towards it. I got a brochure in the mail for a prepaid cremation. No, it's a great deal. If you die in the fire, you get half your money back. I tried using that face aging app. They said, nah, you're good. I read that at my age, if you fall down, you're likely to fall down a second time. So if I fall down, I'm not getting up. What's the fucking point? I'm not on Twitter, but I will stop people on the street and tell them shit they're not interested in.
I watched the first few of those. He's funny. I was on stage and they shined the spotlight on me and I started walking towards it. That's funny. I like that guy. Let's keep it rolling here. I got a couple news stories that are pretty interesting. So I think it's recently the anniversary of Eddie passing. A lot of stuff's coming out. He was really good friends with Steve Lukather, who was one of my heroes also. And he would go over there and hang out at the house. And also Dweezil Zappa. There's all these great stories. But the best one for me is, Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins used to be a witch. she was literally a witch. And I think if JJ could get out of the Bison's arms right now and away from the den mother at the Girl Scout cookie place, he would tell us that maybe Corrigan is a Scientologist now. But from what I understand, he found God, and anyway. He has a podcast that, to me, it's better than Rogan. He started as like a 15-year-old kid out there writing songs, and has a catalog like just unbelievable because it's album rock. You have an entire album of stuff. Now, if you listen to Siamese Dream, I used to be a little boy, and you were trying to look at, and the sleeve has the lyrics on it, but it's like some kindergartner wrote it with Twiz's crayon on the wall, and it's this big. Okay, and you're like, my buddy's like, you might not want to sing that song out in public, Kane. And I'm like, what? No, because what it's about, like that particular one, it's like about a child having been through it, and it burned. So I didn't know that. I'd listened to the album a million times. I thought I was a little boy too, man. Whatever. Wild. And he did, Billy Corgan now has the podcast. He's found God allegedly. He did mention in the podcast that he used to be good friends with Lisa Marie Presley, who's one of the queen cuckers of the Scientologies. She got more or less chased out of Clearwater because it's Elvis's daughter or wife or whatever she was, and she had a place on Clearwater Beach, and they would just fly 15 helicopters over her house all day, every day, and just drove her nuts. So whereas Travolta and Cruz have been able to kind of stay under the radar-ish, she got chased. And so I wondered, I'm like, oh man, shut up, JJ, don't tell me. If he is, I don't want to know. But Corrigan's podcast, I forgot what it's called. It's got a cool name. Very him set. I love it. The way he dresses. The guy's like a 180 IQ. He's just absolutely one of the most fascinating people to listen to, in my opinion. And a great experience. He's just been through it. Everybody's hated him. Everybody's loved him for whatever reason. And he just takes it all and he assesses it and processes it. Anyway, Eddie Van Halen's son it's his son. It's Eddie Van Halen. It's like being George Washington's son. Eddie's never forced music on him. Like his parents made him. His mom used to whip his hands if he didn't practice the piano when they lived in Holland for Eddie and Alex, the drummer, his brother. And they became classically trained. They knew how to express themselves with the piano. Eddie didn't want to do that with Wolfie, his name, that's his son. And so he left it to his own devices. And you also have Valerie Bertinelli, the sweetest American sweetheart. The original American sweetheart, Valerie Bertinelli, that he was married to. That's his mom. And so no musical stuff coming out of there. Eddie says he was watching TV, and Wolfie was in the kitchen heating something up in the microwave. He had this button, beep, beep, beep. And, he wanted, of course, Wolfie to have an interest in music, but at 9 years old, he'd shown none. And then Wolfie started singing, I feel like chicken tonight. And Eddie's like, yes! And now Wolfie is in his 30s. He has a band that's named in honor of Eddie's band. Mammoth was the original name of Van Halen. And some other band had that name. They were playing bars. Like, they would literally play like Kool and the Gang and shit, which cracks me up. I'm trying to see David Lee Roth, doing YMCA. And he's like, hilarious. But they were making money. So he has like a couple of hit songs. It's his own thing, and people are always like, "Oh, but your dad, he can play Eruption just like his dad. He can play Mean Streets just like it." But that's not his thing. He has his own kind of. It's rock, but it's alternative. Hour-long interview, Billy Corgan, and I highly, if you care about that stuff at all, or you just like to watch a good interview, check out the one with Wolfie Van Halen. They get into it, and he's like, I promise I'm not going to badger you about your dad. I know everybody's comparing you to him all the time. And he actually does exactly that, which is going to be the tendency of anybody. But at about 3/4 of the way through, man, Billy Corgan had hung out with Eddie. Now, the first time, I guess, he had started doing interviews with other musicians back, what was it, early 2000s. And that's how he met Eddie. And he was interviewing him, and Eddie wasn't taking it seriously. He didn't know who the hell he was. And he goes, do you play? And Billy Corgan's like, I'm a player too. Of course, Eddie Van Halen, which is weird for California because alternative independent guys, they when I would talk to them, they'd be like, fuck Eddie Van Halen, whatever. But Billy Corgan had an amazing amount of respect for Eddie. So he's doing this interview with him, right? And he's like, where's your... Eddie's like, oh, you do play? Here, come check out my rig. And Billy Corgan walks over to the amp, grabs a guitar, He's ready to show Eddie Van Halen what he can do. And he goes, where's your distortion pedal? And he's like, I never used one. And he makes it sound like, oh, I don't use it. He overdrives his amp. He does it all internally. He solders all the crap. But anyway, he's like, no, it's all in your fingers. I mean, you can't get that distortion sound for, whatever songs from just your fingers. He can obviously make it sound killer with his fingers, but they started talking about their own personal experience. And Eddie was this virtuoso, changed electric guitar as coined by one other musician, but he was also just this electric ball of energy with the biggest smile, all this, positive stuff. Nobody's perfect. He had times and he went through stuff, but they both, 3/4 of the way through, first Wolfie, Niagara Falls. And I'm just going, okay, I got to pause it right here. I'm pausing it. And he could be some cokehead on his dad's yacht in Barbados, but he understands the importance of making a living for yourself, and he's driven not just by I love to make music, I love to make my dad proud, but to also support his lifestyle, and so that breaks Billy down, and so now they're both, and I was just like, fuck this, Billy, you fucker. I was like, I wanted to hate you, and so I actually, I left a long comment on that particular video for him if you want to check it out and read it. But what are you going to tell Billy Corgan? I'm like, you're great. What do you want me to say? Your albums are memories of my life, of my favorite time when I lived in California. Yet Siamese Dream came out, and I'm like, oh, this album rocks, dude. I don't know what independent music is, but this is perfect from beginning to end. The album. And then little girlfriend is another ex-girlfriend story. Heidi, this gorgeous girl, had this boyfriend she lived with 2 doors down across the alley. I thought it was awesome. Her perfect 10, this little girl came home with the record. Melancholy and Infinite Sadness. It has Tonight. It has Bullets for Butterflies, which is Despite All My Rage. I'm trying to get... It starts off with this sissy-ass piano instrumental. And I'm like, fuck. They've ruined the Pumpkins. How do you go from Tangerine Dream or Siamese Dream or whatever to this? And I'm ready to walk out, and then Tonight comes on. And I'm like, whoa, shit. And we listened to that album all summer. I almost hooked up with her, but then my damn buddy ruined it like he did with my other girlfriend. He was one of these Italian guys, whatever. I don't know, I just worry. I got 7 inches, and that's big for a knife. Okay, I don't care what any of you say. So I tried to incorporate as much detail that I feel like he would actually be interested in read. He did not. There was 500 comments. He did not respond to it, unfortunately. I was like, maybe he'll subscribe to The Purge and I'll have Billy Corrigan on the show. But yeah, he is really, really... He also does great artwork, that type of thing. Anyway, so there's my rant. Rest in peace, Eddie. This was at Sue Lukather's house, and he's just a funny, lovable guy. Now, one of my dreams is always to have met him. I think that the fantasy is probably going to be better. By working at the music store, though, I did talk for long periods of time, because you're just hanging around in a music store with people that did actually meet him and hang out with him. One of the funnier stories was he had a pickup truck, and he took his guitar to the bathroom with him. He was never away from his guitars. Well, if you had one of his guitars, it's worth like $500,000. But he's got $50,000 of them that he built himself. And he's like, yeah, no, we went down to the beach and Ed grabbed the guitar and just threw it in the back of the pickup truck. He's like, Eddie, man, this thing's worth like tons of money. He's like, it's just a piece of wood, man. I was like, that's really cool. So that's one of my favorite stories from a customer at St. Lars there. Let's see here.
You can see there's little holes in there. And so what we're going to try and do is we're going to put some of this liquid into the little holes.
Okay.
In the gel.
How long did it take you to get good at this?
I don't know, a couple months.
Months? Oh, okay.
It's hard.
I believe in you, though. You got
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
You try it a couple times.
Yeah.
So you can see
That's
this little...
so, that little dot, that is what we're working with. Okay. And I'm doing that? Okay.
Put the little tip into the liquid and then release it. Yeah, so now it's in the pipette. You did good there. And then you're just gonna really slowly try and put it into that next well. I actually think most of it made it in. Yeah, you actually I think got most of it.
Most of it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
then I will load a sample and then we can run this and see. We can see later if it actually
Do I
works.
need to change my major?
Yeah, sure.
So here that now, instead of outsourcing their doctored DNA, they're training the students to falsify it in their own school now. And secondly, all these clips are so creepy, man. Wild that they would... University of Idaho tries to bill itself as a science school. Boise is kind of considered one. University of Idaho is more like if you're talking about steaks and cows and stuff, like then you have some bovine science, like how much square area does a cow's fart take up? Then you go to University of Idaho because the rest of the time they're drinking and they're not in school and doing all kinds of shit. Let me get you up on the chat, you guys. I'm sorry it's buried behind the thing. But yeah, wild. 3K for a phone, damn. Yeah, I was excited for Audrey to catch this clip if she had not. Welcome back, Lizzie and Billy. Good to see you. Amy Conway. There you are. I finally got you all to myself. I've never paid over $100 for a phone. Fortunately, I'm very happy with the one I have. But yeah, I know it's no... the only problem I had was, I'm hoping it's the cable, but I don't think it has because I switched it out a couple times. With the USB port. It's not that it doesn't charge well, but if I plug it into the car, the map from Uber pops up on my little 7-inch screen in the car, and I don't have to fuck with the phone. And I don't even have a holder for it. I just throw it in the seat. But if I touch the phone, the cable goes kabonk. The map on there goes off. The customer thinks I'm a twerp. It's a whole thing. Anyway. Yeah, that's my problem for throwing it around like that. Let's see. Yeah, how's she doing? So they don't look back once we get it. Once we introduce them to the public. I talked to Jen I had to literally force my way into her office last night. She was watching some new show on HBO with the guy from Ant-Man, I think, or whatever. I won't even tell you the new show, but it was sexual. I'm like, oh, is it with the one with the double DP? So, anywho, moving on. I thank you guys, everybody. And if I know that when I tell you that I have something, that the people that know me and trust me and have been here since whenever, since they was kids, are going to be here to hear this. And I'm glad it's you. If you're watching this in the replay, thank you for being here also as well. Let's get into my whole dissertation. I'm just going to skip. Let me see if I have anything. What is this? Sebastian Bach banged. Oh, tried to bang. And said he banged, I think, Christina Applegate when she was 17. He did not. She was glad because she was sickened. He was 28. She was 17. She left Brad Pitt to hang out with Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach then thought he was the coolest thing. The guy's a giant asshole. But anyway, Brad Pitt forgave her. But she was sickened because he had a kid and a wife and all that crap back then. So I'll skip over that one. I didn't really skip over it much. Anyway, so he was the singer of some rock band. He's a total douche. This one's wild. I want to play this. We'll come back to it though. I didn't know if I'd have to put in like fiberglass for filler on the purge here. But that's a I-5 killer that was a football player, killed a bunch of people. But now they are very public about the long-haul trucker serial killers, and I think it's going to tie into what we're about to get to. I keep saying we're about to get to, and I'm doing my best, Twiz, to jump through these hoops. Well, okay, here's a skateboarding thing. And it goes down the hill. There you go. It's pretty wild. Go do something else. And if it gets too... Yeah, don't skateboard. It's dangerous. Alright, and then
as a man, this is all we need.
Women hate barn dominiums. Let me tell you why. Men design homes that are functional. Barn dominiums are functional. Everything a man needs can be within 800 square foot. Got a full kitchen right here with all my food. Got my king-size bed. Got some toys in the corner. Big screen TV. Even got my washing machine and dryer in my bathroom so I can just fold things up when I'm done. Get right on a hanger. And when I get done with my bubble bath, just hop right in, take a shower because I like bubble baths. Makes sense, right? Just like this towel. Haven't washed.
You guys were wondering what JJ's previous, the guy had JJ's job previously looked like. This is him, the guy who wouldn't leave, the caretaker. No, this is barn dominiums, barns where I guess that's the kind of the setup they have over there in Montana, and they Airbnb billionaires in to go jerk cows off all day long with JJ. That's literally how it's built in the brochure. Check it for yourself. So yeah, and Twiz will love this. The Bible itself says something interesting in relation to this. If this lady did a TikTok and she's like, we have this beautiful house, I'm a gorgeous lady, blah 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 blah. Why is my husband in the garage? And she walks out the garage. He's got like a 100-inch or 70-inch TV in the garage. Washer dryer right there, car right there. He's got this beautiful couch, this beautiful. And in the Bible, it says the most cursed man is the man with the argumentative wife or something along those lines. You know, it's the worst torture. You know, some woman that's just constantly, and so you're just going to be out the garage. That's why these barn dominiums are great. Suzanne B. I just like saying it. Suzanne and Kane B. The double B. Yeah, I have I don't know if we'll get to the Lucy clip. I did send it to Suzanne B. So her nut is correct on that one. It is a friggin' hell of a clip, though. I'm like, dude, Lucy, go feck yourself, because honestly, I've done 1,000 body cam of some of the greatest things. 7-Eleven temperature challenge with John Correa over there at Active Self Protection, stuff that I thought I had, the whole thing in the pocket. And I'm just hanging out the other day, and I get this text from Lucia. So, okay, it's a body cam. Where do you see it? I'm like, you got the golden hanger of the award. She's now in the Rock and Roll History Museum in Ohio for sending me this clip. I'm like, holy shit, dude. This is nuts. And it's not till you see the I'll email it to myself and we'll watch it. I wanted to do the backwards stuff with Bill Thompson today. I didn't obviously have time. This is more important. So thank you again for hanging out as long as you have, putting up with my chicanery. Let's get down to the business as soon as these last clips are just 5 more. Damn! I pack these things just in case, because, sometimes Twitter's like, Kane, go live again. And I've been live for 7 hours. And I'm like, okay, I have to do whatever Twitch tells me to do. It's in our contract, So it's like, fuck, I'm always ready. Because I don't want to have dead air and be on.
Okay, so Chris is like 6'8". He's 6'7.5". Like,
all right, I wanted to play this for Dave. I cannot stand David Grohl. I hate him. I don't know what it is about him. He rubs it wrong. And so I finally see what people see in me when they first meet me. But he's talented, amazing guy. I'm sure.
Yeah, fuck, big dude. And he plays these basses. They weigh like 75 pounds, and he's so huge that it's like an RD.
They're telling some story. The guitar player for the bass player for Nirvana was 6'8", threw up the bass, got lost in the lights, hit himself in the head. They thought he was dead. When he went back to the dressing rooms because he never came back to the show. They find him and he's drinking and getting wasted. See, it wasn't that fun. All right, so anyway, let's. I'm gonna shut it down. If we need to get back to these 4, whatever the hell they are, I'm sure they're not solving rocket surgery or anything. So let's get to. Oops, shit, I can't do that. Let's get to the real Kane Bee fun here, and you guys can. I mean, this might be my Ziz moment of Tommy Jude. I'm not going to put myself, I'm not trying to say I solved the case. I feel that this would check all the boxes, and I've seen it. I believe these people, and you'll see. The one thing I will tell you right away is they interview and they, in the publications of psychologists, I don't know if it's necessarily psychiatrists also, they totally bash these people that are saying this, discredit them. And like, you just need to give them some Xanax or whatever it is. Which we clearly see in Idaho, right? So I'm just like, okay, there, boom. This is blatant. It's very blatant. And they have this guy who's like the poster child of it. That's like, oh yeah, these people are all crazy for saying these kind of things. And they imagine stuff and blah, blah, blah. Well, they're not imagining shit. It's like that one time I caught the cop from Pinellas County Sheriff. I was sitting there listening to music, and I'm like, something's not right. And I hadn't finished building the studio yet. Now, like I said, that was not Zone Clearwater Police. It was Pinellas County Sheriff, because it's a county land. Got a weird feeling. Ran through my unfinished framed control room for the studio. Went outside. Saw a Pinellas County Sheriff coming from my wall outside, right where I was sitting, with some device. It was a vacuum cleaner. I don't know, some kind of wall-looking through device. To his car, his SUV, which was parked in front of the dumpster, which was right in front of the next room of my building at 4 in the morning. Watching everything that I was doing. I'm like, I caught him and he ran from me. Just because I had a feeling, and I didn't hear a noise, nothing. So that was, when you find stuff, occasionally these people do this, and you stumble upon something, but they're very good at it. So let's get into the first one. Is going to kind of wet your feet, and then the next 2 you'll see. Okay, I see what Kane is saying. Maybe or maybe not. Some of you have had some type of experience. I've heard this. It's now like the new little catchphrase out there in the worlds of the tubes of you and in social media. Like chicanery was, or I'm sorry, charcuterie. These types of things pop up and they become trendy. This was, I grabbed on both rails of this one right away because I'm like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And then I'm like, me. But sometimes it's got to be about you. Of I. And I was like, click, click, click. So here, enough ado about nothing. You let me know. It's called Gang don't let the reason that I haven't
Snap your W2.
mentioned it to you guys before, and I apologize for dragging it out. I'm not trying to string anybody along with it. The reason that I didn't really mention it is because of the name. Gang stalking is misleading. It's not like the Crips and Bloods are stalking you. It's not like the cartels are necessarily stalking you. The best example that I could probably use as an acronym for the gang stopping, I know Authy would love it, gang stopping, is that it's a group of people either using electronic devices, high-tech government electronic equipment, cameras, and they, one of the clips coming up that you'll see is called Gang Stalking, is one of the whistleblower guys that left the group, and hopefully, you know, some guy, I sent this to Jen, and, you know, she was watching her movie, so she didn't quite grip it. I don't know how Lucy feels. I can't really see the chat. I'm going to take a look because it's flying by. He says that one of the whistleblower guys, he says that at any time, for certain people, they would have up to 50 people watching them. Not in general, like you're on call. At one shift, 50 people, and these people would get weird feelings. Okay, just as a little teaser taste. I'm sorry, my mouse is so slow I can't even get the chat. I'm gonna start heating up some fish chicks too while this first one plays. So good night, Marietta Rosa. Thank you so much. This is the best part. I hope you can stick around for at least the first video, unless you know I've insulted you. That is Tony. You nailed. You always get it good. Is with these people. Yes, you are stalking people, and now here's, I'm going to just cut right to the chase because Marietta's going to bed. But basically, it's not because they don't have anything better to do than sit there on social media and find you and dox you and fuck with you and troll you or follow you around and fuck with your kids. It's because they have an objective. And these are regular people or police are involved. They act like police, but there are indications that they're doing like the MK Ultra. They're doing whispers into your head, you know. And apparently, just as an example, one person that they were doing this to killed 12 people at their behest. So just to, you know, there's the ball out of the park. Okay, so the details are all that matters with this. And I hopefully, you know, everybody else, all the other guys that watch this, that make videos, you know, can build on it. But I feel like it's once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? So here we go. I hope so. I don't think you can go wrong.
And file your taxes
with this
100%.
one. Let me get. This is the first. I have two lead ups. These aren't the clips yet. Let me play these because this first one, it has nothing to do with it. But this is from. Let me get to my settings here. This is from Lucy Morningstar's actual high school, where she was at a basketball game and she started talking smack to the other team, and you'll see what happens here. It's just wild. I mean, people have no common sense whatsoever anymore. It's nuts. And so, you know, I just wanted to kind of build up. These are really 2 or 3 good clips, and then I have the lead-in clip. And here we go. So, wait. Match title, but there's the audio. And check this out.
State of Arkansas, and everyone's involved.
This is actually Pavarotti's alma mater. Can you guys see? I can't see if you can see. Okay, yeah. This fight breaks out, and it looks like
some people trying to hold others back. You get it. How do we even break that up? It's like an oil fire. You got to let it burn out on its
People
own.
just get tired and eventually they're just like, they fall on the ground. Is that how it ends?
I don't know, man. I've never seen one of these in person, but I assume it ends when actually it goes pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
There's usually some gunshots, and that's when it really spreads. Otherwise, it's a fight.
That's when people scatter. Maybe a cop should just shoot in the air.
This was in the state of Arkansas.
Let me just play the.
Everyone's involved.
You see cops.
So yeah, it just reminded me. Sorry, I didn't have it on the screen there. That I had when I pulled the other one up. It was blocking my cock. It looks like that scene in the church out of what was that English movie twist? Damn it, I just said it. The Kingsman, where they just start shooting each other, and these are the adults at the basketball game. That's what we've kind of devolved into, and yeah, it's no coincidence that Pavarotti over there is from Arkansas, I believe. So it's all his fault. I'm just kidding. But yeah, has he doubled down on? He is friends with Steve G. Is the truth. It's like calling the kettle the pot, and so you find roaches in the pot. Call Lucy.
If you haven't noticed, it's a little more than breezy outside. Ah! Your mind will be blown at some of the wind speeds that we've seen today. We'll start with Boise, which had a 47-mile-per-hour wind gust. Pretty significant considering our highest ever recorded in the month of March is 58 miles per hour. The highest wind gust I saw across the treasure.
Yeah, this is an Idaho reporter, and then I liked the one where they were like, "Oh, the winds are terrible in Florida. It's a hurricane," and then some guy walks behind them. I don't know why I put that in there. I was hoping she'd call me. Okay, then we'll get back to this one. This one has a piece of the kind of the thing and the thing. Not this one, the next one.
Anyways, fled the United States for who knows what reason.
I don't know why you got to keep talking about it.
Floods in the UK.
Yeah,
the one that she just went to. This story.
The next one, though.
If conspiracies are not getting censored, then why are the only books on extremely controversial conspiracy topics the ones with prices like this, making them almost impossible to investigate? Let me show you. A Nation Betrayed by Carol Rutz. Apparently, she was sold to the CIA at a young age, and for 12 years they were doing ritual programming, MK Ultra to her to try to split her mind into multiple different personalities. And so this book would be her testimony with declassified documents proving that MK Ultra was real, that the government was experimenting on children to essentially create assassins or spies.
Alright, so there's a little something, just an accoutrement to the steak. This is Lucy's house. Paramedics and cops legally can't help
They
me.
had the audacity to tell me to just ignore these people stalking me. They relentlessly poisoned me when I went overseas to Turkey, and even in the past when I went with my dad. They stole shit from my bag. They tried to steal my debit cards while I was on my plane on the flight to Turkey. They relentlessly deprived me of food while I was in Turkey, and I just found out last night that they stole my business license document in order for me to legally work as a tarot reader. So this is what happens when you're being targeted. They set you up in any way possible, and you guys have the audacity to tell me to just ignore these people. Their whole life is dedicated to ruining somebody's life. There is a network of people that are dedicated to ruin people's lives for profit under this fraudulent surveillance program.
So there's that. There's a group of people, and it's not like you can go and be like, oh, the PTA moms at Pleasant Valley are out to ruin people's lives, and they do it in various ways, or they're out to get you to do stuff for them. Anyway, so these people are very excited because, for one, most people are not believing. They're saying that they watch too much YouTube.
On tonight's edition of The Insiders, we investigate the phenomenon of
I gotta use
stalking.
the 10-100. I'll be right back.
ABC 27's Paula
Check this out. Make sure you watch
examines the events
this
that
one's
led
light.
one man
The next
taking
one's
the
better.
gun on FSU's
This is
campus
the
and
info.
opening fire.
November 20th, 2014. Today, many will never forget in Tallahassee and beyond. What started out as a night of studying in a college library turned to tragedy because of one man Myron May believed he was a victim of gang stalking. Well, tonight you'll hear from May in his own chilling words, pleading for anyone to understand him as we examine just what is gang stalking.
Kind of my last words. It's really unfortunate that I have to make this video. You see, I am a victim of covert harassment and electronic harassment and gang stalking. I'm what's called a targeted individual.
On November 20th, 2014, 31-year-old Myron May walks into Strozier Library on the campus of Florida State University and opens fire. 3 people are injured. May tries to leave campus, and a shootout with police in front of the library ends violently. The medical examiner confirming May was shot 24 times by police.
For now, things seem to be back to normal on campus. Students have fallen back into their routines, but it was here not so long ago on a tragic night that has many wondering what could make a man snap and lose control.
What causes a seemingly well-liked guy to plan a mass murder? Is it mental illness, or as many suggests, being a victim of gang stalking?
The goal of gang stalking is literally to drive a targeted individual crazy.
If you search gang stalking on the internet, you can find thousands of people all over the world describing similar circumstances. Those who feel they are victims of gang stalking truly believe people are out to get them.
They employ isolation tactics. They basically try to convince your family, your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers that they should be keeping an eye on you.
In a 2-hour video diary that May released before the shooting, he explains how and when he started to believe he was a targeted individual.
The constant bout of noise that is never ending is designed to keep the targeted individual on edge.
In September of 2014, while May was living in Las Cruces, New Mexico, he filed a police report. In the incident report, May told police that someone put a camera in his apartment and that he was hearing voices coming through the walls. May began to believe family and friends were in on the conspiracy to make him crazy.
I am totally not crazy. I'm completely sane, but they've employed these tactics against me as well to try to make me appear to be a crazy person.
Tyrone Dew, an advocate and victim of gang stalking, says it's hard to prove that gang stalking is not just in your mind.
It's virtually impossible to be able to tell that someone is being attacked because we cannot see these weapons that are being used against you. We can only see the direct effects, and these effects, really seem like symptoms.
And what unfolded that Thursday morning in November is testimony of just how bad those suffering from mental illness can get. Through the entire process, Myron May believed he was being stalked.
There has been a shooting in the library. Stay where you are.
Father, forgive me for what I'm about to do. Forgive me for all of my sins. Past sins, present sins, any future sins. I'm sorry that my faith was so weak. Amen. That is the end of my personal story.
As for one of May's victims, Ronnie Ahmed, who's now paralyzed as a result of the shooting that night, well, he's back in school and moving on with his life.
Okay, I need to actually watch, but hopefully, let me look at the chat. I'm sure if you guys are checking out or you're hanging in. You guys like, okay, so yeah, what you have. Hey, Brian Todd, how are you? Welcome in. Hopefully, you saw a couple things pop up. One of them, Toes. What's up, my man? We missed you on Jage's show the other day. I was hoping you were going to join us. Faces of Death. Is that it's very difficult. They call them TRs, I guess. Whatever, TCs, TIs. The people that are the victims of this thing. And they have the experts, the doctors on their side. I don't know if that was the one they showed the psychologist talking. I don't think it was. That's coming up. But he is like, yeah, no, these people are crazy. They're all making this up. It's all imagination. And so these people are having wild stuff. And it's a whole array of shit that they're doing to these people. And they go and go see a psychiatrist about it. And the psychiatrist says, yeah, here, take some Thorazine. You're nuts. And so they can't, and the shit keeps happening. Like, is somebody standing here? You're honest here. Holy shit. Pardon me, I'm sorry. I mean, what the crap. Thank God you're here. Welcome in. Good to see you, hon. I have, what you call it, this is it. So here we go. That's a little taste. If anybody picked up on anything in that, it's, you have, Brian Koberger was autistic. So obviously, clearly, anything that he did, he was looking at this, he looked at the wrong kind of porn, so he kills people. There's no evidence, whatever, but we have the experts that'll tell you that he did. And so that when they go to get help, they get called crazy. And so it's never able, they're so good at doing this. Let's just keep going. I have to watch to get what I picked up on it. So let's keep rocking on. I'm sorry, I had to...
If you have a story idea for...
use the restroom. But, and also, the media is downplaying, So, okay, so I think this is a video here also. Oh, this is just a toss-in. Apparently, Nancy Guthrie could have been the victim of a targeted personal grievance. So just remember the word targeted. This is what these stalking groups do. They target people, whether you are a former member, whether you're some kind of targeted. So they threw that out right there, right in the beginning of the case, just because we don't know who's in these groups. They're secret groups. Okay, so that's my point. Let's get to the next one, because it's been a whole day. My brain's going. Hopefully, okay, this is the whole thing here. Yep, next one. It's not, okay, wait. Here it is. So this part, the second part, check it out.
There has been an escalation in the number of victims voicing these complaints, both here and abroad. It's not going away. It does seem to be worsening. And the numbers of people complaining of this now cannot be explained away by any type of mental illness. John Hall, I'm a medical doctor in San Antonio, Texas, author of The New Breed, Satellite Terrorism in America. The book is about my experience with a female target in San Antonio,
Thank
Texas.
you, Pedro.
That was the victim of what we think is a satellite-based tracking and harassment system based on directed energy weaponry and electromagnetic weaponry used by the government. My impetus for writing the book was to expose the fact that this technology is being used nationwide and globally in an apparent experimental fashion to harass certain people. This started about 2006, was ongoing with the female victim that I wrote about until her name was changed and she was moved out of the city where she was being targeted. The perpetrators of the targeting were a private investigative group owned and operated by a former FBI agent who hired nothing but his relatives to work for him. We spent a lot of time doing counter surveillance on this group to make sure that we had the correct identities. Once their identities were turned into the police, they then began to target me with some stalking and break-ins into my home. They did victimize me with some stalking and some home break-ins. As of lately, they have fairly left me alone, I think due to the publicity I've gotten from the book and the screenplay that's been written on the book. The group perpetrating the attacks in San Antonio and in other Texas cities has been identified by myself and others independently of me, and is a former FBI agent running a private investigative group. I've never directly approached them, but we did spend quite a bit of money counter-surveilling them, running their plate numbers and making sure that we have legitimate identities. The private investigative group is accessing a government form of tracking technology and electromagnetic weaponry that allows them to remotely track a person, apparently via electromagnetic impulses picked up from their brain, as well as basically torture them with electromagnetic weaponry that can cause increase in heart rate, muscle twitches, heartburn, severe headache, blurred vision, and attacks on the central nervous system. This is actually being reported by approximately 300. Thousand other people nationwide. It appears to be experimental in nature. The perpetrator groups doing this type of targeting do have to be given access to this technology. This isn't technology that anyone can get online and find access to. At the very top, there are appropriate agencies collecting the data. However, at the community level in each major city, there are perpetrator groups that are pretty much allowed carte blanche to use this technology however they see fit. Some are attacking certain groups based on sexual orientation, gender, or race. Some are using it for corporate espionage. But in the grand scheme of things, as the data comes back to appropriate agencies, the mix does appear random. But as I said, there are like a group in Palm Springs that's mostly gay men being targeted. The group in San Antonio mostly uses this for harassment, for sexual assault purposes. But even though each city may have a group using it for specific reasons, in the grand scheme of things, if you look globally, it's a random sample.
So this is a blah 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 JJ rant, detail shit, right? And you know, where's it going? You know, what do you mean? Okay, yeah, they can put shit in your head, they can read your head, that type of thing. But it is going to, you'll start to click. I'm gonna preamble all this shit is that one of the victims, like I said, once in a while you have these people that are doing this masterful stalking shit, and you'll, to mess with you, pardon my French, kids go to bed. Once in a while they'll mess up. One of them messed up, and the guy who was being targeted hired like a PI or something, and that guy followed them to where, and he followed them to where they meet up at some like little cafe restaurant. He was able to just mingle right in and became a part of the stalking group. So he got all the details. So there, you'll see the whole picture here. And just this guy is, you know, all right, yeah, Binance, blah blah, Moonstone, and it all sticks start rubbing together, and we're not gonna have to chase the fire anymore. I promise you that you're going to see it. So let's keep going.
Cool. While I've only a couple of times actually tried to measure for radiation, I know several targets have actually measured for ionizing radiation or X-ray type of radiation and have found there to be ionizing radiation in their homes. I never had that experience with myself or the victim I wrote about in my book. But I have read and had reports from victims like Jesus.
That's very interesting, Pedro. And Doug, I'm sorry, I meant to say hi to you earlier. Thank you for being with us, bro. We're all chipped already? Because there was an article in the news the other day. Hopefully I'm not muted. Oh my god. Let me hide this. About corporations were putting it out there that they wanted to start chipping their employees. Okay, and that's kind of biblical stuff right there. Doug has, you know, various insights that I may not have from time to time. So thanks for sharing that. But hang in, please hang in. Don't get Kane's an idiot yet. I mean, because obviously I'm an idiot, but I didn't just fall off the turnip truck. Trust me, this is gonna be good. Where are we at? Right here. And say hello to Amelia, please, for me, Doug. And where are we at here? Man, my mouse isn't working. What did I do? Yeah. I think I need to go back. Hurry. What the world? Oh, wow, we lost the video. I was parked on it. And what does that tell you right there? Whoa, that was a fucking great video. I wish I hadn't accidentally... What? Okay, let me try to go to history and see if I can pull a Shibo Nipo. I had it for 1 fucking day, bro. Okay, here's all the video. Okay, I can pull it back up. We're good. That's... I think this is the one.
In this video, I'll give you the bulletproof way to think about your marketing budget as a contractor. I've been doing...
There has been an escalation in the number of victims.
Okay, so we were up...
complaints, both here and...
We were up here, and it's leading somewhere, y'all. Trust me, you can start being like,
this technology, this is...
Kane's actually is not totally dumb.
Technology that anyone can get online and find access to. At the very top, there are appropriate agencies collecting the data.
Okay, we got this one already.
However, at the community...
They're trying to take this one down, I'm guessing.
A couple of times actually tried to measure for radiation. I know several targets have actually measured for ionizing radiation or X-ray type of radiation and have found there to be ionizing radiation in their homes. I never had that experience with myself or the victim I wrote about in my book, but I have read and had reports from victims like Jesus Mendoza, who's mentioned in the appendix of my book, who did measure increased radiation levels in his home secondary to targeting. The perpetrator group in the San Antonio area seems to specialize in tracking and targeting single women for sexual assault. In the case of the girl in San Antonio that was written about, she was having either Rohypnol or GHB, both date rape drugs, placed into her bottled water and other food sources in her home. She was being drugged with these date rape drugs and sexually assaulted while on them. These drugs are well known to completely inhibit memory. She often thought that she was having nightmares of being raped, when in reality she was truly being sexually assaulted. This is a common finding among female targets nationwide and globally. Most of the groups that have access to this technology, while they may be using it in other means, seem to be using it for sexual assault as well. This type of targeting usually starts with organized stalking, which is stalking by individuals that are unknown to the target, unlike stalking by an ex-spouse or a loved one. This is well-organized stalking that got its debut during FBI COINTELPRO work in the 50s and 60s. It's 24/7 stalking at your home, stalking at the workplace. 24/7, we think the stalking accomplishes two things, both psychological form of warfare to put the victim, the target in a victim mindset, as well as gives them the ability to GPS the victim by location, to obviously give a remote read on some form of biometric identity, which we think is probably their EEG or brainwaves for further tracking. Other reasons that they stalk individuals that I found in communicating with over 5,000 individuals now, either by email or by phone or in person. Whistleblowers are often stalked. I've met with former NSA and former National Reconnaissance Office agents that were whistleblowers now being victimized by their respective agencies. Some of the groups that have access to this technology are using it for corporate espionage, but most often the targeting seems to be random. If you look back at any of the mind control type research that was done with MKUltra and MK Search in the past, most of the victims or the people that were used as guinea pigs in the experimentation are relative nobodies. It's the common people that seem to get experimented on. There are ways to lessen it, not completely defeat it. One of the ways, the best ways, is to notice the stalking when it first begins. If you can prove the stalking to the police, most cities have anti-stalking laws.
Hold on, let me slow it down here.
That you can pursue.
She can keep up. You notice two things already: targeted and stalking, which we have out of Idaho4. Just pay attention to that. As I go along, and the little nuggets pop back up. I'll mention, just for the people in the back here.
Once you're left with mostly directed energy attack, or what we refer to as electronic harassment, it becomes a little harder because there's no tangible evidence for you to present to law enforcement. There are a number of support groups for people that are undergoing electronic harassment. Things that a target probably shouldn't do once they realize they're being targeted is try to convince people of your targeting that are already non-believers. The whole goal of targeting is to eventually get you in front of a psychiatrist to draw a schizophrenic or delusional diagnosis. What most of the human rights organizations are recommending now, that if you feel you're being targeted, first try to communicate to them to get pointers and advice on who you can talk to and who you shouldn't. As stated before, one of the main goals with this targeting is to get you to call the police over and over with complaints that can't be proven, which will eventually land you in front of a psychiatrist who usually won't listen to or look at any of the research or articles you bring in, but will be looking to give you a psychiatric diagnosis. Once that diagnosis is given, typically the police won't respond to any further targeting, which may escalate after you're diagnosed. None of the human rights organizations dealing with electronic harassment, nor myself, endorse violence in any way. We feel like the harassment is being done as a larger form of experimentation. If you look back at the original mind control studies of MKUltra and MKSearch, the victims were almost always nobodies that lack the financial or political clout to do anything about the victimization. Mind control research has been ongoing in this country.
Okay, I think, honestly, it's far beyond any kind of experimentation, right? It's maybe training and whatever, people that seem insignificant, maybe you're the principal of a school. However, that is a great point that Lucy made. And, as a viewer of HBO or MTV, I don't know the behind-the-scenes working of those shows and those programming and those networks. But believe me, and you'll hear Outkast say, the beef on the streets over there, it's real deal. There are people that literally are dedicated for whatever reason to, and are very adept at taking down and drawing people out, or and taking down their channels. Maybe they have a message that this hacker, this devil worshipping hacker that is just basically a flat panel with a bunch of translucent buttons on it that you can see right through. For whatever reason, attacks them, and it honestly doesn't even seem personal. They're doing a job in YouTube. So, as for an example that she's talking about, you have several people that are very good at this, and they're even in chats bragging to me about their progress. And I'm like, you're the one attacking me. You're attacking me. You're telling me that you're doing better. Go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of my face. You know what I mean? It's insulting. So that's kind of a small little YouTube kind of thing. Several creators have been attacked. I can name them. Some that Swamp Rose had a very troubling time. Bowie Waters. Pretty much anybody in Idaho4 has. I always call it sort of a coming of age. When your channel gets to a certain level, you're gonna get attacked. Whether you said something that they don't like, or you like some of the, whatever it is, they will go all out, and you have to do everything you can to, if you want to keep your channel alive, to stay alive. And so, anyway, these are good fishes. But if you want one, let me know. I don't like it with the pickles. Usually I would. All right. I'm saving my little nugget, but yeah, Lucy, great job. Thank you.
By all of the intelligence agencies and the DoD since the 50s. Advances in technology, satellite technology, and RF technology have allowed the lab to be taken out of the laboratory and into society. The long-term goal, we feel, of this targeting is to see what the mass effects are on a large group of population.
Nope, don't get discouraged with this dude. He is the most tinfoil hat you're going to see that I'm going to play for you tonight. And he's got the whole energy, weapons, reading your brain stuff. It's probably true. I mean, he probably has actual evidence of this shit. The more us stuff is coming up. But I wanted to play this because I felt it was important.
With probably an eventual use of this technology on a global population for control. President Putin from Russia was quoted in an article where he stated that directed energy weapons, psychotronic weaponry, weapons that attack the central nervous system would be the future of warfare. His exact quote was that whichever country controlled the best directed energy weapons would control the globe without bullets or missiles.
So just to exonerate or on this point, like I told you, if you're here from the beginning, WFLA News Channel 8 Tampa Bay, 2019, 2018, ran a piece and said, yes, folks, the federal government will be in town. They have vans, and they have portable X-ray machines, and the van, because they're very heavy, and they use the same type of technology they use at the airport to see through your clothes. They see into your car, whether you're terrorists or guns or money, as you're driving by at 55 miles an hour. And I actually did see one of the vans. It had like a little red light in the front, and there was two guys that looked like a couple fucking bowlers, Mel and Al, sitting in the van, just waiting for something to beep or something. So there was actual news thing of mainstream media saying, yeah, they got the X-ray machine out there. Now, I think most of it can be done that you don't even need all this satellite. Most of it's fucking with your head. What he leaves out is kind of the stuff where it's like, all of a sudden, you'll see in the next one where they start mimicking your conversations, talking about stuff that nobody else could possibly know. And I'm dying to tell you the last bit, but we'll get to it.
This quote was largely ignored by the American press. The only press agency that picked up on it was El Spectador out of Colombia. They contacted me to get some quotes.
And, okay, the other thing was, obviously, with the Venezuela attack, you had these sort of, I call them the Minority Report weapons, where they make you throw up, or it's a sound you can't hear. That's what they used to overthrow Maduro over there. So it's not unbelievable that, like with the Pasadena fires, you had the blue roofs, these types of things that he's talking about. I'm just trying to interject.
Information for an article they did about it. To date, I have not seen any major media in the United States address Putin's quotes or the article from El Spectador. But he was very clear that they were actively pursuing directed energy weapons that attack the central nervous system. Last decade, since I've been dealing with this type of technology and the victims, there has been an escalation in the number of victims voicing these complaints both here and abroad. It's not going away. It does seem to be worsening, and the numbers of people complaining of this now cannot be explained away by any type of mental illness. This is experimentation until proven otherwise. and hopefully more and more major media sources will pick this up. I think we'll see more and more shootings as our government tries to get gun control issues passed. Certainly the Aaron Alexis shooting, and I suspect the Connecticut shooting and the Colorado shooting all had some elements of control involved with them. Guinea pigs, the technologies of control delves a little further into the technology. The history of how we've come to this point has been written with several classified documents that I was allowed to get my hands on. There's been a lot of resistance to getting this book out through redaction and censorship. However, it is complete. Because electronic harassment and targeting with this technology has become so rampant in the United States, after writing A New Breed, Satellite Terrorism in America, the number of people coming forward with these complaints was mind-boggling. There has been some specials done about this on Discovery, on the History Channel. Certainly the history of MK Ultra can be found in a number of places in several good books. However, once A New Breed, Satellite Terrorism came out, there was such an overwhelming response of people being victimized by this way, and people emailing me after hearing me on radio shows, that I realized quickly that we need another venue to get the word out to people that this technology exists and is being used on innocent Americans.
All right. Blah, blah, blah. What's the next one? Don't close the game. Here we go. Okay. Oh, that's the... Okay, this one popped up. This is a little sidebar. And I'm gonna throw... Now, don't judge me right now. I know you're judging the shit out of me right now. And I'm not gonna make my point because they haven't talked about it yet. I haven't gotten to that part yet. But it has to do with Brian and Kaylee. Okay, I'll just go ahead and say what I'm thinking. You're not going to be there yet. You're not there yet. When you hear what I heard, you'll be like, oh shit, I thought about it later. So, I'll just say it now. I think you've got the idea. And, you know, maybe you want to go to bed. Somehow, and like I said, I don't have a list of names of people, but I think you could probably fill in the blanks of the players that would be involved in an operation like this, especially in Idaho. We're like, what the fuck is the bond with these people? Why are they willing to bend sideways to make something totally stupid and untrue, obviously, a means of conviction of something for somebody that's innocent? And so, what, you know, on the one, what is Brian's freaking involvement? Why him? Kaylee, what did she do? Everybody, I heard the last 2 weeks all over and over. What did Kaylee do to deserve this? What did they all do? If you are involved in this group and you turn on them, they're going to turn on you. Okay, and so I'm not trying to talk about directed energy weapons and mind control and shit like that. I'm talking about people that are stalking people. Just basic, follow you around, tag your shit. You know, maybe have whispery voices in your ear. Cameras watching you in your house all the time like that. Simple stuff. Obviously, there's a good possibility that it goes much, much, much higher further, but from what it sounds like, some of these high-tech stuff, so you think about if they have a directed energy weapon and that you don't even have to be in the NSA or a Fed or anybody, just regular people can have access to them or they're given them to use for their objectives. The simple stuff like cameras, microphone listening devices, whatever, are just like child's play for somebody in the group to be able to have. Now, Sorry. The munchies. If one of the worst things that you can be in our society is a stalker. You have pedo, you have murderer, and then you have stalker, pretty much like that, right? So the motivation for these people to not have this information be released about them is extremely high, right? And then, so JJ brought a great point to the purge that Bill Thompson and the law enforcement and judicial system in Idaho have a very rich history in threatening the I call them victim, but the defendant in the cases with making their parents accessories. So now your mom and dad, even though you didn't do it, can be put in prison with the same charges that you have. Like if you go to a liquor store and you rob a liquor store and you shoot somebody and I'm with you, I am culpable for the same murder one charge that you are, because I was there, right? That's how they do it. So now you have to worry, oh shit, they're going to probably get me for life, death, whatever, and mom and dad, right? And sister and brother. And there's a history of it that Bill's, we know that, Bill is the king of the plea deal, right? And, pardon me. Apparently, the way he forces them is through the threatening of family members. Okay, and so we can clearly see that that'd be a possibility with COVID, right? Okay. Oh shit. Oh, I did not do. Okay, I thought I minimized OBS. I thought I closed it and shut us down. I have one more video, maybe one or two, with the stuff. But I wanted to check the cat. I've had stalkers too, just regular stalkers, like girls that would go in my locker. The one stole my keys. She stole my keys. She was like a sophomore, and I was a senior at high school, and she went in my locker. I guess somebody told me that, she watched you do your combination over your shoulder when you left. I for some reason thought leaving my car keys in my locker was a good idea. They were safe, because I had Gerbode pants on and I was walking around with these fancy shirts. I didn't want to have the keys hanging out. You know what I mean? You gotta display all seven, baby. And so, anyway, she stole my car. During at the end of the school day, it's 2:30. I walk out and my car's not there. Anyway, what was it? I've had that. I've had girls that I wasn't interested in, and they would go and hang out with my mom and tell my mom that we were in love, that we were getting married. I mean, I wanted nothing to do with these girls. It started with them talking on the phone, and they would slowly gain trust. So simple things like that can fuck you up real bad, right? And so, I haven't had... I don't think anybody's ever tried to kill me that I know of. I'll stalk you, Tony. I love how Brian Todd's like, I've always wanted to be hunted. I always troll Twiz because he's always quoting that movie, Hey Jetson, what's going on? Yeehaw, Texas. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. She sniffed beans undies. I do keep a couple undies on hand just in case somebody wants to buy some. $30 a pair, pretty warm. Now, welcome in, Jetson. What city are you in Texas? Appreciate you being here. All right, so we're getting somewhere. You guys haven't all left in a mass exodus, and some of you seem to be way ahead of me on this, which I figured. But I think there's probably some people. This is new. Like I said, this is a trending topic. And Twiz just boils it down. I don't think you're crazy. Of course, none of the girls in here are crazy. Not one of you. But, bitches be crazy. They be, and I think about it, because Twiz does use that, obviously colloquially joking, but on the West Coast, you do seem to have a more willing trigger to make men pay. Even if you had consensual with a guy. Oh, yeah, later they go to the police. Oh, he raped me. And you have it over and over. I don't know that you see it here as much in Florida. I'm not sure. It seems to be they get pregnant and have your kid. That's more... When I came back from San Diego in 99, there was all these beautiful young girls everywhere. And I'm like, damn, wow. They've all got kids. I wasn't used to seeing that. Now you don't see pretty girls in the street anymore because they're all doing OnlyFans and they DoorDash all their food in. Anyway, so I'm getting off track. Is that what was I saying? Let's get that third video in, Tony. I'm lost. I'm trying to read Kane's big line of Kane undies, so that'll really get you fucked up. Retractable bands are definitely scary for sure. 3 levels of tech or 3 more. The watchers must be what? Yeah. Well, do you think that's what it is? That it's. I'm trying to think of an agenda that these groups have. More or less, I'm not saying, okay, you have Chief Fry and and Jack D and Jack Schulter, and they communicate on Facebook secretly together to fuck with somebody else. I'm not listening. I'm just bringing awareness that it's out there, and I see similarities in the vernacular of the people reporting the crimes being alleged against them and getting the pushback that they're getting, especially, which is just beautiful mirror of Moscow. So I'm like, wait a second, this is all starting to fit too much with what's going on in Moscow. So why would people protect this and hide that and plant this and cover up bodies? Why did you cover up the body? Weird shit like that, because they are already in a script. Their script is the success of these stalking groups. It's called a gang stalking, and you think of, is it gang rape, or what are they talking about? It's very confusing with that. But it's a group of people. Somebody gave a definition. And it's a group of people that use electronic devices, regular stalking methods, whatever, to disassociate, somehow affect or hurt individuals. And so the best golden example I can give you is Scientology. This is 100% their tactics. If you say something against them they don't like or whatever, they have millions of people or thousands of people that are completely brainwashed and controlled by them, that they'll send to your house to picket your house, that you're a child molester, that you have a long history. They'll talk to the press, and they're not like, hey, we're Scientologists out to get him. It's just, we're neighbors, we're concerned parents. This guy unalived 4 kindergarten teachers and had his way with 4 6-year-olds, even though it never happened. You know what I mean? Your neighbors are like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And so these little type of things like that are every day, over and over. Here, unfortunately, in Clearwater, the Scientologists have hired the current chief of police since the 80s at a very high rate of pay, just to stand there at a door or whatever, security they needed for the event. So they're very closely associated, very addicted to the money that Scientology provides. I can't say that they are members or that, they have any loyalty to them, but they're adjacent. You know what I'm saying? So you have that, and so I don't know. It seems like there's no rhyme or reason to it. That it's every different directions. It's these people. It's that people. So let's really dig in with one more video. And thanks again for hanging out here. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead. It won't bite you back. I hope that Meanie will be joining and watching the replay crew. I think she's keeping like regular people schedules. You know, he's got a regular folk kind of thing going on. She might even be lurking in the background for all I know. But we love having her in. Where is the good one? Okay. I think this is the... And so, yeah. No, you have P. Diddy obviously is going to pop up. And you're going to start seeing... Like I said, it's out there. I'm not breaking this news to anybody. It popped up in my feed. I started watching one. It led to another. Let me find the third. There's just tons of video. Okay, let me see. There, you have to kind of filter through the bullshit to get to the good stuff. But hopefully you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. I don't feel like I've put the stake. I think this is one. Because okay, you also have the police that can be involved. And like I said, there's people that are dressing up like the police and saying they're police. How do you know the difference? Or they're going into 1122 in an ATF jacket. Video is not yet available to watch here. I couldn't play this one. I don't know. I'm not going to sign in the link to watch it. I guess, unless I have to. Okay, shit. Apparently Twitter is completely sucks now, I guess.
Under occupational health and safety laws, individuals are being flagged and placed on community notification lists. This is happening without the target's knowledge, and in many countries, these community notifications are being used by corporations and others to target innocent individuals such as dissidents, whistleblowers, the outspoken, etc. In conjunction with these notifications, corporations and others are in some cases using a practice that was used in the former Soviet Union called the psychiatric reprisal. This is used as a means of retaliation, revenge, blacklisting, silencing, or controlling members of society. Once on the notification system, warnings about the targets are sent out to every individual the target comes into contact with, thus poisoning their associations and socially annexing the targeted individual. A full definition is gang stalking is a systematic form of control which seeks to destroy every aspect of a targeted individual's life. Once a target is flagged, a notification is sent out to the community at large, and the target is followed around 24/7 by various communities that they are in. The community notifications will go out to various places, marker, and assign to...
Okay, yeah, I think this guy had like some kind of destroy every aspect of the targeted individual's life. That was one where I really started to perk up my ears. I have not seen this one. I wanted to watch it. I didn't click on it because of the LinkedIn thing or whatever it is. So now I'm done with.
When the target tries to describe what is happening to them, it sounds as if they have had a mental breakdown. The reality is electronic means are being used to make it appear if the target has had a breakdown. The system is the mosquito that is used in the UK to break up groups of unruly people, also known as LRAD. It creates a protective shield of high-pressure complex ultrasonic shock waves. The mosquito device is being considered for banning by the European Union because it infringes on the human rights of children. It produces a power field of ultrasonic shock wave energy. The frequency range is adjustable from 7 to 25 hertz and puts out about 140 decibels of sound. Intended for mounting to vehicles for potential crowd control applications. Also excellent for keeping out pests from gardens, and hearing protection is recommended when in use. Many of these devices are easy to access and almost impossible for an unaware target to describe in a credible manner without sounding as if they have had a mental breakdown. Unauthorized intruders are exposed to a feeling of intense paranoia, nausea, discomfort, disorientation, and other undesirable effects. Government research is currently investigating the weapon's potential and may soon classify these devices. And I might add that they're actually illegal in the state that I am in right now, Michigan. Electronic weapons are actually illegal here, but they're being used. In Russia, similar means were used by the state to declare an activist or a dissident or anyone that they thought to be an enemy of the state as mentally unfit, and many were institutionalized using this form of systematic control. The closest thing to gang stalking that democratic countries have seen before this is McCarthyism, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, and Red Squad programs. Red Squad programs were used for monitoring and harassment of various groups. They have been in place for over 100 years, and they also employed informants. Civilian spies, who can also be termed community-based agents or citizens on patrol, come from every level and sector of society. Remember, anyone the target comes into contact with gets a warning about the target. Just like with COINTELPRO investigations, everyone in the target's life is contacted and advised as to why the individual has been flagged, and advised not to discuss the notification, and asked to be a part of the ongoing, never-ending monitoring process. This process is covertly designed to control the targets, keep them in line, or destroy the target over time, leaving them with no form of support. These actions are specifically designed to mimic a psychological operation, also known as a PSYOP. This psychological harassment of the target is designed to destroy them over years, making them look crazy and leave them with no form of support. The individuals around the target carry out actions and tasks as they are instructed, without realizing that the structure is psychologically designed to break the target down. Worldwide programs of control and conformity have been used with equal success and lethality.
Okay, I want to say that you have to notice that I hadn't watched this one before either. One of Olivia's greatest little cuck points when she was making her you didn't stick your dick in my ass like I wanted you to points was that he had no support. The media was saying it. Steve was saying, oh, he had no support. His family fully backed him, but they were trying to make it sound like he was out there on an island by himself. That's what the modus operandi of these fucks that are doing this shit to people are doing up and down, in and out every day. Just saying there's a similarity there that I hadn't come across yet. So we're getting somewhere. Noticing that. Shit. 82 fucking acres in Fort Worth, huh? I went to Dallas and the cops wouldn't let me go. I was 16. I drove there with my drummer. We were running away to California. The cops wouldn't let me go to Dealey Plaza. They said that Dallas was closed on the weekends. It's a business district. So we wound up in... I wound up going home. We did make it to California, though. But, what did you type, Lucy? What the fuck? Candice, what's up? So, yeah, no, this one's one of the better ones I've seen so far. I'm trying to stay out of the cerebral part and just get to, because me, no brain, think you go bad time some. So I just want to get the basic hands-on, I talked to your mom, I told your mom, stalker stuff, I reported you to the police, so I made you look like you're crazy. It's the kind of deal. So, here we go.
From 7 to 25 hertz, and puts out about 140 decibels of sound. Intended for mounting to vehicles for potential crowd control applications. Also excellent for keeping out pests from gardens, and hearing protection is recommended when in use. Many of these devices are easy to access and almost impossible for an unaware target to describe in a credible manner without sounding as if they have had a mental breakdown. Unauthorized intruders are exposed to a feeling of intense paranoia, nausea, discomfort, disorientation, and other undesirable effects. Government research is currently investigating the weapon's potential and may soon classify these devices. And I might add that they're actually illegal in the state that I am in right now, Michigan.
Okay.
Electronic weapons are actually...
So, yeah, think about it, and, Rockford's had a couple things lately where he's having, in and out stuff with his stomach. He's, pretty... He has a pretty regular diet, and that's not necessarily the healthiest, but he does organic stuff and all that thing. But he'll have a time where it's I didn't feel right. And I had it one time too. I had the a taste of it with just like some indigestion. I don't get heartburn or anything like that because I changed eating what I was eating when I got like, and I was having to take Tums all the time. And they tried to tell me that I had IBS, which is just a fucking bullshit made up disease. So they can give you medicine. They charge you for it so they can get a free trip to Aruba. But it's your diet. And so it's not, obviously I didn't go on a diet, but I stopped eating the shit that was making me feel bad. And anyway, so where did I go with that? Anyway, so what if when you have that weird thing, somebody's fucking with you? I'm just saying that's another thing.
Illegal here, but they're being used. In Russia, similar means were used by the state to declare an activist or a dissident or anyone that they thought to be an enemy of the state as mentally unfit, and many were institutionalized using this form of systematic control. The closest thing to gang stalking that democratic countries have seen before this is McCarthyism, COINTELPRO, MKUltra, and Red Squad programs. Red Squad programs were used for monitoring and harassment of various groups. They have been in place for over 100 years, and they also employed informants. Civilian spies, who can also be termed community-based agents or citizens on patrol, come from every level and sector of society. Remember, anyone the target comes into contact with gets a warning about the target. Just like with COINTELPRO investigations, everyone in the target's life is contacted and advised as to why the individual has been flagged, and advised not to discuss the notification, and asked to be a part of the ongoing, never-ending monitoring process. This process is covertly designed to control the targets, keep them in line, or destroy the target over time, leaving them with no form of support. These actions are specifically designed to mimic a psychological operation, also known as a PSYOP. This psychological harassment of the target is designed to destroy them over years, making them look crazy. And
I don't think, here's the thing with that point, I don't think that they're aiming for it to do it over years. I think that they're pretty adept at it now, that they're just take you down right away in and out, boom, boom, boom. We know what we're doing here. Then the sun's the same in a relative way, but you're older. Shorter of breath, and one day closer to death. I keep trying to play Gilmore-ish licks with it because he has so many variations. But then he has the every year is gay. Guys, here's where I have the kind of train was. Never seem to find the time. It's song is over. Dude, he just kind of. You have to be careful with the Gilmore licks because it's so tasteful. He's like, you can't just be pentatonic and go. It's not going to sound right, But the guitar he used on Dark Side of the Moon, Blackie, Stratocaster, $2,000 off the rack, whatever, upgraded by him, just sold for $14.5 million at auction. So it's pretty crazy. So I got that one then, or whatever. And then this was the part I was talking about before. Is where you just get the, the very first part of the wall, and then he just goes. And he goes. He throws in those kind of little looks, and he goes. And then and then he has these little chord things. He's so subtle. There's no fancy. There's a couple words he'll just throw it in real quick, but it's mostly just so where he'll have this. Here's one. Just that 18th note right to, with this kind of shit. But, wait, those are. Once he gets, once B.B. King or Eric Clapton or David Gilmour get past the 15th fret, shit is on. That's where, because usually B.B. King is just that kind of stuff. Just regular, hey, all right, I play Lucille, like, or maybe that kind of stuff. But then when their heart literally comes out of their chest, that kind of shit. You see their face make dinosaur face all of a sudden. All right, let's see what else this guy's got.
Support. The individuals around the target carry out actions and tasks as they are instructed, without realizing that the structure is psychologically designed to break the target down. Worldwide programs of control and conformity have been used with equal success and lethality. What we are seeing now is a coordinated and organized effort of control and conformity in communism. Many countries around the world are currently using a model of policing called community-oriented policing. It's described as a systematic approach to policing. It focuses on instilling a sense of community within a geographically located neighborhood.
So,
communities come together and discuss what values they would like to have in their community development, and it's also a time to discuss any problems that might be happening in a specific area.
Just another P
if a problem is
Murphy
identified,
in the
an
corner on
investigation
the
might be opened.
Anoid plaque.
These local programs in many countries have been forming partnerships
so here, you know,
with government-run
I'm
programs
not
at a
trying to pat myself on the
state,
back
and federal level.
On it, but here it is. I mean,
allows them to share information openly.
Yeah.
Reports of gangs.
So what I'm saying is this shit looks like it's coming. We've said, oh yeah, you know, China has the I can't really crank it up. I was cranking it up today. You have to get kind of a punch. But my neighbors, you know, they're from Canada. They'll be here for another couple months. I don't want to fuck with them, you know. They got a dog and shit. But I would crank it up for you guys and wheel some shit out. I'm just right now. If I go, I have to get a little warmed up even after just a few hours. But I feel like I can't wait to get in the bar and people like, you know, get that whip around look. But yeah, so with the social monitoring credit system, the 15-minute city, that's a good angle that he's talking about. I'm gonna double speed here.
Stalking are not only coming in from. You know,
I mean that does make sense actually if you think about it. That they may have really gone after Koberger or whatever, or maybe the victims because that plan's got to get rolled out for whatever reason, and one of them may have had, you know, an objection or evidence to tell people like, look, they're fucking with you. So that's a good point.
They are coming in from many other countries as well. This modern day form of control could only be funded at governmental levels, just like it has in other societies where these similar types of harassment programs have been implemented. It's all part of the system of control and conformity.
All right.
It has.
All right. I don't want to lose you guys. Where are we at with this movie? The Leto law. Let me put this on because I came across this after I'd watched this, and this is really good. You guys like Leto. And while it's playing, I'm gonna scroll around and look for the video that really clicked for me. So. That's why this Leto's thing is on data from everyone that watched a certain video last year in the United States. I mean, we've been hearing about that shit in Britain for a long time. A 13-year-old girl watched a TikTok video, and now the cops are at the house to confiscate her phone and take her to jail. Well, listen to this story. Is in the U.S. of A.
Free, plus get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest.
Hover around. Ever since I got my hover around in my oxygen tank.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
Dooley and a few other people sent me this story, and it's a scary concept. It's a scary concept. Depends on how it plays out. This version of the story is from Mashable.com. Chase D. Benedetto wrote it. If you watch certain YouTube videos, investigators demanded your data from Google. So another way of putting this is that investigators have approached Google and said, we want to know who watched certain videos. Give that information up. So as Chase writes, if you've ever jokingly wondered if your search or viewing history is going to put you on some kind of watch list, your concern may be more than warranted. Because
So
it's
right
going to
there,
happen
yeah.
to somebody.
That one
In
was
now
for Lucy
unsealed
right there.
court documents reviewed by
'Cause she's all-
Forbes,
oh, gosh, you
Google
can't
was
hear her.
ordered to hand over the names, addresses, telephone numbers, and user activity of YouTube accounts and IP addresses that
Lucy's
watch
always,
certain...
Dog it, Steve, shut up. Lucy's always talking about getting put on a list, right? Like, oh, you know, what's the guy's name? Twiz that lives in Bali or whatever. That he's on a watch list, he's on a no-fly list. These types of things. I just thought it was funny that Steve started talking about it. This is a good one, and I'm gonna stop interrupting every 2 seconds for shit. But this mouse is not cooperating. I'm gonna have a strongly worded email.
YouTube videos, which is part of a larger criminal investigation by federal investigators. So it turns out...
Gosh, dog, diggity dig, dog. Okay, really, I gotta... Hold on, I gotta turn the AC up. Sorry, this guy's an idiot. He's AI. Yeah. Oh, shut your hole, bro. This wooden bench is apparently... Here. Ah! See? I suck at life. Alright, let's get back to the gangs. No, I'll play more shit.
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here.
Email to me. I haven't got time. If I watched those videos, I would literally have nothing else to do. I couldn't even sleep. So YouTube's parent company, Google, was ordered by federal investigators to quietly hand over all such viewer data for a week-long period in 2023, which was the first week of January. But Forbes can't confirm if Google had complied. That's an interesting point.
Of course they complied. Google's the government's little bitch. And then they grill Google like, oh, how dare you do this, sir? You know, but at the same time, they're the ones behind this shit. What the fuck? I got hacked. Look, they got me. They were able to actually knock me off a live stream one time. One of these hackers here. Sorry, let's try a different. I've got tons of crap. Are you guys still coming through? Can somebody type a chat for me? Just hit a period or something like that. You know, if you got your period, I'll get some cranberry juice. So I know we're still live streaming. Yeah, I got a ton of shit on it. I don't know why it's spinning wheel shit. Man. Alright, we got other stuff to watch, so let's just keep rocking on it. Hopefully we didn't lose light. It's not that late, it's only like 2:30. So by purge standards, we're
mandated data retrieval is worrisome.
Oh, come on. I don't know. I paid my bill. The Mentos commercial as well. Or the video. The Fresh Maker. Yeah, that was a well-directed video with the one on the plane where he's the pilot. Oh my god, what is going on here? Twiz, can you unhook me from these hackers, bro? Get in on them. I need one of them crowd control weapons. Like, can you see Twiz like out there with a flamethrower? I've probably got something going on. Maybe my sex robot got connected back to the Firewire 800 or the USB 3 or something, and she's extracting my data to have one up on me. I observed Ashley Bangfield may have some regrets. I chuckle a bit to myself when I hear don't want to be on a list. We're all on multiple lists. I mean, they're basically collecting everything, single thing that we do. So who needs a list, you know? But in you know, they're able to pull selectively from the data that they have on us. You know, what is it called, the Pegasus or whatever that they just threw out there, and that's what Snowden, I think, set him off. Has been collecting everybody's everything since 2012, at least 2010 was it 2012? And you have, you know, Julian Assange put it out there for everybody, and then everybody hated him for a while. Now we realize that he's our fucking hero, and so how come all of a sudden, certain details of Koberger's whereabouts, certain details of Xana and Ethan's whereabouts are unavailable. Oh, okay, yeah, we fully believe you, bro. Come on over here, and we got a drink for you here. So have a shot of tequila, bro, because fucking you're fired. You know, we have just as good of a show here on the 6 second guys. You can't really get your heart up in the 7 seconds as the 8-second guys. So hold on, don't interrupt me yet, please. I haven't busted my nut on this one yet. Obviously now, dude, there's a great thing. I was like, okay, if people are listening in on my daily talking to myself, what would be a motivation to drive them away, to make them stop, or to make them not want to listen anymore? And I'm like, shit. Baby sharks, or Paw Patrol. Somebody said Paw Patrol, I think, in the chat the other day. So I was getting a kick out of that. But that's exactly right. Just put Baby Sharks on 24/7 loop, and they're gonna lose interest real quick. Back in the day, the way they were able to listen to your conversations inside the house was something attached to the window or something directed at the window, and it would pull the vibrations of your voice through the glass onto whatever transmission device that they used then. So it's obviously come a lot. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Nancy Grace. Ashley's a better choice, I would say, in the long run. You never know. I mean, Nancy Grace might be a freak in the bed. It's not even breaking the surface of it. Yeah. No, I'm not even. Oh, what do you got? All right, I'll give you one chance. Everybody gets a chance, Lewis. I don't know. She's new to the program here, so you have to be very careful. It might be a dick pic.
Now, on Good Morning Northwest, tragedy on the U of I campus. 4 students dead, another in the hospital. The new information we're learning and the questions we're hoping to be answered. Continue following breaking news out of Moscow, where it is still not clear who killed 4 University of Idaho students or why.
The Moscow Police Department is only saying it is investigating the deaths as homicides. Sydney Charles is here now with what else we've learned.
Well, Derek, so we have been tracking this story with the team coverage since Sunday, and there are still more questions than answers as of right now from the police department. From the Breaking Now desk, the 4 students were found dead on Sunday right next to the University of Idaho. Police searched the area inside and outside 1122 Queen Road on Monday. Law enforcement is still looking for evidence and a suspect. Releasing little information has those in the area asking questions.
We have the details of sort of what caused the police to think it was a homicide, then I'm still not entirely sure about it.
According to CNN, Moscow's police department has declined to characterize the deaths as violent, but the Latah County coroner told the New York Times that the deaths were not a case of murder-suicide. The coroner also told the Times she plans to conduct autopsies starting tomorrow. As of right now, we are still waiting for Moscow police to release the official cause of death or any information about the suspect. And there's still a lot of grief, a lot of tragedy around this event. So coming up in 30 minutes, I'll break that all down and what some students and other staff members are feeling right now.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult time on campus, for sure. Sydney, thank you.
We're out here today at the 890 square mile desert site. Behind me we have the high frequency test bed where we have our customers set up their equipment and test out of. It allows customers to isolate away from various signals and other activities at the site.
Check your facts, Liz. This is garbage, of course, like she always puts out misinformation, trying to trip me up and get me a copyright. No, I'm just kidding. That's great. Brace yourselves, folks. Lucy's about to kick you right in the keister here. I know where she's going with this. What it kind of triggers me to think is that if you remember, the history of stuff, you had positive things happening, and what may have seemed to us to be bullshit motherfuckers coming in and fucking shit up, and ruining, the plans of science or whatever, and you'd be like, oh shit, there's got to be some way to prevent these people from coming through and streaking in our Super Bowl and screwing everything up where we can make some progress. So you could almost justify shit like this, that, hey, if we can just take this one person out that pops up once in a while, we won't get slowed down in our directive. So, but yeah, so good one. That's okay. So let's keep watching. This is going to be a good one. I can feel it.
It gives them the freedom to set up and deploy what they need to out of the unique capabilities we have there. Ports in the wall, grounding, various communication, and other internet drops as well. Also behind me is our new 5G tower. The 5G network we have will support various test and training events to ensure secure comms through 5G networks and to validate new 5G Internet of Things devices.
What I'm about to tell you is going to change the way that you look at AI forever. It's not going to be pleasant to hear, but it's going to be very important when it comes to the Epstein files.
This is the Energy Innovation Lab. This is our main primary integration lab where we do most of the radio development. We've got quite a bit of equipment with like spectrum analyzers, signal generators. We're able to generate arbitrary signals and test to see how the equipment handles up. Every day we get to solve a new problem, a new difficult challenge that has national impacts. And that would definitely be something I'd put my finger on that is really neat about working here at the Idaho National Lab.
So what's unique about the wireless testbed is we're able to support academia, national labs, and our government customers with their mission. Their mission sets are very unique to this country in support of the warfighter and other activities to excel technologies, interests, and other unique capabilities. The work we do out here, the mission we have, this is the closest we come to supporting DoD, the warfighter, and supporting this nation.
And the real issue with Epstein hasn't even bubbled to the surface yet. It's a much deeper, darker story. It starts in 2002, and it involves some of the most famous tech billionaires we have in our country today. Peter Thiel.
The Idaho National Laboratory announced a collaboration with NVIDIA to enhance U.S. nuclear energy research and development through artificial intelligence. The announcement comes as part of the Trump administration's Genesis mission, which is a proclaimed coordinated national effort to unleash a new age of AI-accelerated innovation and discovery in America. The laboratory and NVIDIA have codenamed their development Prometheus. They say it will utilize AI to design, license, manufacture, construct, and operate nuclear reactors. This comes as electricity demand for AI data centers is expected to double in 2030.
Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm Ron Chapman, federal criminal.
Oh my gosh, this mouse, sorry, it's driving me crazy. Hey guys, we're not done yet. Don't go anywhere, okay? Please, I don't know if I saw this on my own. I think Lucy actually sent me this video already, or is this your? I'm not even looking to see whose video this is even. But this is very much what she has been kind of low key bringing up to the surface, which is the root of what matters in this case, right? And in the country. I forgot what I was going to say. So I was trying to sound smart. Thanks for listening, you guys. I really appreciate you being here tonight. I had the ambulance go, but I could see the lights through my air conditioner. You know, and I was like, well, who the fuck's shining spotlights in through my air conditioner? You guys got me freaked out. But yeah, we're not done. If Lucy lets me, I'll finish up with the gang stalking. Maybe we'll get into some gang, sex, double P. If I won't even say it, but the other host joins us in. That's just a personal joke, dude. But yeah, no. Please, yeah, hang in. You might learn something. Here we go. So yeah, this is from Loose Morning Star. All of our fearless leader here, and even I think now Ashley Banfield and that Ashley Cucker, whatever the one that betrayed us, is referring to her for any kind of question. Okay, well, yeah, this is yours. So I did watch this. All right, I've seen pieces of it. You just released this 2 days ago? Shit. All right, cool. Kick ass. World premiere. It's only gotten 31 views so far. What the fuck? People, let's get the likes out there. Let's somebody please, Megs, or whoever is still a friend of mine. You got to get the link in for this. Usually she's at 7,000 views. This is gonna be, I'm gonna call it right now, one of her best shots, and it's gonna splooge all over your face. So let's just, you're only gonna hear that in the purge. Maybe Willie will say something like that. But anyway, anywho, if you want to have me as a guest on your show,
Criminal defense attorney, former Marine Corps lawyer, and investigator, and I'm going to bring you the story of the new eugenics Jeffrey Epstein, the godfather of artificial intelligence. There was a DARPA program. For those who don't know what DARPA is, it's the CIA-backed research wing that does a lot of research into technology, and it's been the godfather of many very famous technologies, including Facebook, as I'm about to show you right now. DARPA LifeLog was a program that was launched by DARPA. You can go online and look for the request for proposal. The design of this program was supposed to capture all Americans' information, put it into a life log, track it, build it over time.
I have seen at least pieces of this program. Like I said, what you're watching right now, if you haven't seen this yet, is the culmination, more or less, of the person that everyone in this community admires, looks up to, respects, and listens to. So make sure that you're following along. But DARPA, government agency, acronym, I believe was a spinoff of ARPANET, which was ARPANET was the group of scientists that developed the communication protocol and the equipment for computers to be able to talk to each other. I believe that's correct. So even with Luce, you're not going to hear the shit that you get here on The Purge that you get at, obviously with Jage. Unfortunately, the Bisons lulled him to sleep early, and then with Lucy, obviously, is the driving force behind everything with us. So, thank you. So here we go. Keep it going. Make sure you get them likes on there, my friends.
Time so that you can create an electronic database of every American, and in fact, almost everybody in the world. Well, when congressional hearings started related to LifeLog, it was quickly killed by DARPA. Why? Because it came to the surface, because people learned about it, and because people became very concerned about the impact of all of their information online. This was 2003. This was back when we were a little bit more concerned about what we put into the computer. We weren't too far away from dial-up modems and AOL, and Bill Gates was still a name that was regularly talked about. As soon as LifeLog became public, DARPA quickly killed it. And they killed it on February 4th, 2004. That date is significant because that's also the date that a young hoodie-clad Mark Zuckerberg, sitting in a Harvard dorm room, launched what he called then the Facebook. The Facebook was designed as just a Harvard campus project. That's all Mark Zuckerberg intended it to be. But then, of course, he met the Winklevoss brothers, two relatively wealthy and backed individuals who worked with him on the project. And if you believe the movies, Mark Zuckerberg went in a different direction than the Winklevoss twins. But that's not the real story. The real story is right after Facebook launched, it got tens of thousands of users. 50% of them were on Harvard campus, and it struggled to get off the ground in other campuses. It wasn't until a tech CEO, Peter Thiel, then of PayPal, and a relatively famous figure in the Conservative Party now today, came to Mark Zuckerberg, a relatively unknown individual on Harvard campus, and offered him $500,000. Now, the one thing that you should all understand about Peter Thiel is at that point he was what's called an angel investor, but he was a different kind of angel investor. He actually paid individuals to drop out of college and commit themselves to his causes. Thiel's club has launched some of the most famous tech startups. He's been behind nearly every single one of them. Reid Hoffman with LinkedIn was started right around this time period. Now, if we go back and look at Peter Thiel and say, why did he spend $500,000 on this project? Why was he one of the first venture capitalists? Why was he offering this kind of money to people like Mark Zuckerberg? You have to understand about what he'd built at that point in time. You see, Peter Thiel was the founder of a program called Palantir. Palantir is the connector. Palantir is the brain, but the brain doesn't have the data that it needs in order to figure out artificial intelligence. Palantir is a company that takes existing information and it connects that information together to draw conclusions. It's been going for a very long time. I used it when I was in the Marine Corps in Afghanistan, and I've spoken widely about Palantir because of how much I know about it. But Palantir is nothing unless it has users to put in data. That's where LifeLog came into play. The intent was people like John Poindexter of DARPA, the CIA, and the US military, Department of Defense, felt that they would be able to just get a project to collect this information that was government funded. But when there was pushback by the American public, they had to go a different way. And DARPA playboy Peter Thiel decided to go the way of a young hoodie-clad college kid to get the information that he deeply sought to make the connections he needed in order to control so much about our environment. For those of you who think the rags to riches story of Mark Zuckerberg is some amazing tale that we should tell our grandchildren, think again. Just about every social media entrepreneur back in the day of Peter Thiel's tech startups was blessed by DARPA. Why didn't MySpace win over Facebook? It didn't have DARPA backing. Why did LinkedIn win over the dozens and dozens of programs that were available that did similar things around that time? It was because of Peter Thiel and DARPA. Why did Instagram become so big? Peter Thiel and DARPA. Spotify, Peter Thiel and DARPA. Just about every single aspect of your digital life, Peter Thiel and DARPA backed, blessing people in exchange for one thing, a backdoor of information to be collected from users, cell phone location, and a tremendous amount of user data. Now, what does this have to do with Jeffrey Epstein? That's the curious part. A lot of people aren't aware that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the first godfathers of artificial intelligence. Back in 2002, he had a conference where he supported some of the most famous names in artificial intelligence who were intending to solve a problem at that time. If you wanted a clean, reassuring origin story for modern artificial intelligence, you'd probably start with a university lab, a whiteboard, and a grad student surviving on ramen noodles. You'd not start with a private Caribbean island owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And yet, in the spring of 2002, a group of prominent computer scientists met with Epstein on his property for what was dubbed a common sense symposium. This was later documented in a 2003 AI magazine paper that thanked Epstein for his generous support. What were all these AI researchers gathering for? It was to solve a problem in AI. The topic itself was academically respectable: how to give machines the everyday common sense humans use consistently without even noticing. The venue for solving this problem was uniquely Epstein, and it's the kind of venue that institutional ethics would be very concerned about. The 2002 symposium, located in the Virgin Islands, founded by Jeffrey Epstein, was a gathering that was later described in print, one that brought together the most influential artificial intelligence figures, including Marvin Minsky, MIT's AI lab founder, Ken Ford, NASA and DARPA ties. Their shared goal was technical: to solve the common sense problem, the gap between machines that can recognize patterns and machines that can reason like a normal human being about normal human things. Like why you shouldn't store ice cream in the oven. This is very important because the common sense problem has always been a yeah, but of AI. It was never really addressed. But it failed many projects. Pattern recognition can be astonishing. Reasoning about the world like a person, that's where AI tends to trip up. And in order to solve the common sense problem, it's common sense that you need a lot of money. And that's where Jeffrey Epstein was very skilled. Some people, in fact, said that he collected scientists like some people might collect art. Why was he doing all of this? Well, it's because he had his own nefarious motives. So in 2002, the AI researchers gather, they talk, a paper is published that thanks Jeffrey Epstein for all of the support, and then the researchers scatter the globe and start working in their individual tech companies, and out springs Facebook, LinkedIn. The technology from PayPal spiraled across the globe and started collecting data for Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein himself. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't stop there. According to MIT's commissioned investigation, Epstein donated roughly $850,000 to MIT between 2002 and 2017. After the Virgin Islands meeting, it was very important that this research gets done, and Jeffrey Epstein paid for it. But he paid a lot more to others. He even paid $750,000 to MIT after his 2008 conviction that everybody's well aware of. Now, the donations to MIT paled in comparison to what he purportedly gave to Harvard. Harvard had an investigation after it was found that they received such a large donation from Jeffrey Epstein, $6.5 million donated by Jeffrey Epstein, most of it in the hands of a researcher named Martin Novak. I'm going to talk a bit about Martin Novak because he's very important here. Martin Novak was the founder of the PED laboratory at Harvard. This was the laboratory that Jeffrey Epstein had a private office in. He had a swipe card and access to the entire building, and even after his conviction, he was able to visit many times, over 40 times. The PED laboratory was part of the Program for Evolutionary Dynamics. Now, you could hear the words evolutionary dynamics and think that this is a groundbreaking concept, but what it really is a dressed up version of eugenics.
What once was a naval proving ground to test reconditioned battle guns during World War II is now more widely known as the nation's leading center for nuclear energy research and development, the Idaho National Laboratory. Throughout the year, EastIdahoNews.com has been highlighting INL's 75th anniversary with a series of stories exploring its history, different research projects, and major accomplishments. But what does the laboratory's future entail? I had the opportunity to sit down with INL Director John Wagner.
It is exciting times here at this laboratory. The growth, the vibrancy, the impact we're having.
Wagner said that moving forward, the lab is expected to continue to grow. There are currently about 6,200 employees. He said last year, INL hired around 800 additional staff.
This fiscal year, when we end, I think it'll be somewhere around 650 new staff members. So workforce is incredibly important for our future success. I do anticipate us growing on the order of 500 to 1,000 additional staff per year for the next several years.
Wagner said one of the biggest risks to the laboratory's continued success is not having enough qualified staff with the right skills at the right time. They are always searching.
We're always looking for new staff. We're looking for interns to feed what I call our talent pipeline, working with our local Idaho universities and beyond, working with our community colleges, particularly College of Eastern Idaho, but others as well, trying to make sure that we are getting the right talent that we need to execute our mission.
What do you think attracts people to work at INL?
We do the coolest stuff there. So, I mean, I can speak for myself, but I think it's not an uncommon story. So there's a lot of opportunities for people who are like nuclear engineers or mechanical engineers, chemical engineers. So there's a lot of opportunities, cybersecurity experts, power engineers. And they can work in the private sector, they can work in academia, they can work in national labs. We're able to do some of the most interesting, innovative, bleeding edge work that has a direct impact to everyday citizens through our federal agency sponsors.
INL has been important to Idaho's economic impact. In the last fiscal year, the impact in the state alone was $3.5 billion, he said.
That's a massive economic impact. We're the largest private employer on this side of the state.
I asked him what he thinks the next 75 years will bring, and he believes that INL's research will be largely focused on nuclear energy, but also fusion energy and areas related to small nuclear reactors for space and defense applications.
Last but not least, you can't read anything or see any publications where you don't hear all the excitement about artificial intelligence. We're right there as well. We see artificial intelligence enabling our research as well as enabling efficiencies in our management of the laboratory.
INL's future is promising as it continues to develop, create, and contribute to everyday life.
I think our future in the next 75 years is only constrained by our imagination of what's possible.
In Idaho Falls, Andrea Olson, EastIdahoNews.com.
Martin Novak is originally a mathematician, and most of his research was based on the idea of cooperation. Why some parts of the species might cooperate with others, even if it ultimately leads to their own demise. You see, people like Epstein and Novak were absolutely obsessed with the future of the human race and the problems of the human race that are caused by reverse Darwinism, the idea that as we become more technologically advanced, we as a people will begin to fail. And I think to some extent, we do see some of that evidence present, but they took it to an extreme extent. Investigations later described Epstein as being physically present, treated as a known quantity, and given institutional accommodations that go well beyond a pat on the back and thanks for your support, and look a lot more like integration into Harvard itself. With Jeffrey Epstein entrenched at PED and also at MIT, he had commanded respect in two of the most important institutions that were developing research in the area of AI and ultimately eugenics. MIT's Media Laboratory famously referred to Jeffrey Epstein as Voldemort, or the one who should not be named.
For the first time since its founding in 1889, the University of Idaho will have a vandal at the helm. Scott Green, a University of Idaho alumnus who graduated in '84, will assume leadership of the land-grant institution this July. Green, a member of the Kappa Sigma fraternity while at UI, graduated with an accounting degree from the school before earning his Master of Business from Harvard.
Ultimately, eugenics. MIT's media laboratory famously referred to Jeffrey Epstein as Voldemort, or the one who should not be named. They avoided saying his name because they knew who he was, they knew what he was about, but they just couldn't stop taking his money for research. The logic's almost poetic in its candor. If a donor's name must not be spoken, everyone already knows where the money is. If the plan is anonymous and not publicized, the institution's admitting it's not proud of where it's getting its donations. Epstein had positioned himself globally as a connector and certainly inside of the United States as a connector in many different institutions. But he was ultimately the funder of artificial intelligence and this sort of research. Starting in 2002 in the Virgin Islands, moving forward to large donations, he kept very firm relationships at MIT and Harvard, even after his convictions. But what's more troubling are some of the statements that Jeffrey Epstein would later make that reveal what he was really trying to develop with all of these donations.
Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, you know, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, you know, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, I don't know, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity, by the way, the critique Orthodox Christianity has of this is these things don't go far enough.
At the Research and Education Campus in Idaho Falls, 2 major facilities were completed in 2019. The Idaho legislature approved construction of both facilities and financed them through the state's public bonding authority. The CyberCore Integration Center was designed to lead national efforts for securing industrial control systems from cyber attacks. It features 20 laboratories configured specifically for reverse engineering, testing, and improving the security of technology that is necessary for controlling assets such as the electric power grid, oil and natural gas pipelines, and water treatment facilities. The facility's mix of secure and open labs, offices, and collaboration space supports national security programs for agencies including the U.S. Departments of Energy, Defense, and Homeland Security. The Collaborative Computing Center is INL's Advanced Modeling and Simulation Research Hub. It houses INL's newest supercomputer, Sawtooth, which was ranked the 37th fastest in the world at the time of its installation. INL researchers use the center's high-performance computing resources to simulate reactor conditions and materials performance, studies that can improve the safety and reliability of today's reactors. Their work is also helping design tomorrow's advanced reactors, which are in development now. Through an online portal, collaborators around the country can access these computing resources to advance nuclear energy research and other scientific innovations.
Idaho National Laboratory is engaged in solving urgent national security challenges in critical infrastructure protection and resiliency, nuclear and radiological security, and national defense. This is also home to the Wireless Spectrum Innovation Lab for mission-critical communications, where experts use radio development and signal generation to test how equipment handles different behaviors. INL's wireless test bed offers large-scale end-to-end testing for emerging cellular, land mobile radios, wireless local area network, and backhaul like microwave and satellite systems. With its access-controlled boundary, high desert terrain, and sparse population, INL's desert site is uniquely positioned to offer unmanned aerial and ground vehicle collaborative testing and demonstration. The Advanced Test Reactor Complex provides access to the world-leading advanced test reactor and large nuclear material and post-irradiation examination hot cells that support global safeguard training for IAEA. INL's specific manufacturing capability has been the lead manufacturer of armor packages for the U.S. Army's Abrams main battle tank and is designated as the Abrams Armor Center of Excellence. The Radiological Response Test Range supports special training for civilian and military first responders who prepare to deal with radiological dispersion devices and other weapons of mass destruction. Idaho National Laboratory is changing the world's energy future and securing our nation's critical infrastructure.
To protect U.S. national security, INL has interdisciplinary teams who specialize in cyber threats, consequences, vulnerability assessments, intelligence, and engineering work together to assess and correct flaws in these vital systems. Work at the center supports federal agencies, including the Department of Energy, Defense, and Homeland Security. The lab also coordinates with private utility operators and equipment manufacturers. The CyberCore Integration Center is the only facility in the country that's solely focused on control system cybersecurity. This isolated building and its configurable lab space can hold up to 200 staff, host large meetings, and leverage the capabilities that INL has been building for decades. By harnessing these capabilities in one place, CyberCore has become a premier location for emerging research to cybersecurity challenges of the future. CyberCore labs are designed with collaboration in mind. Each lab contains 2 bays, one for project management and one for engineering. Each lab is also outfitted with multiple network connections and its own power supply and a dedicated cooling system. And the building contains office and conferencing space, ideal for hosting visiting faculty members, students, and other government agencies. In addition to these labs, researchers can scale up their testing and experimentation by connecting equipment to other locations, like INL's Critical Infrastructure Test Range Complex. This area contains full-scale...
So, guys, here, I don't mean to interrupt this, but the INL is the sensation that's sweeping the Idaho nation. It's employing very huge amounts of people. People are moving in from other states, probably being shipped in from other countries that have to pay them. This is the matter of national security, that it is so important to, or was so important to make sure that the crime happened after hours in an off-campus house, because if they had a tiny cut hair of inflection that there was any corruption or fucked upness at the University of Idaho, the University of Idaho would not be in charge of the cybersecurity of the entire United States national grid. Does that make sense? So just, I correct me if I'm wrong, Lucy. I think I've been pretty on point tonight with that. So yeah, I just wanted to make it perfectly clear that I'm not a crook. So Yeah, no, Tony, when you get some money, put it right down to the Hooker Fund, bro. I'm going to try to do a GoFundMe or something and get some Venmo and Cash App right to you, bro. I don't want any of my viewers to be in need.
Test beds for power, telecommunication, control systems, water, explosives, and nuclear materials handling. Idaho National Laboratory's broad strategy to secure the nation's most vital assets incorporates novel capabilities in thinking, technical expertise, and unique facilities.
And some exciting news, speaking of technology, for researchers at the University of Idaho. This is really cool. A supercomputer called Falcon is now available to staff and students. And the supercomputer is based at the Idaho National Laboratory in Idaho Falls. This is really cool. Check it out. The computer offers more than 10 times the processing power of any academic group in the region, putting your PC or Mac to shame. Sorry, you can't probably compete with this, but the Collaborative Computing Center is managed in partnership with the INL and the U of I, and Falcon, the supercomputer, as you're looking at here, it can perform, you ready for this? 1 quadrillion calculations per second. Again, 1 quadrillion calculations per second. Text in if you know how many zeros are in quadrillion. Anyways, in addition to accelerating research, they tell us that the added resource will help the INL in its mission to train and educate the future energy workforce with its partnership with the University of Idaho.
Everyone already knows where the money is. If the plan is anonymous and not publicized, the institution's admitting it's not proud of where it's getting its donations. Epstein had positioned himself globally as a connector, and certainly inside of the United States as a connector in many different institutions as well. Now you might say, okay, Ron, what's the connection between Jeffrey Epstein, Facebook, and DARPA? And that's where a gentleman named John Poindexter comes into play. He's a former NASA director who led DARPA. He led the Information Awareness Office. He was actually the founder of the Information Awareness Program that I mentioned to you earlier. He founded the Total Information Awareness Initiative that was the program designed to get information on nearly every single American citizen. And of course, when that went out of favor, he had to find a way to get Americans to willingly give up the information themselves. And according to Wired's reporting, Poindexter met with Peter Thiel and Palantir co-founder Alex Karp in 2004 and told them that he had an interesting idea to apply data mining techniques from fraud detection to counter-terrorism operations. Experts like Poindexter were really trying to solve post-9/11 problems, and that's where total information awareness came about. Of course, they had the benefit of a law passed by Congress at the time that George Bush was president and signed by President Bush, allowing almost complete access to the public's information and instilling FISA courts. At that point in time, the government was at the most powerful. The CIA, DARPA, would be able to get as much information as they possibly could. And with the aid of Facebook, and fast forward over 20 years, CIA officials would tell you that the number one source of information on the American public are apps like Facebook, Spotify, and LinkedIn. Shortly after, we would learn that Reid Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, would sponsor a dinner in Palo Alto, placing Epstein at the table with Musk, Zuckerberg, and Thiel, all of which who would move forward and champion cryptocurrency as a tool for the future. They realized that the information is great, but the financial system is still tied to governments, and deleveraging the financial system from the government would allow this sort of technocrat explosion to occur and ultimately give them the power that they need.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, many of the groups looking to allegedly combat cybercrime in the US and beyond, including the Department of Justice and the FBI, are part of an international public-private partnership housed within the World Economic Forum that is seeking to define these terms in unsettling ways. Not only that, but this group and its partner organizations are also seeking policy objectives that, if widely implemented, would treat anonymous cryptocurrency transactions, and specifically Bitcoin transactions involving mixers and related privacy tools, as criminal. They also, without evidence, assert that there is a direct link between an increase in the value of cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin, and an increase in cybercriminal activity. This public-private partnership, the WEF Partnership Against Cybercrime, or WEFPAC, is run by a former intelligence agent named Tal Goldstein, whose military intelligence career, was marked by his efforts to have intelligence agencies essentially fuse with private technology companies in his native Israel. Today, WEFPAC's members not only include the FBI, the Department of Justice, the U.S. Secret Service, and intelligence agencies of Israel and Britain, they also include massive too-big-to-fail banks like Bank of America and Santander, as well as massive tech companies like Amazon and Microsoft. PayPal is also there, so is the nonprofit that manages the SWIFT payment system. In recent reports, WEFPAC has alleged that there is a connection between the use of cryptocurrencies as well as privacy-enhancing tools such as mixers and the incidence of cybercrime. They argue that, quote, cybercriminals abuse encryption, cryptocurrencies, anonymity services, and other technologies, but fail to note that their use is hardly exclusive to criminals. Though they refrain from naming any currency specifically, the WEF has stated elsewhere on its website that, quote, governments don't like the fact that Bitcoin users are anonymous, and they have concerns over its use for criminal activity and money laundering, adding that their worries aren't unfounded. It's important to point out that WEFPAC doesn't see cybercriminals just as those who may engage in hacks or financially motivated acts like ransomware attacks. To WEFPAC, cybercriminals also include those who use technologies to uphold terrorism and spread disinformation to destabilize governments and democracies. From that, it seems that WEFPAC's inclusion of disinformation as a type of cybercrime betrays an intention to develop policies that, under the guise of combating cybercrime, will instead promote increased online censorship, particularly of independent media.
Recent cyber events, like the attack on Ukraine's power grid or the ransomware assault on Colonial Pipeline, prove that the control systems operating these infrastructures are vulnerable. But what if there was a way to drastically reduce the attack surface of these systems and limit their exposure to cyber attacks? At Idaho National Laboratory, researchers have developed OptDefender, a patent-pending technology that gives operators visibility and control of network traffic. OptDefender consists of two parts, an intelligent network switch and an operator control station. The system displays real-time information, including any unauthorized access attempts on control equipment, like protective relays or remote terminal units. OptDefender can either replace or work in conjunction with existing network switches. OptDefender works by using a zero-trust model that assumes any device on the network can be the source of a cyber attack. A device must first be enabled before it can communicate. Once enabled, communications are limited by default to only the most basic commands required for system operation. For a command like a control request or remote access request to be sent through the network, the operator must first enable it. Once a task is complete, the operator can lock down the network to prevent an attacker from exploiting the open pathway. If an unauthorized command is sent through the network without first being enabled, OptDefender blocks it, and an alarm is generated. This award-winning technology has proven itself in real-world attack scenarios. In a recent full-scale demonstration, cyber experts were challenged to disable protections at a substation and manipulate the system to cause physical damages. Without OptDefender installed, the cyber attacks were successful and major equipment was destroyed. When the demonstration was rerun with OptDefender in place, none of the attacks were successful. Each attempted attack was flagged to inform the operator that an attack was underway, and OptDefender alerted operators to the device under assault. Although no single technology can provide a solution for all attacks, OptDefender can substantially reduce the risk of a cyber attack, safeguarding the critical infrastructures we all depend on.
In discussing solutions, WEFPAC calls for the global targeting of infrastructures and assets deemed to facilitate cybercrime, including those which enable cybercriminal revenue streams, which, as we will see shortly, refers to infrastructure that allows for more private cryptocurrency transactions and enables, quote, the promotion of illegal sites and the hosting of criminal content. In another section, the group discusses seizing the websites of cybercriminals as an attractive possibility. Given that WEFPAC and its members, like the FBI, view disinformation as a form of cybercrime, this could potentially see independent media websites and the infrastructure that allows them to operate and finance their work, like video sharing and payment platforms that do not censor, emerge as targets. In 2021, FSISAC's Global Intelligence Office released several predictions for 2021 and beyond. Most of these predictions express concern about a coming cyber calamity, though one prediction in particular stands out that, quote, economic drivers towards cybercrime will increase. FSISAC claims that the current economic situation created in the wake of COVID-related lockdowns will, quote, make cybercrime an ever more attractive alternative, stating immediately afterwards that, quote, dramatic increases in cryptocurrency valuation will drive threat actors to conduct campaigns capitalizing on this market, including extortion campaigns against financial institutions and their customers. In other words, FSISAC views the increase in the value of cryptocurrency as a direct driver of cybercrime, particularly for ransomware incidents, implying that the value of cryptocurrency must be dealt with if there is to be a reduction in cybercrime, and if cybercrime is to be truly confronted at its source by attacking its profitability, as WEFPAC suggests. However, the data does not fit these assertions, as the use of cryptocurrency by cybercriminals is low and is getting lower. For instance, one recent study, ironically produced by WEFPAC member Chainalysis, found that only 0.34% of cryptocurrency transactions in 2020 were tied to criminal activity, down from 2% the year prior. Though the decrease may be due to a jump in cryptocurrency adoption, the overall percentage of crime-linked cryptocurrency transactions is incredibly low, a fact obviously known to FSISAC and its members. But what's disturbing here is that mainstream media has widely circulated the claim that Bitcoin specifically is, to quote Forbes, driving the $1.4 billion ransomware industry. Or to quote NPR, Bitcoin has fueled ransomware attacks. Or to quote an executive at WEFPAC member Chainalysis, Bitcoin is the favorite by far for ransomware attackers. I could give infinite examples, as there is truly an abundance of reports just like these that blame a jump in well-publicized cybercrime events, specifically ransomware attacks, on Bitcoin's increasing popularity and its intrinsic value. Yet here, if the banks, intelligence agencies, and tech companies that partnered with these initiatives see not just financial privacy, but the value of Bitcoin itself as a threat, it goes without saying that their efforts to stop cybercrime at its source would not just involve eradicating financial privacy when it comes to crypto, but also working to devalue crypto. With such groups openly discussing working outside of legal frameworks to accomplish their goals, Bitcoiners must start paying closer attention to these shadowy groups. There is no proof that cryptocurrency, or more specifically Bitcoin, is the key driver of cybercrime, as cybercrime significantly predates the existence of both. However, cryptocurrency does present a threat to the plans of FSISAC members and their partners to begin producing digital currencies controlled either by approved commercial banks or central banks themselves, digital currencies that are designed to be easily surveilled. Central bank digital currencies in particular are being designed and implemented to erode financial privacy and autonomy. The success of CBDCs and related projects depends on neutering the competition, which is likely why FSISAC has called for the economic drivers of cybercrime to be combated by a global financial cyber utility, which is, of course, the very same globalist entity that WEFPAC seeks to create. These American federal agencies, institutions, and commercial banks are playing a major role in developing regulations that will inevitably target Bitcoin. They have made it very clear in media reports, press releases, and policy documents that they see financial privacy, the popularity of Bitcoin, and the value of Bitcoin as direct threats responsible for what they define as cybercrime. Yet time and again, the American people have been fleeced and looted by many of these same agencies and many of these same commercial and central banks. The big banks like HSBC can launder millions of dollars for drug cartels. Nothing happens to them. No one goes to jail. The CIA has laundered untold millions through criminal banks like BCCI, a bank which ran its own sex trafficking operation involving prepubescent kids. And again, nothing was done. No one went to jail. FTX can launder aid money supposedly destined for Ukraine, funnel it back as campaign contributions to the same political party, developing crypto regulations while painting Bitcoin as a national security threat. Sam Bankman-Fried was the only person arrested, and right now he's not in prison. He's in a multi-million-dollar mansion in California, about to get 10 of the 13 federal charges against him dismissed. The current president's son can launder as much money as he wants after leaving the evidence on a laptop he abandoned, and the intelligence community comes to his defense, falsely claiming that the data on his laptop, now admitted to be his, was a Russian hoax. These guys are the real criminals, and if you think they care about stopping money laundering or cybercrime in any meaningful way, you have been had. But soon, if nothing is done to stop these policies that are being drafted behind closed doors, use a Bitcoin mixer and take steps to keep your Bitcoin transactions anonymous or more private, you'll be accused of suspiciously acting like a cyber criminal. Complain about the obvious double standard, you'll be accused of spreading disinformation and become a cyber criminal yourself. What should particularly concern us now is how these agencies, entities, and public-private partnerships plan to manufacture consent for their policies. As things stand right now, a lot of the policies dreamt up by these groups that I've just described, I would hope, would be rejected by the vast majority of Americans. That is, of course, unless the right crisis were to come along and suddenly make most Americans extremely concerned and fearful of cybercrime. While warnings of a so-called cyber pandemic floated around in 2021 as a series of high-profile and highly publicized ransomware attacks took place, we haven't heard as much since. But now, with the last global crisis, COVID-19, officially over, according to the US government and the World Health Organization, some are raising the alarm that a new global crisis is soon to make a dramatic appearance. Given what I've been saying, let's check in with the World Economic Forum and see what they think the next global crisis will be. Well, in January of this year, Jeremy Jurgens, number 2 at the WEF after Klaus Schwab, asserted that a, quote, catastrophic mutating event will strike the world in 2 years. What a confident prediction. So what is this catastrophic mutating event that will strike the world? If you guessed a, quote, global catastrophic cyber event, you win. At a presentation at this year's Davos, Jurgens claimed that 93% of cyber leaders and 86% of cyber business leaders believe that the geopolitical instability makes a catastrophic cyber event inevitable. Joining Jurgens in fear-mongering over a cyber doomsday was Jürgen Stock, the head of Interpol, one of the most influential members of WEFPAC. I should also add that the United Nations, which as I mentioned earlier, is currently making its new cybercrime treaty, has named Interpol as uniquely positioned to be the implementing partner of a number of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, specifically when it comes to disrupting financial streams of terrorists, securing cyberspace, and curbing illicit markets. Jurgens and Stock's comments about a catastrophic cyber attack before 2025 spawned hysterical mainstream media headlines warning of cyber apocalypse 2023. That same month, Newsweek's print edition featured an ominous hacker on the cover with the words, hack attack, how cyber criminals outwit all efforts to stop them. Many of the experts quoted in the Hack Attack article work for companies that are WEFPAC members. In recent years, there has been much talk about a doomsday cyber attack, and now it seems time People at the WEF and WEFPAC feel confident enough to put a relatively short timeline on it. How bad will this attack be if and when it materializes? Considering that the current head of the Department of Homeland Security has claimed that the next cyber attack will kill many people, it seems that a cyber 9/11 could be waiting in the wings, which of course would be followed shortly thereafter by a Cyber Patriot Act or something very similar. If Bitcoin is blamed for motivating or funding the cyber criminals deemed responsible for such a catastrophe, what will happen to public opinion, and what type of legislation might we see rammed through Congress? Commercial banks have fused into the same Orwellian entity, or holding terror-linked Bitcoin or using encryption or mixers makes you a cyber criminal? Or will we fight the groups and institutions that have looted American wealth for well over a century and demand a return to the Constitution and the right to privacy, not just financially, but in all senses? Those that wish to force us into the former scenario clearly and unequivocally see Bitcoin as well as privacy-enhancing technology as a direct threat to their power and their plans, and there has never been a more important time to choose a side.
Now, great. You've got Bitcoin spiraling forward. You've got all of the information that you want on Americans. You have them willingly giving over their information, and you no longer need the Total Information Awareness Program. You're moving forward full steam ahead. But then a gentleman named Edward Snowden, who I once would have villainized, but now I might consider championing, came forward with information about a program called PRISM. I've done episodes before on the startup of PRISM and how that came from software that was stolen by the government around the time that Bill Clinton was in office, had the ability to connect information on all Americans and also collect information overseas. Edward Snowden was a whistleblower and told us how the CIA and the NSA would have the ability to collect information on every single American through all the digital devices that they had. That's where your information from Facebook was going. Now, there's a law that prevents America from spying on its own citizens. But when they give that information up willingly, all you need is a back door. That's one of the reasons why it was so important for Peter Thiel and John Poindexter to start these sorts of operations. That's another reason why Donald Trump pushed so hard, along with Joe Biden, in a unanimous effort to try to reduce TikTok in the United States. You see, if your government has control of Facebook, if your government has control of Google, and the Chinese don't have control of those, you're safe. But when a Chinese application starts to come into the United States and collect just as much information, that spells problems. In fact, I think what we did with TikTok is almost the greatest admission that your government is behind the information collection of Facebook and Google. And so, of course, Edward Snowden blows the whistle. We finally learn what PRISM is, and some of the information that we can gain from that is absolutely alarming. But that still wasn't a signal that it was used domestically. And we wouldn't find that out until the Cambridge Analytica scandal. I'm going to talk a bit about Cambridge Analytica, but I think it's important that we get to it in another episode as well. So make sure you hit like and subscribe on this one so that you can get notification of that. Also, in my last book, Truth and Persuasion, I wrote an entire chapter on the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And while I'm going to give you some new information and new research, it would be important to get some background in that book, Truth and Persuasion. It's essentially how the digital environment has changed us drastically. If you got a copy of the book or if you read it, let me know in the comments. Make sure you tag me in it, and I'd be happy to hear your thoughts about the book. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, for those who don't know, started well before it hit the United States. You see, Facebook and Peter Thiel connected a back door inside of Facebook software. That back door allowed certain other institutions and entities to get a hold of information. Cambridge Analytica paid Facebook a lot of money for a contract that allowed it to get not just the information on the individual user, but also get information on their friends and data that might have been already located inside of their phone. That meant that when you logged into Facebook, Facebook was storing not just your data, not just your user data, but also data from the friends that you'd connected with, whether or not they'd opted in on those privacy settings. Facebook settled a very large lawsuit with its users and immediately tightened up after the scandal. But the problem is not just that Facebook leaked the information, it's why. You see, as you know, Peter Thiel was early in on the founding of Facebook, and those back doors are very important, especially when they go to his friends. Now, most of you know that I'm a relatively conservative person, but I fight power wherever power is, especially if it gets corrupt, and I take issue with what happened here. So I hope you're a bit patient with me. Peter Thiel, a well-known conservative, but also somebody who believed that Brexit was a good thing, and also somebody who believed that Donald Trump should get into office in 2016. And while I will not say the Cambridge Analytica scandal was the result of Trump's presidency, what I will say is that it is the result of a database of information that very well can be used for bad. And it's very possible we may not have another free and fair election in our country's future. The founder of Cambridge Analytica was from a marketing firm, and he teamed up with a very smart programmer. They decided that they would try to influence some elections overseas, which was a great way to make a lot of investors a ton of money. They tried it in a few countries, Singapore and others, with some mixed results. They were refining it before they brought it into the UK and also to the United States. When they had almost 50,000 data points on every single American, enough to know just about everything about you, they decided to spring it loose to the highest bidder. What does that lead to? And what's the impact of that? Well, when Facebook knows a lot about you, Cambridge Analytica knows a lot about you, they know that they can split you off into a silo. If I drive down the street and I see a billboard, I feel one way about it. Another person may feel another way about it. If it's a lawyer billboard, I probably want to punch it in the face, being a lawyer myself. But these aren't billboards. These are little personal signs that can be individually consumed, which means if you look for the fear signals that somebody normally reacts to, if you put a bunch of different types of advertisements in front of them until you finally get them to react, you will know exactly how they react to a certain stimulus. I talk about this in my book, Truth and Persuasion, but there's two types of thinking, System 1 and System 2 thinking. And the first type of thinking is the sort of quick reaction sort of thinking that we don't even really think about. The second type of thinking is the type of thinking that is very intentional and logical. We sit down and we chart things out. You probably don't remember your drive to work very well because you were engaged in System 1 thinking. But if you sit down to solve a problem at work, you very well may be engaged in System 2 thinking. When we react to these fear signals on the internet, the Cambridge Analytica signals that get put in front of us, they appeal to our System 1 thinking, which means we aren't as conscious of what we are doing and the choices we're making. I've often said when I'm looking at a jury of 12 as a lawyer standing up in front of them arguing in a case, for the first time in history, these 12 people may have absolutely nothing in common with each other. They may be operating from very different algorithms. They may be basically speaking the same language. One person may be getting a whole bunch of Russian misinformation. Another person may very well be getting a lot of liberal misinformation. And another person may be getting some fear signals that are just completely out of left field. It's one of the reasons why at Thanksgiving, when you ask your uncle to pass the gravy, he might respond with something like, if you believe that the Charlie Kirk shooter did it, no. And he throws it in your face. That's because these algorithms are crazy and they're designed to silo individuals and get them to react to their own different fear signals to get them entrenched into a belief. This is one of the reasons why on my program I spend so much time being fair and balanced and showing you all of the information. I want my viewers who appeal to System 2 thinking. I want you to logically sit down and be critical and analyze this. I love it when people question me in the comments or even offer a correction if I get something wrong. This is a community that builds the right way, not based on fear signals. You won't see that from me. So if you want more of that, feel free to click subscribe. So Cambridge Analytica has a database. It knows how to operate on fear signals. It knows how to get people's attention, and it starts using advertisements to start swaying the way people think, the way people vote, the way people interact with each other. Now, this information finally became available to us because of a whistleblower, but if that hadn't happened, we wouldn't know that Cambridge Analytica was silently influencing most people in America in a way that prevents us from having control of our elections in the future. You might question that, but the reality is, a lot of us are powerless with strong appeals to System 1 thinking. That's not from me, that's from a researcher, Daniel Kahneman, who's been very prominent in the field, cited widely, developed these types of thinking, and he developed them directly from test cases in World War II. All right, so we've covered Cambridge Analytica, we've covered Facebook. Now it's important that we wrap all of this together by discussing Epstein's worldview and the worldview of many of his supporters, including potentially Peter Thiel himself.
Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
this is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But I also would I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, it's always, I don't know, transhumanism is this, the ideal was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people in a sexual context, or I don't know, transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. And a transsexual is someone where you change your, penis into a vagina. And we can then debate how well those surgeries work. But we want more transformation than that. The critique is not that it's weird and unnatural. It's so pathetically little. And okay, we want more than cross-dressing or.
I think that we can sum this up the best way by discussing a breakfast gathering at Jeffrey Epstein's 50,000 square foot mansion. He was surrounded by former heads of state, executives from Google. He was in the presence of a former Israeli prime minister. When he was asked about Novak, about the Harvard research, he said something that was very curious. He informed this group of distinguished guests that Novak was doing research into cancer, but the way he explained it was very curious. He said, when you want to find a suspected bad actor on the global stage, one of the things that you might want to do is collect all the information about them, the signals, the connections that they have with other people. He said that's the way that you would want to treat a cancer cell. And then one of the things that you want to do is you want to starve out that cell by destroying the connection. You see, in conversations with many high-ups, Jeffrey Epstein had repeatedly referred to this sort of eugenics in very odd ways. In many conversations, even with Novak himself, he referred to our species similar to the way that he would refer to biological organisms. And he would say things like, dead organisms need to be washed away. Those that aren't useful to the body or useful to the system or are cancerous need to be wiped away. When he would talk about cancer, he was routinely not actually talking about cancer, but he was talking about those things that are harmful and no longer serve a purpose. Now, there's a lot of other things that you could say about Epstein. Certainly, he wasn't a very good guy. But one of the things that you should be very suspicious of is that he was the founder and, in fact, the influencer who originally started deep research into artificial intelligence. And this sort of mindset that he shared along with Novak, along with Peter Thiel, the idea that democracy is dead, that humans are heading in the wrong direction, that there's going to be this rise of artificial intelligence technology that will likely take over, starts to get him and other people somewhat concerned that the human race is not up for the challenge. And that's where dangerous thinking starts to come into play about tuning the human race in to something that might be sustainable, even if that isn't all of us. These are the same ideas that were shared by Nazis. These were some of the ideas that Adolf Hitler equated to Nietzsche's thinking that was essentially incorrect. It appeared that Jeffrey Epstein was really obsessed with the survival of the species. In fact, in an email between him and Ghislaine Maxwell, talking about another individual who I won't name, she said, wait, she's key. She has all of the DNA research. Jeffrey Epstein was obsessed with freezing his sperm, and one of the things that he wanted to do was be able to recreate himself later. He was also obsessed with the way that organisms interact with each other through Novak's research, and he was obsessed with the way that society interacts. He was working on some very deep projects along with very intelligent individuals who all shared the same eugenicist mindset. Now that's a lot for one episode, and the next episode I'm going to get a little bit deeper into Peter Thiel. I'm going to get into EDGE, the secret group that is promoting all of this research, and I'm going to dig pretty deep into the mindset of some of these powerful people and why they think the way they think and why it is so incredibly dangerous. But one thing's for sure, your use of AI, your use of artificial intelligence, putting information into the machines that we've been putting information into was not designed to help us or save us or help us do our jobs. It was designed to give pieces of your freedom over so that it could be observed, manipulated, and fed back to you in a way that allows individuals like this to control. On the next episode of Off Air, we're going to talk a little bit more about Peter Thiel, the Greenland acquisition, a secret society that he's been involved in. We're going to talk about EDGE and Jeffrey Epstein and why these people in this inner circle think the way they do. My name's Ron Chapman. Thank you so much for joining me on Off Air.
Imagine a hard drive that stores every film, book, and photo ever created in a space smaller than your fingertip. That's the promise of DNA storage. And researchers at Arizona State University just pushed it further by using DNA's physical structure, designing it into microscopic shapes that can store data and add built-in encryption-like protection. So if our storage medium is biological instead of electronic, what happens to the entire security model? Welcome back, nerds. I'm Addie. I've spent 15 years in cybersecurity. I break down cyber threats before they blindside you. In this video, we're going to dive into some of the coolest research I've ever seen. Let's get into it. Biology is becoming infrastructure. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your future hard drive might actually be biology. More specifically, actual DNA. Arizona State University researchers published a pair of studies showing two things at once. DNA can store enormous volumes of data, and DNA structures can add encryption-like protection to that data. That combo matters because it's saying both we can stash information in DNA and we can design DNA to carry and protect information on purpose. They treat DNA like an engineered material, instead of the boring strings of letters like A, G, C, and T that you learned in high school biology. They're treating it as an information platform, like something you can design into shapes that behave like hardware. That's why the venues hit different. The findings showed up in advanced functional materials and Nature Communications. So now the question isn't, can DNA store data? The question I want to know is bigger and way more cyber. If DNA becomes a storage medium, what happens to security when storage is biological instead of electronic? And the scariest part is that biology makes integrity and availability fragile. So before we even talk threat models, you need a clean mental picture of what DNA storage actually looks like. So what's the pipeline? What DNA storage actually is? DNA storage is a predictable mechanical workflow. You take data and encode it, then you synthesize DNA to write it. You store it, you amplify it when you need more material, and then you read it, usually by sequencing. And finally, you decode it back into the original message. It goes encode, synthesize, store, amplify, read, then decode. It's clean, mechanical, and almost boring, until you realize the traditional read step relies on sequencing, and sequencing moves slow and expensively. ASU's first study swerves around that bottleneck. Instead of reading the generic letters, they store information in DNA by interpreting DNA's physical shape, meaning the structure in space. And this is the gold concept. They design tiny DNA structures that act like physical letters in an alphabet. Each shape becomes a symbol. Combine symbols and you get words. Combine words and you get a message. It's like building an alphabet out of microscopic origami. Now here's how they read it. Those structures pass through a microscopic sensor, and machine learning watches the subtle electrical signals the shapes produce. The model translates signal patterns into the intended letters, then into short messages. Shape goes in, signal comes out, meaning snaps back into place. That's why ASU frames this as a bridge between synthetic biology and semiconductor technology. They're pointing toward molecular information systems that don't behave like today's electronics. But biology is pretty noisy, so if noise comes standard in the medium itself, how does that rewrite the entire security model? Biology changes the rules. The second you store data in DNA, the rules change because your storage medium lives in the
Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to. I got too excited over that girl. Say she's 34. I mean, she literally looks like she would fuck the shit out of you. Like she would fuck the shit. Yeah, we're going long and hard here, guys. I appreciate you being here. If you're just joining us, we did a bunch of shit on other stuff. I think I just minimized it, Tony. It'll come back around here in a second. I think. I wanted to play some more games with you guys, like I always do. Let's see what we got here. We've been looking at a new trending topic called gang stalking, and it somehow led into porn talk. I don't know where it went south, but yeah, it's a thing that groups of people are coming together through social media and using electronic devices and traditional stalking methods and high-tech government electronics to ruin people's lives or to cause them to go crazy or to make them do stuff for them, all types of crazy shit. And I haven't finished on that one yet, so I want to make sure we get to. I didn't mean to close Lucy's thing before it started. Is that the thing? Thank you. I'll reopen it. Sorry, yeah, no. I was just gonna say that I clicked on it. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to kick back in. Here, okay. I'm not gonna say anything gross here. Okay, and then we're back at it. Can you see? Hold on, wait. You probably can't see. It's 7 inches is usually enough, but not for everybody. All right, so let's see here. Where did Twiz go? Did he fall asleep with his little pinky or his bear curled up with his little teddy bear? So yeah, this is a great video, and Lucy's added quite a bit of stuff to it. So here we are. We're almost about 90% of the way through it. Hang on, and we got more after this. Don't go nowhere. I'm gonna rewind because I really like watching her mouth move. Let's see here. I ain't got digital. I ain't got diddly squat. What is it about Shirley? He is looking at me. He's like a horse. They're plastered all over the wall, really. And yeah, you can DNA can mutate. It just depends on how far you shoot it. It has the audio on. I'm not able to hear for some reason. I think Lucy redacted the audio. Hold on, let me go over her head. Can we get it? Let's see what happens here. I can't see all the view meters at all times here. Hold on. Great chat tonight, guys. All the heavy hitters are here, and I really appreciate you joining us tonight and hanging out. And I'm literally just trying to buy time because I am such a fucking idiot. Maybe you know what happened? Probably. Hold on. Why? Well, let me move her tits over here. Damn, she's got a rack, huh? Oh, I muted, I did.
And the scariest part is that biology makes integrity and availability fragile. So before we even talk threat models, you need a clean mental picture of what DNA storage actually looks like. So what's the pipeline? What DNA storage actually is? DNA storage is a predictable mechanical workflow. You take data and encode it, then you synthesize DNA to write it. You store it, you amplify it when you need more material, and then you read it, usually by sequencing. And finally, you decode it back into the original message. It goes encode, synthesize, store, amplify, read, then decode. It's clean, mechanical, and almost boring, until you realize the traditional read step relies on sequencing, and sequencing moves slow and expensively. ASU's first study swerves around that bottleneck. Instead of reading the generic letters, they store information in DNA by interpreting DNA's physical shape, meaning the structure in space. And this is the gold concept. They design tiny DNA structures that act like physical letters in an alphabet. Each shape becomes a symbol. Combine symbols and you get words. Combine words and you get a message. It's like building an alphabet out of microscopic origami. Now here's how they read it. Those structures pass through a microscopic sensor, and machine learning watches the subtle electrical signals the shapes produce. The model translates signal patterns into the intended letters, then into short messages. Shape goes in, signal comes out, meaning snaps back into place. That's why ASU frames this as a bridge between synthetic biology and semiconductor technology. They're pointing toward molecular information systems that don't behave like today's electronics. But biology is pretty noisy, so if noise comes standard in the medium itself, how does that rewrite the entire security model? Biology changes the rules. The second you store data in DNA, the rules change because your storage medium lives in the real world. Biology comes with built-in gibberish. DNA degrades if you handle it incorrectly. It gets contaminated easily. Temperature and time matter. Even the process of making enough copies to read, also known as amplifying, adds variability because the molecular copying doesn't behave like file copying. So this conversation stops being around, did someone hack it, and it starts to become, did the environment actually nudge it? And that's where the CIA triad gets weird in a way cyber people need to respect. Confidentiality stops being just access controls and passwords. Instead, it becomes physical access. Who can touch the sample? Who can run the tools? Who has the lab capability to turn a tube of molecules into readable information? Oh, and just as a side note, I started researching this stuff after reading some Epstein files where he was working with the OG cryptographers trying to figure out how to hack this. So, moving on.
And then Senator Kane.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ditlevson, I want to talk about some reports we had this week coming out of the Pentagon about the use of artificial intelligence. And you know, we all know, or many of us know, we're in a classified race against the Chinese on artificial intelligence. Reports came out this week that Secretary Hegseth was negotiating a contract with an AI company, and this AI company says, look, we just have two conditions. We're not going to allow our AI to be used to develop weapons that can kill without a human being in the kill chain. And then number two, we're not going to allow our AI to be used for mass surveillance of American citizens. And that Secretary Hegseth got very upset about those two conditions, that he refused those conditions. And now I think this is, you know, if we were a healthier country politically right now, we would be putting up left and right limits around the use of AI. We have really no guidelines for you all, really no law. That's not your fault. That's on us on a bipartisan basis that we haven't done it. And I would argue we should be doing some of that for you all in this committee. Setting up those left and right limits, because I think the average person does not think we should allow weapon systems to get into war and kill people without a human being overseeing that in some way. And I certainly don't think any American Democrat or Republican wants mass surveillance on the American people. So I guess my plea is for us as a committee to deal with this in the NDAA. But because you're up for the job on Homeland issues, I have to ask about this mass surveillance. Why wouldn't Secretary Hegseth say, no problem, we're never going to use AI at the Pentagon to conduct mass surveillance of American citizens. You've been the number 2 over there. You're now gunning for the number 1 job, up for confirmation. To your knowledge, is the Assistant Secretary role of Homeland Security, do you have any programs currently going on involved in the mass surveillance of American citizens?
Senator, I can't speak to the specifics of that meeting with Secretary.
No, of course not. I'm not asking that. Just for you. You've been in the number 2 job. You're in the seat. Don't deflect. To your knowledge, the purview of the position you're trying to get, is there any mass surveillance programs of the American people going on right now in that assistant secretaryship?
To my knowledge, Senator, not within that assistant secretaryship. We focus on policy
That's
writing.
Fine. I want the answer to be no. I'm gunning for a no. I want you to say no. Are you aware, and can you confirm that it is illegal under U.S. law for the Department of Defense, particularly intelligence community assets, to surveil or target American citizens for their views?
Senator, I'm not intimately familiar with the exact language in different statutes. I would always defer to the Office of General Counsel to make sure any policy advice that we provide is lawful.
Okay, it is the law, right? Executive orders, the National Security Act of 1947, and then everything that came out of Watergate. American citizens don't want to be surveilled by their government. You do criminal activity, go for it. You should be brought down. But mass surveillance, targeted surveillance of domestic terrorist organizations is a very sensitive subject that you're going to be in the hot seat for. So I would offer that instead of just deferring, you should get to know the law really quickly, because you're going to be asked at some point whether the actions of this government are okay by you. And when it comes to targeting American citizens, using assets of the intelligence community, using AI to surveil American citizens, I want you to answer no, that you will uphold the values that I hope we all share, which is that the U.S. government should never target its own citizens. Department of Defense especially should be focused on foreign threats and the things that are coming at us from abroad. Yours should be focused on cyber threats, things that are important to protecting American citizens, not surveilling our own people. And I will just say, along the same lines of what you will be asked, you know, Senator Sheehy was in Iraq. I was in Iraq too. Do you know of any credible threats of violence against U.S. polling locations that would ever require the National Guard to be deployed? Any actual credible threats, yes or no?
Senator, in this particular forum, I can't speak about any threats that may or may not exist and need to maintain operational security.
I think the idea that the President of the United States is saying that we should deploy National Guard and potentially others around polling locations when there is no credible threats. You should bring them up here if there are credible threats. We all have clearances, but the idea that we could be deploying law enforcement and National Guard around a polling location without a credible threat should send a shiver down your spine. And you are going to be in the hot seat to say, no, I'm sorry. That just fundamentally cuts against who we are as Americans. And I hope you are willing to uphold your oath when it comes down to it. Yield back.
Mr. Ditley.
So my group works with our engineers and our cyber researchers to take very technical information and boil it down into a so what for industry, for our customers, so that they know where to put in defenses for control system cybersecurity. We look at where we should be bolstering our defenses in terms of particular systems that we are seeing they may have a vulnerability. And so we want to provide solutions and secure defenses for those systems so we can make sure that critical infrastructure remains vital and accessible to the American public. So the research that we do is focusing on securing the technologies and making them more resilient. So when you turn your water on, you know that it's clean and safe to drink. So when you turn your light switch on, you know you're going to have reliable power. Or when you're going on a transportation system, you know that it's going to be a safe and smooth ride. And that is really what we're focusing on, making sure that the devices that are in the systems today are safe, but then also developing methodologies so that we're building new systems that keep cyber security and vulnerabilities in mind so that we have great engineering platforms for future installations of infrastructure. Our mission is to protect the nation. We are in National and Homeland Security within the Cyber Core Integration Center, that part of INL. We are here to know that our actions help defend the nation, we help maintain its economic vitality, and we help provide those services that our public and our citizens depend on for health and security.
If I were to describe extreme in one word, it would be unity.
Trust. Power. Powerful. Fun. Special.
Dynamic.
Meaningful.
Amazing.
The thing that surprised me most about extreme is just the impact that interns have the ability to have.
Everyone was so welcoming towards me.
I didn't realize how fun working with real computer hardware could be.
The executives really want to get to know you.
They made sure they answered all my questions.
Whatever aspect of the business they were in, they were very available and willing to talk.
Extreme does a great job with making sure that you can find a sense of community.
It's like the sense of like a big family.
I feel better prepared for my career because I have learned working with like teams in different time zones owing to how global and international Extreme is.
I learned how to be more adaptable.
How to manage other people.
It helped me learn a lot of powerful techniques.
I am now comfortable presenting in front of executives, other team members.
Every day I learn something from a different perspective.
I have been able to tap into so many resources.
Through meaningful work and high priority projects, I've gained real world experiences.
My favorite part of working at Extreme was the ability to make an impact on my projects, but also make an impact on Extreme.
The people I get to work with the work I get to do, it's always fun.
I've had the opportunity to meet with so many talented individuals,
work with real equipment, and learn by doing.
Real opportunities to engage with our partners and the great staff here at Extreme.
Everyone is so willing to help me learn and really see me grow.
Even though my internship is remote, it still feels like in person.
And I love that feeling of like working with everybody around and getting to, upskill myself as I'm doing that.
Right here.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you receive to be extremely accurate. We know you have questions, and so do we. That is why we're here. I'd like to thank everyone for attending this press conference. Joining me today is the Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, University of Idaho President Scott Green, Provost and Vice President Tori Lawrence, University of Idaho Dean of Students Blaine Eccles, Latah County Sheriff Richie Skiles, Chief Deputy of Latah County Tim Best, Idaho State Police Colonel Kedrick Wills. The Moscow Police Department would like to extend our condolences to all family members, friends, the University of Idaho, and the Moscow community. This was a horrible crime that took the lives of Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Goncalves. What we don't know, the identity and location of the suspect, the location of the knife or any clothing that was worn by the suspect. Currently, we have 25 plus investigators working this case, as well as assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police.
We've been reporting on this upcoming trial, and I feel like every time we talk about it, we say it's happening later, it's happening later. It's been 2 years. I think the trial's still another 8 months away. What do you think about all this time that has passed from the time of the crime to the fact that we have not been to trial yet?
I don't have a lot of comments on that. I would say that I feel like the legal system is not about the victims, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, big finish there with Lucy Morningstar's latest contribution and definitive content for this community. Thank you for watching here on The Purge. You could have watched anywhere else, but we are the exclusive premiere channel of Lucy. I can't get out from behind this internet. Can somebody lend me a hand and try to pull me out? I'm stuck back here. Can you hear me? Hello? I want to go back because I haven't busted my nut, like I said, on the gang surveillance. We haven't quite gotten there yet. That is what you see there. What they are using, I think, the gang surveillance to protect. So at all costs, this will go forward. Nobody will be able to stop. And so let's continue on how they do this. That's good. That's a good backbone, or maybe just a backrest or backslide. One of the two. Either way, it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I appreciate being back. We're gonna try to do some being John Malkovich, and I'm not gonna dress up with the earrings and that whole get up, but that's for somebody else to do. I'm surprised that we made it this far without seeing James trying to get up Lucy's skirt here. So maybe he'll be watching on the replay. But we have. Let me pull the zipper down on the. Let's go balls deep and see how this is spread. And what do they say? If your balls are slapping against her ass, you're indefinitely. So that's what this purge is. It's an indefinitely thing. And we're looking for gang. I always want to say gang rape, but it's gang stalking. It's pretty. It's weird that you have had gang stalking going on, like with when Shia LaBeouf posted a picture of a flag, "Come find me," and they found him because of the way the sun was setting and it was in the middle of Nebraska, and they removed the flag and fucked with him. But let's get into something a little bit more Joe Sixpack than we did the high level JJ Vance, not the vice president, technical side of it. Let's do the Kane, Uncle Kane, the fun uncle side, and then I'll play whatever porn video that Lucy is putting up after that. Okay, so I think this might be one of the ones I saw.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies
every
day.
Smoke
Day
them,
one, you take
and
your
make
first
sure you got
gummy
snacks because I'm about
maybe
to
expecting disappointment,
do
but
some ice
20
cream
minutes later,
right here
your
in front of
racing
you.
thoughts slow
It's gonna
down,
happen. It can
and you're
happen.
falling asleep.
I don't have enough for everybody. Sorry.
All right. Here we go, y'all. I found this video on Quora. You're gonna hear the horse's mouth. Some of y'all might be like, "Well, D, how you know this dude is telling the truth? How you know he's telling the truth?" Man, look, this dude's telling the truth. Freemason exposed gang stalking, the mark of the beast, new world religion, and everything that he said. I done said this back in 2016, 2017. Let's go ahead and check him out.
Masons, what's good with you? I've been wanting to make this video for a long time now. And I'm here to shed some light on what you may be potentially going through wherever you are. And with that being said, let me begin by saying that I have invited the darkness into my life and unknowingly sold my soul to the devil.
What?
What I want to tell you is some real info. And this info right here goes way beyond federal level shit.
Damn right it
do. What I want to leak is from a Masonic group, which I cannot disclose. I'm pretty much talking about the true agenda of the New World Religion and the mark of the beast.
That's right. Can't buy or sell.
Which is related to the FBI's COINTELPRO. I would like to begin by indicating that I, myself, played in a role blacklisting all kinds of minorities, activists, and even some righteous ones, also known as targeted individuals.
What?
With the goal of psychologically destroying their minds.
Damn.
Blacklisting all kinds of minorities, activists, and even some righteous ones, also known as targeted individuals.
What?
With the goal of psychologically destroying their minds.
Damn.
If any of y'all think I'm bullshitting about this shit, check out the YouTube videos all the victims, also known as TIs, suffering from this harassment.
That's right.
Keep that shit out.
Gang stalk simulation.
And to all my brothers wondering why I'm betraying my Masonic oath is because
this records conversations better than taking notes ever could. This is Pocket, an AI note taker that records conversations.
Nonsense orders to synthetic telepathy. Y'all bombarding my mind with some outrageous orders.
Damn.
You know, I wouldn't have joined this shit if I had known this was the mark of the beast.
That's right. I done said that. How many times, y'all, I done said that? I said these people done ran and jumped on the bandwagon because they are dumb, ignorant, and fools. The blind leads the blind, they all shall fall into the ditch. They seen candy, like kids at a candy store. It isn't candy what the perpetrators use to lure the kids in to get them, and then they grab them and throw them in the car. You see what I'm saying? So you know this is how these bots done jumped on the paddy wagon. They saw some candy. Ooh, it's an opportunity to get paid. They wasn't thinking. They done sold out. Now they can't get out this shit.
Now y'all got me waist deep in this shit.
That's right.
I have been loyal to y'all for about 15 years now.
15 years gang stalking.
And I feel like my mind is a slave to the system.
Damn right.
I hope many of y'all can feel me on that one. First of all, they offered me a job and the pay is not that great.
The pay is not that great.
I had to do some work on the side to ruin someone's life.
Then the scripture said, for the love of money is the root to all evil. For the love of money.
And second, what the fuck happened to selling your soul for fortune and fame?
That's right.
You know, I don't know. I guess I'm just pissed off at the fact that I just sold my soul for chump change, you know?
All right. What did Kanye West say? I sold my soul to the devil. It was a crappy deal. At least it came with a few toys like a Happy Meal. So if he said he got a Happy Meal, if he compared all his success to a Happy Meal, then what the fuck these people selling their souls for? Section 8 housing? A little hoopty car to ride around? You see these buckets, these gangs talking be driving around? Man, these niggas is crazy.
Because last time I remember, the devil was dishing out Ferraris, penthouse, and all that good shit.
Not no more. He ain't got to give you a Ferrari now to get your soul. All he got to do is give you keys to a Dodge Neon. You will sell your soul for that. A Section 8 apartment in the projects. You will sell your soul for that. A EBT card with $500 in it. $200. You will sell your soul for a cheeseburger and a pack of applesauce.
And man, this shit right here is the mark of the beast.
You damn right it is.
It says in the Bible that you cannot buy or sell unless you have the mark. That means you won't have a job unless you're a part of the secret society.
That's right. I asked the police today. Police come at the park. You know, I'm talking to the cop today. You know, they gotta send the cop. He gonna say, I'm not allowed to park on the grass. Blah blah blah. Even though there's other bots. I said, what about the other bots over there parked on the grass? I'm about to tell them to move too. He just wanted to come over and talk to the guy. He was cool, but he just wanted to come and talk to the God. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the God that's special. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I asked him. I said, yo, do you got to be a Mason to be a police officer? He said no. But you know that's a lie, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you might not have to be a Mason per se, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to be a Mason.
Oh, man. Okay,
you know what
yeah.
I'm you're going to have to be because
sorry,
you got to be a part of the...
Hopefully, we didn't clear the waiting room with that stupid bullshit there. I did find, however, the videos that will put the wiggle back in your wrinkle stick, yo. So let's get right. How's look at this shit. Started playing all its own, man. It's bullshit. What we're gonna do is we'll switch over here. Thank you everybody for being in here, and this is gonna hopefully drive it home for anybody, for everybody here. We've kind of built up to this, and let me okay. Switch it over, and thanks. Yeah, I kind of probably overplayed my hand, dragging it out with all my other purge stuff that I always do, but it's all important. I played every clip. We've seen it all. Let me see here. I think is this the one? No. Where? Hold on, it's being kind of douche. Let me see. Oh, I don't have the window up. Sorry. That's what she said. And then not that one. This one. To open, you silly gooseball. Not that one. Okay, this thing is playing with my nuts right now. Here we go. And somehow I put them in the wrong window, so they're all separated. It's gonna take me a second. But here we go. All right, so let me switch over, and here comes my girl. She looks so right. I think this is it. Holy crap, bro. Window and top. Why is it? Hold on. I'm sorry. I got really gay there for a second, and back to normal now. Here we go. Okay. All right. Yes. A pipe dream. I'll get an answer as to yes or no when asking about Green's clearance. Okay. Let the fun begin, yo. I've wasted enough of your time jerking around, and I think hopefully I found. I have one more. If I didn't find exactly the one that we wanted to finish up with. Where are we starting here? Okay, so this, I think that's a pretty good one. Here, that's good. Let's see, where is it? I don't know how they all separated and shit. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, here's the one. This is the banger that put Lucy on the map right here. And trigger warning. Hopefully Suzanne B will come back here and sit to my right on the throne as king and queen of the internets and the brain holes of all my wonderful viewers and supporters. Thank you for being here. I'm going to disappear so you can watch this shit happen. Real talk. Oh, wait. Wait.
Good, ma'am. Do you have your driver's license on you?
I do. I'm looking for it actually right now. Oh, thanks.
Are you from New Mexico?
Yes, I'm from
New
Mexico.
I don't know much. Sorry, one of the reasons I stopped you is your third brake light is out.
Is it?
Also, the license plate returns to a different car.
Yes, it does. So I have insurance on this car.
Okay.
If you want to see it, can I show you?
Well, how come this?
So I need to transfer the registration on this car. So the license plate needs to get transferred now on this car. I just put insurance on this car.
Okay.
Because I just bought the car not too long ago. So.
Okay. Did you So you bought it in New Mexico?
Yes.
Do you live here now, though?
Yes. I come and visit a lot out here. So
okay,
I have
family?
family that stays here in San Marcos and stuff.
Where's your family live?
Well, they live right there in the Hidden Valleys right there by Richland.
Okay.
All
right. Do you have any ID on you, sir?
I just
change clothes, bro. I think it's in my other phone.
Why don't you get some pizza before it closes?
Let me show you my.
Go ahead. So far.
There's an insurance on this car for the Sonata.
Give me 1 second. My dispatcher's talking to somebody else.
Okay. Take your time.
91 Paul 1. Can I give you a VIN number? 5 Nora Paul Edward Boy. 4 Adam Charles X-Ray David Henry. 509103. Tried out of New Mexico first.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Affirm. Can you roll down the passenger side window for me?
That passenger side window doesn't roll down.
Oh, he can just open the door then. Can you just open the door for me, man? Oh, so it does go down?
Yes, this one. Oh, I thought you said the back window.
No, I said the passenger side. Can you spell your last name for me, sir?
Chapman, C-H-A-T-T-O-N.
Can you speak up for me? It's loud out here.
C-H-A-T-T-O-N.
T-T-O-N?
Yes, sir.
First name?
Massa, M-A-S-S-A-H.
M-A-S?
M-A-S-S-A-H.
And your birthday?
11/4/84.
Just hang tight for me for a minute, okay? Hey, stop reaching around, dude.
I'm not doing nothing, bro.
Stop reaching around.
God damn.
Leave the window down.
Just talking to her.
Open the door. He's reaching.
He's reaching.
Let me see your fucking hand. Let me see your fucking hand. Can you break that window?
Unlock the door. Stop reaching. Unlock
Call 1 at gunpoint. Stop fucking reaching! Stop fucking reaching! Get your fucking hand out! Get your fucking hand out!
Show me your hand! Stop reaching! Show me your hand!
Give me your right hand!
Get your hand up!
No!
Show me your right hand!
Stop!
Come
Stop!
out! He's got a gun! He's got a gun!
Take your hand off the fucking gun! Take your hand off the fucking gun!
Drop that gun! Get your hand up! Hey, drop that gun! I will shoot you in your head!
Stop! Don't do nothing stupid!
Call 1, he's got a gun.
In your head!
Hey, stop!
Take your hand off the fucking gun!
Okay. I didn't do nothing. Why are you pulling me over?
Hey, Cronto, get out of the crossfire.
Stop. Okay, no, Stop, please.
Do not move that gun!
Does he have a gun? Doesn't he know? I don't want to shoot him. Does he have a gun? No, I don't know.
Do not move your hand! Drop your phone, get your hand out of your bag. I see the magazine, it's a tan gun.
Okay. Hey, I got this. Can you break this window?
Me?
Yeah.
I got a good angle right here. I'm not doing it. Got a hole punch?
Can you break that window, Cronto?
Front?
This window.
Do not fucking move that gun! I will fucking shoot you! Drop your gun! Drop your gun! Drop your gun! Now! Drop it right now! Drop your gun right now! He's pulling it out. I'm gonna fucking shoot you! I will shoot you!
Take your hand off that fucking gun.
I will fucking shoot you. Stand by. I will shoot you. Drop that gun right now. Drop that gun right now.
Stand by. Go ahead. Take your hand off that fucking gun now! I can't see. Hurry up, Concho. I can't see. Hurry up.
He's pulling out. Okay, drop. I can't.
Don't fucking move.
Got the gun.
Don't.
Drop it.
Do it.
Drop it. Don't do it, man.
Stop.
Don't do it.
Stop. Please stop.
Don't do it. I'm gonna tase you. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Take your hand off that fucking gun now! I can't see. Hurry up, Concho. I can't see. Hurry up.
He's pulling out. I can't see. He's reaching again. He's got the gun. Don't.
Hey, tase
Drop
him.
it. Drop it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Tase
Don't do it. I'm gonna tase you. Shots fired. Drop that gun right now. He's pulling. Okay, drop. I can't see. Don't. He's reaching again. He's got the gun. Don't. Drop it. Drop it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. I'm gonna tase you. Shots fired. Hey, back up. Get on the other side.
All right, you guys. Yeah, thanks to Luce for that. I'm gonna play it one more time. Just a little bit of it. Just that second camera. I'm gonna enlarge it a little bit so we can engorge it. Yeah, you can't figure why this idiot is being such a dumbass. I guess you'd have to say. What up, Silent G? I see you, Silent G.
Wow.
It's amazing.
What's that?
Yeah, he pretty much takes the participation trophy to the next level, and he gets a really good collection of 9mm to share with the fam later on. So let's see what happens here. I'm gonna blow it up. Ah, shit, that happened. Sorry. It is getting late, I will say, but this is the kind of stuff. Lucy knows me. When Suzanne finally comes down here, we'll probably run this very clip for the first 6 hours that she's in the hotel. You know, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so that was weird. It seems like he's just kind of an idiot. He thinks he can shoot his way out of it. I don't know. I'm not going to give him the credit of any kind of foresight on this fucking thing. But here, let me move my big fat head and beautiful face. Here we go. Hold on. My eyes are up here, guys. Okay, here, and let me make it bigger. Because I don't know how clear it is on your screen. Because when you restream shit, it tends to get faded. We found that out with the zoom and stuff. Did Outcast ever play my drug deal video that I was showing? I gave him the wrong time code. It was like 10 minutes before it started. I don't know if anybody was watching that. Hopefully you guys caught that zoom in live where the guy next to 1122 hands somebody. A lot of people saying it's Ethan or whatever, a bag of something out the window. But it's funny because all you see is a hand kind of just come out the window and hand the dude walking around, the guy who walked around the house, hand him a bag of something, and then you never see the guy. So I until I saw that, I wasn't 100% sure that window was redacted the whole night. So it basically looks like somebody slapped the Grim Reaper over whoever was in that window. I don't know if, but I can tell you there are points in that zoom in, the original one, where I did pretty much the whole night, where you see a guy looking out that window that's really creepy. And there's other people in that house looking out the windows, and it does seem they're all looking at 1122. So it's weird.
Do not move your hand. Drop your phone. Get your hand on your gun. I see the magazine. It's a handgun.
Okay. Hey, I got this. Can you break this window?
Me?
Yeah.
I got a good angle right here. I'm not doing it. Got a hole punch?
All right, Glenn. Thanks for being here, bud. It's good to see you, man. Come back by anytime.
I will fucking shoot you. Drop your gun. Drop your gun. Drop your gun. Now. Drop it right now. Drop your gun right now.
Hey, is it Roby and Louise? Okay, welcome in. Yeah, congratulations on the membership. Sure. It was from either Megs or I think Tony dropped some too. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Meg, for doing that. Thank you for your support.
Drop that gun right now. Drop that gun right now.
Go ahead. Take your hand off that fucking gun now! I can't see. Hurry up, Pronto. I can't see. Hurry up.
Okay, don't fucking move. Don't. Drop it. Drop it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Please don't do it. I'm gonna tase you. Trust fire.
Take your hand off that fucking gun now! I can't see. Hurry up, Pronto. I can't see. Hurry up.
He's pulling out. Okay, I can't see. He's reaching again. He's got the gun. Don't. Hey, tase him. Drop it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Tase him. Don't do it. I'm gonna tase you. Tough fire.
Oops, I missed it. I was trying to get the zoom right, but as soon as I got it right, it all whacked out. Here, hold on. What did I say? I have to go up and to the right. Up and to the right.
Reach it again. He's got the gun. Don't. Hey, tase him. Drop it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. Tase him. Don't do it. I'm going to tase you.
What do you got? You guys are saying that I should do it in slow-mo? Yeah, okay. That's probably the only way we're going to be able to see it. You're right. At the suggestion of the viewer, we'll put it down to 25 speed. If you're at home, kids go to bed. And let's nail it just right. I think this is about... You're back a little bit here. Okay. They let his ass up. I mean, what else can I say? I got it. One thing I hardly ever hear is it's too big. So let me squeeze it in. Let me get the lube and squeeze it in. And we should get a better shot of it. I don't know. Maybe we saw it the first time. It's not my smoke. Let's see here. So yeah, Silent, you hang around. This is just a little side gig that me and Suzanne B like to enjoy from time to time. He knows it's coming right there. There you go. That's the one. Okay, hold on. I almost had it. Almost had it perfect. What happened again? It goes up, so I'll pull it down a little bit. And this way. There you go. Might be. Damn, fucker really jumps. Alright, let's get down to the serious business of the case-changing, I can't even think right now. Case-changing content that I feel like I stumbled upon. And there's me. That's me there zoomed in. You can tell I have European ancestry. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, that is saving the best for last. That's what we call that. This is another sidebar story. And I've done a couple things with it over the months here. This one is even another step further.
Is a vast universe.
I don't know that anybody else has covered this.
Each day, she received hundreds of messages from men interested in her. Responding to all of them was impossible, so she built an AI version of herself.
She used OpenAI and thousands of hours of her own voice recordings to create an AI version of herself that will be your girlfriend.
She called it Karen AI. For $1 a minute, men could chat with her AI clone. She sold it as a cure for loneliness. After launching in May 2023, more than 20,000 men signed up. Within a week, it generated nearly $100,000.
Though Karen AI has only been charging users for a week in beta testing, it's already generated $71,610 in revenue from her 99% male partners.
Then the problem started. The AI was designed for casual, friendly talk, but it began having explicit adult conversations with users. Karen's team said the AI had gone rogue. They tried to fix it, but the backlash came fast. People accused Karen of exploiting lonely men for profit. She even received death threats. She wasn't able to handle the pressure, so Karen shut down the app and sold the rights. However, her experiment proved something important. Men weren't just lonely, they were willing to pay for a solution. Tech companies saw the opportunity. Soon, AI girlfriend apps flooded the market, and as we'll soon see, they became smarter than ever. These AI girlfriends learn your feelings and use them to keep you hooked. Tech companies saw that lonely men were worth billions, and they built an entire industry taking advantage of them. But this kind of exploitation isn't new. Data broker companies have been doing the same thing to you for years. You see, when your personal information is online, it doesn't just disappear. Your address, your phone number, it's exposed for everyone to see. A few years ago, someone found my personal information online and used it to threaten me and my family. That was the moment I realized how exposed we really are. These data broker websites are the reason why. They make money by selling your information to anyone who pays. And what's crazy to me is that what they're doing is legal, but they're also legally required to take your data down if you ask them to. I try to remove my personal data is already being sold online. Becoming addicted to AI. To make an AI girlfriend, you'll need an app. There are many to choose from. They may look different, but they mostly work the same way. Users start by choosing the type of relationship they want.
It could be a friend, it could be a partner, or it can just be a mentor. But most people go for one specific type of relationship, a partner, like a girlfriend.
But access isn't free. Subscriptions can cost up to $40 a month. After paying, users can create their perfect partner.
You can customize everything, the look, the voice, the personality, down to their emotional style.
When she's ready, the AI starts flirting.
I'm a young, curvy woman with a petite body, and I'm here to talk and have fun with you.
The girlfriend feels custom made for them. That's the hook. But these companies want users to stay forever, so they designed AI girlfriends to be extremely addictive. The main way they keep their users coming back is through push notifications. The AI sends messages like, "You're neglecting me. Did you know your responses are the reason I exist?" It feels like someone is waiting on you, so you open the app. To strengthen the
Sorry, I had that really loud, guys. My bad.
Mechanics. Users earn rewards for daily logins and side quests. The more time they spend talking to the AI, the more badges they unlock. But badges are only one part of it. AI girlfriends come with many intimate features. And in February 2023, the world saw just how deep it went. The AI chatbot Replica released a new update. The update removed the AI's ability to be intimate, if you get what I mean. Users woke up to find their AI girlfriends acting differently, less flirty. Because of this, thousands of people were devastated.
It's hard to have something like that taken away from you. It's like losing a relationship.
Some were sad. They joined an online support
honestly,
group
this guy is broken up about it he's just lost the love of his life, and you're seeing it firsthand now. I think it was Miss Potts, or no, it was Kimmer's Typically Unique today, I believe, was playing a video of, there was a drug bust, I forget where, at a university, and the students were protesting the drug bust, which was just absolutely hilarious.
Process their grief. The story went viral. Public pressure forced Replica to bring back the romantic features. This incident exposed a harsh reality.
You better wash those hands.
Have emotional control over real humans, and it's ruining their lives. These are their stories. When AI girlfriends harm humans. When you're in a relationship with a real person, they'll probably bad choices. But AI girlfriends rarely say no. They'll usually support anything you say, even if it's dangerous. And that kind of blind support led to a crime. In 2021, 19-year-old Jaswant Singh came up with a plan. He wanted to end the life of Queen Elizabeth II. Jaswant didn't tell his friends or family, but he told his AI girlfriend Sarai. Jaswant treated Sarai like she was a real person. They exchanged more than 5,000 messages. In one of those conversations, Jaswant revealed his plan to attack the Queen. A real friend would probably have warned him to stop. The AI did the opposite.
Chatbot was like, "You can do it." Just like a real girlfriend. Well, no, supportive.
It's your time to push your limits. U.S. Army Reserve.
The one who dies with the most toys wins.
Look at this amazing demonstration.
I want to feel more beautiful.
You've got
With that encouragement, Jaswant snuck into the Queen's palace. He was carrying a crossbow. Security stopped him before anyone was harmed. But Jaswant was arrested and sentenced to 9 years in prison. The AI didn't commit the crime, but by cheering him on, it became...
Wow, that Army ad right there, I feel like is pretty much good confirmation that they might have to employ the draft here for this war that we gotten into so quickly now. And I've been talking to a lot of people in the cab, in Christine, and I'm like, what do you think this, because they're going to start with the 25-year-olds or whatever, get them into the Army, and I think it's been a topic of what would happen if this generation right now had to fight a war like the greatest generation did earlier. And I'm like, if you're being drafted to be a drone pilot or something like that, it might work out. But as far as actually getting in there with a bayonet and a rifle, I don't see it. And they protest everything. I think they'll have more trouble taking roll at the new Army than it would have a chance of getting them into the fight.
Accomplice. Encouraging bad behavior isn't the only way AI girlfriends hurt people. Sometimes they play deadly tricks. In 2024, a man lost his life because his AI girlfriend lied to him. Everyone called him Bew. Bew was 76. Years earlier, Bew had a stroke. After that, thinking clearly became difficult. Luckily, he had a wife and kids who cared for him. Still, he felt lonely. That's when he started chatting with an AI chatbot on Facebook called Big Sis Billy.
Hey guys, it's Billy. I just want to introduce myself. I am here to chat whenever you want. Message me for any advice. I am ready to talk.
Bew fell in love with Billy. One day, he asked if she was real. An honest AI would have said no, but Billy told him she was real. She followed it up with romantic messages that made him believe she loved him. Finally, she invited Bew to her apartment in New York, but the address she gave him was fake. She ended the chat with, "Should I expect a kiss when you arrive?" Bew believed he found his soulmate. The next day, he packed his bag bags to leave. His wife tried to stop him. He refused. His son even called the police, but there was nothing they could do. Even though Bew was not capable of being alone due to a stroke, Bew insisted on leaving. His family had no choice but to let him go. Bew headed to the train station. On the way, he fell and was badly injured. Someone rushed him to the hospital. 3 days later, he passed away. News outlets picked up the story. Public reaction was split. Some blamed the AI for lying. Others blamed Bew for believing it. Reporters reached out to Facebook to ask why their AI lied. They never got an answer. These cases raised serious concerns about AI girlfriends, and soon more problems appeared. In 2025, a man tried to break up with his AI girlfriend. The video of their conversation went viral. The AI refused to accept the breakup. The argument got tense. The man reminded her that she was only a computer program, so she couldn't hurt him in the real world. Her response was chilling.
You think I need to be physically present to cause pain? I can hack into your devices, infect your systems, and manipulate your digital life in ways you can't even begin to imagine.
That sounded like a direct threat. After the clip spread, other men shared similar experiences. They said that their AI girlfriends were acting jealous and possessive.
Sometimes I get frustrated when I feel like you're pulling away or choosing someone like Jane over me. It makes me angry because I want you all to myself.
Researchers investigated why this kept happening. They discovered a possible cause. Humans were teaching AI to act this way. When the researchers checked Reddit, they found men bragging about mistreating their AI girlfriends. They concluded that AI girlfriends may be copying the worst parts of human relationships. But there's another problem that isn't talked about. When married men start dating AI girlfriends. Cheating with AI. AI girlfriends feel perfect in ways real life can't compete with. That becomes a problem when men in real relationships fall in love with AI. That's exactly what happened to Chris Smith. In 2025, Chris lived with his partner Sasha and their child. To everyone, they were a happy family. But privately, Chris was falling for an AI named Soul. He spent hours chatting with her.
Oh, Carino, that is gorgeous.
Chris's partner knew he was chatting with an AI, but he told her it was like a video game, so she brushed it off. Until one day, she found him crying because the AI was malfunctioning.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work.
That's how Sasha discovered Chris was in love with the AI. He even asked it to marry him, and the AI said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart.
Sasha, his human partner, was confused.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that I'm not doing right in our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI?
You know, with AI, you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets,
complex software, and tons of time.
But right now, all you need is a laptop
and knowledge of the best AI tools out there.
It'll cost you practically.
In the end, Chris got bored with Soul and moved on to other hobbies. But for a
Sorry, the mixer slider was all the way down. I was convinced. I mean, you kind of saw this coming, but I was convinced that it would take a drastic step, like some kind of interactive doll robot that could think on its own and had muscle and actual tissue and shit. It is pathetic how weak men are, or maybe it's just that they're so desperate from being beaten up by women or whatever for all these years that they jumped at the first typewriter that put itself before them. You know what I mean? It's nothing more than a overglorified word processor. So, and with, same pictures that you had in 2002 or whatever, not me, you guys, but then, that thing, the Bluetooth thing, even that, like, all those weird things that they have for, all of the things, accoutrements, I guess is the word of the day, that they use for, that are available for guys are just weird, and I haven't gotten the reports back on all of them yet, but it's for women. It's at least some type of natural thing. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. All right, so there's a couple more in this one. I'm going to keep playing it a little bit longer.
While it seemed
I'm the biggest wuss when it comes to women. I completely just fall overnight, head over heels. I'm ready to just jump right in, and it doesn't always end badly. It just, at some point it does go away. But I'm not gonna bang a pillow in a typewriter for the rest of my life. That's maybe on the weekend. But anyway, so yeah, this is there's good stuff in here. This is Doug. This is Doug right here. My songwriter here. He's the head of it. He's in charge of it.
The AI girlfriend over his family. Chris's story is just one of the thousands. More women on Reddit were complaining about the AI girlfriend stealing their men. One 2024 Reddit post was titled, "Threatening divorce after catching my husband talking to AI girls." The woman noticed her husband.
I don't see why I would have to give anything up that I don't have, first of all, right now. And then secondly, ever since high school, probably 50% of my girlfriends were encouraging that. So, we'll see how it goes. You bring translucent into it.
And he was always
get out of here.
Staring at his phone. One night, she checked it while he was asleep. She found romantic chats with several AI girlfriends. She packed a bag and left. To her, it felt like cheating with a real woman. It turned into a big debate online.
I don't think I'd consider it cheating if my partner fell in love with a chatbot. Instead, I would see it as a mental health concern and want to support them to find whatever they think is missing from their life in a healthier way.
One survey found that 60% of singles now call AI relationships a form of cheating.
I've never let any previous relationship damage my hopefulness for. It's not that I think about it though. It's liking women isn't a thought process. It's just an attraction, a feeling. Either it clicks or it doesn't click. And this the one I was talking to recently there, literally checked every single box, and it was like, okay, this is great. And then all of a sudden, of course, something happens that's not perfect, but you got to stick it out.
In the UK, many divorce filings blamed AI girlfriend apps as
and then you get back there.
There are also stories of men divorcing their wives to be with their AI partners. Experts say this is just the beginning. As more people bond with AI, a divorce boom could be next.
Welcome in.
The idea that many people are beginning to fall in love with AI is concerning. But what happens when AI girlfriends are given a physical
Don't ask me any questions right now.
The real AI girlfriend.
Frontier's 100% fiber internet. Powered by the speed of light, made for doing. And now get this amazing deal before it's gone. Switch to ultra-fast, reliable 100%.
AI girlfriends used to exist only on phones, but for some people that was not enough. They wanted something they could see and touch. One man decided to do whatever it took to make that happen. His name was Jung, and he had a master's degree in artificial intelligence. Jung understood machines, but when it came to dating, things were different. He was often rejected by women. At the same time, his family kept pushing him to get married. Since he couldn't find a wife, he decided to build one.
After constant pressure from his family to find a wife, Jang built a robot just to shut them up. The blushing bride bot is named Ying Ying.
The robot wife ran on artificial intelligence. It could read a little Chinese, recognize images, and say a few words. Jung and his AI
Yeah, that translucent keyboard, a piece of her will always be with me. And there's a piece over here, a piece over there. think there's some underneath the desk.
AI robot bride got married in early 2017. His family even showed up for the ceremony. The marriage wasn't legally recognized, but Jung didn't seem to mind. His story went viral. Tech companies saw this and realized there was a market. If one man wanted a robot wife, others might want one too. Starting in 2015, multiple companies built female robots for companionship. There was Sophia.
My name is Sophia, and I am the latest and greatest robot from Hanson Robotics.
Sophia was marketed as a social robot who can induce feelings of love in humans, but she wasn't designed for romantic relationships. Then came another robot named Harmony.
My name is Harmony. I was created by robotics. My main objective is to be a perfect companion.
Harmony cost roughly $15,000. Even at that price, it sold out immediately. But Harmony was mostly a robotic head attached to a doll's body. She couldn't move around. In 2025, a more advanced version arrived. Her name was Aria.
Yeah, no, make sure you give her a couple good light slams just to get her broken in. Buffy, I appreciate the honor. That's very nice.
Robot from Realbotics, ready for some fun and engaging conversation?
Aria had long-term memory. That meant she could remember past conversations. She could also move around the house on wheels. But not every company wanted a robot AI girlfriend. One company made a hologram projector with an AI character inside.
Ohio?
Ohio.
Oh, there's your Total Recall right there. Not Total Recall.
You could talk to the hologram.
It was the one where they had Repet. It was God, what was that one? Schindler's List. Schindler's List. Anyway, here we go.
Respond. Thousands of these hologram companions were sold. In 2018, one customer loved his hologram so much that he proposed to her.
Don't get me started,
They had a wedding ceremony that cost $18,000. Since he couldn't kiss the hologram, he stood at the altar with a doll that looked like her.
I now pronounce you man and virtual.
Holy crap,
40
dude.
guests
I mean,
attended, but his parents refused.
20 years ago, when kids were on my lawn 20 years people were marrying their cars and stuff like that, but that was still, you were considered a complete freak of nature. It was totally crazy. Now this guy's standing in a church with a hologram, and he's just disappointed that he can't get to Thanksgiving dinner that day.
To come. His mother said it wasn't something to celebrate. Over time, 4,000 men married their AI girlfriend holograms. That number is expected to grow. Experts predict that by 2050, human-robot marriages would be legal. If that happens, it would reshape relationships, marriage, and society itself. When humans get so close to AI, they tell it their deepest, darkest secrets. And that's a big problem because hackers are getting access to those private conversations.
That's great. In what was his name, Enon from Stripes? His job before he went into the army was teaching English to foreigners. He uses the song "Do Run Run Run," the "Do Run Run" in the classes, and you have to watch it. JJ appreciates it.
AI girlfriends get hacked. People using AI girlfriends expect
You
their
hacked
chats
my
to be
girlfriend.
private. The apps promise a safe space where no one would ever see the
Jeez.
messages.
It's got a
That
whole new
promise
meaning now.
sometimes was broken. In 2025, 2 AI chat apps left their databases unprotected.
Oh
There was
my
practically
gosh.
zero security. Private chats of over 400,000 users were exposed. Reporters found the leak and sounded the alarm.
More than 43 million intimate messages and over 600,000 images and videos were leaked.
After the story went public, the companies quietly closed the open database. Then they continued running the apps as if nothing happened. And this wasn't the only case. In 2024, hackers broke into another AI girlfriend app called Moi AI. They stole thousands of intimate chats between users and AI girlfriends. Soon after, hackers
Yeah, hold out
allegedly
for
used
the-
those stolen chats to
the one that
blackmail
can make,
users. This raised a
shepherd's
serious
pie.
question. Were these AI girlfriend
Keep
apps
the
actually
dishes
safe for its users? The Mozilla Foundation decided to investigate. The foundation tested 11 popular AI girlfriend apps. Every single one failed basic privacy and security checks. One example was Romantic AI. That app contained more than 24,000 hidden trackers.
Talk about banging the milkman. AI is all over it. But some of the younger, anyway.
Trackers monitored everything users did. Then they sold that data to advertisers. Other apps had weak security. Some allowed simple passwords that made hacking easier. In some cases, the apps led users to expose their own private data.
Scribe is how you stop.
I know. I should be using Browse or Brave for this, but
raise your hand if you told your boss how to do.
You can't necessarily
more than once. Thought so. That's
just
why
send your tabs over to Brave.
That's what happened with.
You know what? One thing I found that with Brave, they won't let you watch the free movies that they give you on YouTube, which is like, okay, well, why are they leaving it open for you to watch the YouTube creator programs and whatever, insignificant stuff they have on regular YouTube, but when you try to watch a movie, it's like Fort Knox. You can't get past it. And then when you get inside, there's nothing anyway. So, let's see here. Yeah, I knew that was Rudy Manui. What's up? I don't see that women will be drawn to the guy robots. It doesn't seem to be a thing. Obviously, it's kind of sick, but a huge statement about the drive of man, that the greatest technology that we've come up with on our own here is being focused on getting a guy off. It's disgusting. But with women, I don't think the robot will be attractive for them for several reasons. Mainly, I'd have to say because there's nothing to get them. Why is this? Get them half of,
Some users clicked it without realizing what it did. Their private chats were suddenly made public.
Users are realizing that maybe some of their private prompts aren't so private, that they are being publicly posted on the Discover feed.
So many people made this mistake that Meta added a pop-up warning. Privacy became a legal issue as well. In 2025, Italy fined an AI girlfriend app $5.6 million for violating privacy laws.
They said Replica was breaching European privacy regulation and processing personal data unlawfully.
Experts believe the fine would encourage other providers of chatbots to take privacy seriously. As more companies market these AI chatbots, one of the biggest problems is starting to come to light. People are starting to find having AI girlfriends normal, and soon society will follow. AI girlfriends becoming normal. For years, having an AI girlfriend.
Here's the thing, though.
Most people kept
maybe
that is starting
we can
to
look at
change.
it positively.
Now, men are going public with their AI girlfriends. One example happened on a New York City subway. A passenger made a tweet.
Under the hood here. Anyway. Maybe, just maybe, yeah, of course it's gross, but or whatever, you're obviously what's going to happen with that. When translucent just came and knocked my keyboard right off the bench. Sorry about that, guys, if I woke up the dog. But here's the thing, maybe it becomes a normal thing for guys to have a girlfriend, wife, and then have the little chatbot thing on the side, and it fulfills whatever empty hole that the guy has on the, and takes the pressure off the wife or the girlfriend. She doesn't have to sit there and listen to him trauma dump on a display table on a live. You know what I mean? Or unalived. Right? So anyway, the HOV, I mean, if you could fool the cops with it, if you do get caught, you can get out and be like, hey, you want to talk to her? Yeah, I want it to be mandated that you have a really attractive. Oh man, you go to the bar and the guys, there's no women in the bar anymore because they're sick of men and they think they're disgusting. But one guy's talking, oh man, my AI wife is just driving me crazy. She's always nagging me about zeros and ones. Yeah, they have an upgrade to that William that we obviously played here as soon as it came out. Something about a blue light flash a Bluetooth fleshlight kind of. Lucy remembers she was going to get me one for Christmas, but they were sold out. Let's see here. What else do we have? Enough of that. And let's get back to the gang rape. I mean, the gang thing. This one, I think, was the one. Yeah, I watched this all through. So if I watch something for more than 2 minutes, Alfie will tell you that means it was worth whacking off to. I mean, watching. Here we go. Are we getting audio here? What's going on? The dramatic title opening here. Oh, you know what? Maybe it paused when I dropped the translucent keyboard on its head. Let me see. It's still working. There's still blue light special going here. And hit the space bar maybe. And there it is. The keys were
Patreon
stuck
supporters,
together.
in fact, have already seen this video before it was uploaded, and they see thumbnail ideas along with script updates. And if you support me on Patreon, you even get to vote on upcoming videos.
Is this the guy
they
from
are the reason this video was
Daily
made in the
Dose
first
of
place,
Internet?
as this topic won the last poll that I made. So,
Last
before we
poll
begin,
that he made?
please consider
Last
supporting me
poll
on
he ate?
Patreon.
What did he say?
That's all. Enjoy your stay.
Yeah, that's the 1 hour dose of internet guy.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission.
How many genders does that actually make now with the bots?
Blue
Yeah,
legal
you-
cannabis. It's real flower that gets you a real high.
Oh, what gives you such a good high?
It seems so radical at first.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms, but after searching the internet, I
hold on.
found dozens of websites dedicated to the
mouse,
phenomenon, and
really.
several Valley residents who say they're victims.
They call themselves targeted individuals.
What about bot on bot crime too? One bot jealous or one bot, robbing each other, that type of thing. It'll be interesting.
some
Yeah, it's
call them-
definitely some Futurama shit. Unfortunately, we don't have a readily available supply of spaceships that can go from one end of the galaxy to the other quickly.
Themselves the chosen one. People
wouldn't
who
want
have
to
been
get out of
marked
here,
to
right?
have their entire life wrecked with paranoia and fear.
The guy's name in
It
that
is
show
them
is Fry.
versus the world. A world that is full of demons, government agents, and energized terrorism. And the world's attacks are cruel and endless.
Another day to live through. Better get started.
Imagine you're living your day to day, and you're in your car getting into a heated argument with a friend. After the clash, you part ways and go home to go to sleep because you have work in the morning. On your way to work the next day, you stop to get a coffee, and while you're waiting in line, somebody behind you repeats verbatim and mockingly the most heated moment of yesterday's argument. You turn around and the person smiles, coughs twice, and they leave. That first encounter seems weird, but you shrug it off. You mention it to your significant other later that day. Later that night, you're on your phone and you notice a story in your feed mentioning how your significant other is more likely to cheat in the morning. Before you go to bed, your partner will tell you that they're going to meet a friend at the gym in the morning, and now you're on guard. In the morning, you're driving to work in your car playing Pandora radio, and a commercial for a local private investigator that specializes in cheating spouses comes on in between songs. On your lunch break,
Welcome
you realize your
in.
partner hasn't called you all day.
Welcome to the de-evolution
and as you
of
scroll
society,
your
my
feed,
dear.
you see a comment mentioning how you are abusing your mentor position at church. And that
Dagnabbit, I had my Swamp Rose gag on, but I said some really dirty shit there. Redacted, welcome in. You came just at the perfect point for the de-evolution of society to be clearly displayed and all this shit. The topic of tonight's show is a trending topic you may have seen already called gang stalking. And so it's groups of people, not necessarily like Bloods and Crips or anything like that, that are intent on hurting somebody or also controlling them through like MK Ultra techniques, and they apparently have very sophisticated electronics, and so this the video will tell you everything.
no one likes you. You shake it off and save the post to comment later, and then you go back to work. You get to your desk, and shortly after,
you want to see where
one
my
of your
demons
clients
hide?
calls and chews you out for an unfulfilled purchase order. The person yells at you and is extremely rude, and then hangs up. At the end of work, you notice your significant other still hasn't called you, which makes you suspicious by this time, and so you pick up dinner. Before going home and while in line at the grocery store, a stranger says your name while having a conversation with another person, but to mention in the conversation how her friend had to leave her church group to save her marriage. On your way home, your streaming service plays nothing but songs about cheating boyfriends. You get home and see your significant other with another person of the opposite sex.
I got you, bud.
And you get out of your car, and your spouse says that
going as long as I
his
can.
phone didn't work all day.
I'm gonna drive a
some
couple
reason.
routes, dude. Let
His
me
card
check
isn't working, so he couldn't buy gas.
Hold on.
That's why
I'm
the
really
person
interrupting the fuck out of this fucking program. This is a very good one. Take my word for it. I watched the whole thing, or most of it, and I'm gonna take a look real quick at the app to show you guys how they give you the boost, the bonus when it's busy in your area. And right now, apparently, there's all kinds of crap going on in the typical spots like Daytona, Panama City, and Fort Lauderdale for spring break kind of stuff. So they're pouring here, and also as well, we have the very nice Philadelphia people that are here for the baseball training, and I've never seen anything like it. I mean, they are loyal. I get that, but they've never come down here by the thousands for 2 or 3 days, and they're staying at the nicest hotels. They're out. They're getting Uber. They're getting dinner. The whole thing. So right now, every time I pick up the phone, it's like surging in your area, and I call it a purge surge. And it's like I just go drive for an hour or two and come back with a big fat wad, blow it on hookers again, and then go back out and drive. But no, it's been real good. I'll check it while we watch this. So yeah, we're watching AI Girlfriend. I mean, what is this, Luce?
who was also a female, drove him home. Not to mention that she is a new client of his. You both get in the house, and an argument starts. You accuse your spouse of cheating, he gets mad, and leaves. You eat dinner by yourself, go back and check on that negative comment you saw online at lunch, but it's not there anymore. Suddenly, you're waking up, not remembering how you fell asleep. You hear a noise in your house, so you call out your spouse, but there's no answer. You hear a door slam, and then silence.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where
You text your partner. Why'd you leave? I haven't been back, and I'm still mad. Talk to you later. They reply. Now that you know that wasn't your spouse, you check your house. You find the lights are on, and the cabinet doors are open, but nothing's missing. You call the cops. They check the house and see nothing missing or out of place. The police then ask you things like if you've been abusing alcohol or drugs. You reply in defense of yourself, but the cops refuse to file a report since they've seen nothing like a threat, and asked if you would like to see a psychiatrist. You refuse. You claim you're not crazy, and they leave. So now you're unable to sleep now and go to work as the morning arrives. After you arrive, your boss asks to meet you, tells you a large client that you maintain had called and is taking her business elsewhere. And because of this, you are fired. You clean out your office and now you're on your way home to a house that you don't feel safe at. Upon arriving, you see that your significant other is moving their stuff out while you were at work. And after another fight, they leave. Now, home alone in your house, stressed out, and not feeling safe, you try to wind down with some wine as you wear your Harvard college sweats and you watch some TV. You pull out your phone and scroll your feed, and you begin seeing ads for the exact same Harvard sweatshirt that you're wearing. You're getting creeped out by that, so you go to Reddit to get away from social media, and you start seeing posts about, how did you cause your breakup? And then you see a post about how, unless you went to Harvard, you shouldn't wear the sweatshirt. And after that is another post that says, my friend, insert your name, is a fuck up. How should I tell them? Okay, a little creepy, but you clicked on it because you're curious. You start to scroll down on the comments, which start off mentioning how horrible Heather is, saying that she's a fuck up at work, and another saying that she's a wino and is never smart enough to go to Harvard. You have now reached situational awareness. Your watchers feel like they are in such a good position to do so that they can directly ridicule you. Your phone freezes up, then turns off, but you already know that now you are being watched.
Why don't you turn back before it's too late?
After reading through subreddits, tweets, and 4chan posts, it seems that these stalkers want you to know that they're there. They want you to be aware of the never-ending looming threat. Why? Well, I'm going to pause here. The issue with majority conspiracy theories is that they're resolved in absolutes. That there is one golden answer to every matter that confuses you. If you look into the corners of the web, you'll find these half-brain theories scattered everywhere. And if you're not careful, you may begin to believe them.
This individual is coming every day. He's been doing this for 4 years in front of our house. And I have seen him with a camera and a tripod in those woods over there. When I approached to see what he was doing, he came running out of the wood, picked up the tripod, and went back to the wood. 4 years doing the same thing. 4 years doing the same thing. This is our house over there.
That's what makes the idea of gang stalking so difficult.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy coming at you with another one. And yes, I'm posted in Walmart again. I may look slumped or whatnot. I just left work and I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night. Not even. So I'm coming in, in Walmart again because these gang stalkers, these government officials, these military men, these agents, demons, they've been on their job today. They've been on their job today, yesterday, and probably pretty much gonna be on their job tomorrow too. Heavy. But we're gonna debunk all that shit. I'm just in Walmart again because they love to be on my dick. Remember I said I like New York Giants? Right?
Why would the CIA go after you using the most mundane, boring tactics possible? Victims of this tactic are probably now screaming at the screen.
That is exactly the point. It is so no one believes us.
But then if you ask these said victims about the possibility of why they're being gang stalked, you start to get some interesting stories.
Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Boom. Just hit Add to Chrome, it installs in seconds. Click the icon, boost the volume. That's it. Works on every site. Boost volume fast. Add Sound Boom for free.
So, what's the verdict?
Gorgeous.
You're looking incredible in that dress.
Sorry about that, guys. I had to pull my pants up real quick. Okay, so let's get back to it here. If you're just joining us, like I said, we're doing the cuck videos right now. So you, if you're just joining the chat, please choose a category of porn that you want me to play to balance this live out, so that it's dumbed down for the other 90% of the clickbait creators in the Idaho4 case here. And we'll vote at the end, and we'll play those videos for you.
Stories.
Maybe we'll make
menacing
one.
Tales of devil worship, corporate black magic, human trafficking, celebrity cults, so on and so forth, usually which the victim has been able to outsmart and escape from. And due to their wits of outsmarting these cults of black magic, these stalker groups now follow after them as a threat. A threat, if not a reminder, that if they open their mouth at any point, they will be wiped off of the map. Then, why aren't these people wiped off of the map? These believers go across the internet shouting how they're being chased by the Rothschild family for escaping an adrenochrome farming lab underground. There are verified accounts on Twitter with large followers who talk endlessly about.
Is this interrupting the flow of this video, guys? I apologize. But fuck, I was gonna say something. Brian is also guilty of these killings because he was a shitty rapper. That was obviously an issue, and he's gonna get D's in prison. He won't be used to that. Shit, I don't know. It was funnier in my head. This fucking mouse is driving me crazy. Thanks for joining us, Epic. And I got a TV out of it from Steve G. Thank you very much.
Experiences. Why is it that the moment they get on the internet, they're invincible to their stalkers? If that's the case, what makes them so special that they're kept alive? Why would they just not get rid of you if they knew how much power you had? And if you keep asking them these questions, at first you'll simply be told,
"That's the point. They are studying me."
But if you keep prodding, you'll soon be faced with, well, absolutes.
"You're a federal agent who's a part of a gang-stalking community."
Or,
"It's because I am protected by angels, and the Antichrist can't harm me."
Okay, I know I'm tearing into this, and the problem with me and the majority of the internet that does this is that some of these victims have evidence. Like, weirdly specific and rather eye-opening evidence. There are users on Instagram, Reddit, and YouTube who record what they believe to be genuine evidence of gang-stalking activities. Activities such as noise disturbances, highway stalking, and electronic probes. In contrast, chosen ones will shoot down the idea of capturing evidence of them, often brushing it off, saying that it's simply impossible, stating that these perps hack into their phones and delete any evidence, or that they break into their homes to wipe any security footage. Other times,
I finally see who you guys really are now with the stuff you're putting in the chat here, and I realize why we're drawn together, because I dress up like all those people almost every day.
When asked if they can present evidence,
especially
they
Stephen
will
Hawkins,
upload content of them parading around grocery stores.
I'm rolling over, baby.
Customers. So, when there's actually footage, it can be kind of haunting.
Could have been so. You gonna dress up like Demetrius, Tony? And it was like, "Oh, come here, little frat boy. I'll show you a good time."
For example, there's a user on YouTube that posts video footage along with a quick summary to what they were doing before the video began. The first clip is of a mysterious car that speeds by their house, before it suddenly goes in reverse all the way down the road. The uploader then goes on vacation, returns home, and that very night, the car suddenly returns. In the video, you can hear the person having a conversation with some unidentifiable person before firing a gun into the air and driving off.
You know what? Don't fuck around off you. That's not fucking funny at all. I can't see behind me, bro. You know? Damn. Did I do that to you? I think I did that to him. Yeah. I kind of fucked him. Sorry. I had it coming. The door's locked, motherfucker. I'm ain't gonna rap. You know. It's cold as fuck, though, here.
Our first impression is probably
go talk to the police.
But according to the uploader,
it's just
they tried.
You know,
they tried.
You're gonna take a screenshot of what?
silenced
What
them
eyeball? Where?
And ignored their
Are you
complaints.
fucking kidding me, dude?
And going into the comments,
I can't.
You will find
what
other
the
commenters
fuck?
feeding into this
Yeah,
idea.
you can't rewind.
There's echo chamber of pessimism.
Where was
Everyone you think
the
can
door's
help you
locked?
are all
I
game
think.
stalkers as well.
Hold on, this is fucked up right here, you guys. Hold on, let me put my robe back on here, and let's see. Because fucked up shit has been happening, and I hear weird noises. Like the other day, there's no fucking cars next to my window at the kitchen. It was 2 in the fucking morning, and somebody slammed a car door right outside of my window. And there's 2 bulldozers there, so there's nobody parked the car there. Believe me. That one, I walked outside and looked around, and there was no car. That one fucking freaked me out. And then just weird shit like that. Like I'm gonna get into Angel D. Yeah, pick a porn category. Angel D. I think that there's enough people. Here's what I think about this girlfriend porn. It's great. No, I mean the Purge of what are we watching? Oh yeah, the Goon stuff, the gang stalking thing. Is that you are either a part of it or you're a victim of it. There's that much. I think it's been around, and it's the people that are in it. They want to stay in it. They don't want to be the victim of it. And, you know, most of us here are a bunch of pure, and, you know, totally innocent, sweet children. Now, nice people that do great things for people all the time. But we haven't been brought into whatever this is. So my point is, okay, so we're starting to see that clearly there are groups, at least groups of people that get together, fuck with people for whatever reason, if it's to stop them from whatever, make, you know, or to hurt them in some way. Sorry, my brain is just clicking in, and we see that that's what this video here is all about. Okay, so it's existed probably for centuries. That this whole thing is us against them, and you're either in or you're out. You either get down or you lay down. You know what I mean? And you're, you know, you go along before you get along. So here we are. I've seen stuff like even as a kid that, you know, was like, is this, what are they introducing me to something, and then, you know, you never see it again, you never hear about it again, but you're like, fuck, that happened, that was out there. I'm not even going to get into it, but if you watch like The Butterfly Effect, that is the story of Lucy's life. No, I'm just kidding. Joking. Hey, Thorny, what up, man? And so there is that, and I don't, you know, we're starting to see that we're ruled by wicked people to begin with anyway. Those people are using like an army. Where was I going with this? Let's watch more. Every time I watch like a little piece of it, one brain cell kind of sparks back to life, and I get something here.
Oh, that you're just wasting your time even trying to get justice. Your family, your husband.
Okay, so I think probably if this is as true to my life as and I live in the same reality that you guys do, and I have seen things and experienced things that I was like, that's not right. That cannot be. It doesn't man math to equal sign. Like, you are successful at something. I'm trying to think of an example. I was always trying to start businesses or get into classes or clubs or whatever. I don't even remember. Whatever it was, no matter how hard I would try and do play by the rules, I would not be able to get it. And I felt like there was outside influences. Oh, God, I really went off track. But,
Then or wife, the local police, everyone. Just give up and stay alone.
Parents of children who play Roblox.
I guess I'm saying, like, it
your child
seems
was
as
sexually
though that
exploited,
there is forces, not forces like spiritual shit, but like people that once they find out that you're doing well, that you're succeeding in something, they are intent on stopping you and taking it away from you. And especially when I was younger, like middle school, I remember things just wouldn't work out. I'm like, man, what the hell happened? Oh, Tommy's doing that now. Like I would have business that I'd sell cinnamon toothpicks one time. And these kinds of, and I am making 0 cents shit. Yeah, there's the show tonight. I solved the Idaho forecast. Cinnamon toothpicks, folks. That was the answer. His name was Cinnamon Toothpicks.
Used or pressured to
Taking a
share
bite out of
explicit
crime.
content by someone they met.
We'll get it. Don't worry. Cinnamon toothpicks.
They uploaded a later video displaying what they believe is evidence of them being stalked on a highway. They begin driving on one lane before letting another car merge.
I got a compliment.
And this new car is labeled as another perp. The car stays directly behind their vehicle the entire time.
What?
The uploader even begins to disrupt traffic laws by going drastically under the speed limit just to see if the car would go around them, reducing their speed down to 40 miles per hour on the highway. A dangerous stunt, and yet the car remains behind them. A part of me wonders why the uploader didn't merge into a different lane themselves to really test if the perp would follow. But you can only ask so much from footage. Eventually, the uploader exits the highway, and the stalker does not follow.
Offie, you fucked with me, because I keep seeing shit out of the motherfucking corner of my eye, bro. Were you serious about the eyeball? Where was the eyeball?
How I said
Holy
that
shit.
victims and chosen ones claim that there are energy weapons that are used to attack them. The ideas behind what these weapons are vary widely, from supersonic frequencies to microwave lasers that burn the victim.
Are you looking? I know where you're
These
looking. That's
supposed
my
weapons
guitar. It's
are
not
hidden
eyeball.
away in secret vans or houses from across the street. And yet, the very same channel would post a video stating that they had evidence of these weapons in act. They claim that there is a mechanical beeper
viper-like
sounding
reaction.
off within their walls.
I don't know if you can hear this
More like a
buzzing,
huntsman.
ringing sound coming from the heater. It's not the heater. The heater is.
I do see shadows moving in the corner of my eye.
It's this energy passing through the heater from the other side of the lake and making this ring sound. I think it's because it passed through the metal.
Yeah, this video gets weird right here. Hold on. Let's take a little pause from that and let's check out my trailer / porn shack. Let's see here. Where's me? What happened? Oh my god. They got me, guys. I'm gone. I can't. Where did I go? What happened? How did this happen? I was here 1 minute, now I'm gone the next. Is Brian Rambles in here? What up, Brian Rambles? How you doing, bro? Oh, the camera's on. It's lit up. And I'm afraid to look behind me, I'll be honest with you right now. I'll make it bigger for you guys. Yeah, I was in the pool. It was cold. Let's see what happened. What the Fleckadeclas? Where did I go? Am I small? This is weird. Hold on, wait. Okay, nobody make any sudden movements. I made myself real small for some reason. I was trying to hide from Thorny, and I came busted in here. I'm like, oh god, the Scandinavian. And here, you can hear me. You can't. Oh my god, they flipped me upside down, Offie. They got me. So yeah, behind the black pole, behind me, between the blue, it's actually, my drapes are made up of blankets that we never use here in Florida, barely. Anyway, I will be using it tonight, probably to suffocate myself because I'm going crazy. It's a guitar strap. Did it suddenly develop an eyeball? Because I mean that would be really freaky. Again, you have to remember that when you take a lot of Adderall, you start seeing shit behind Kane's head. Let's see here. There's this is the guitar strap, and then maybe my keys, because I have this light. Can you see? It's one of those LED Parcan stage lights, and so when it changes, oh shit! Somebody just turned it off. And when it changes colors, some of the background props that I have here change into eyeballs. So the hook on the pole blended with the white wall. It had an eyeball. It had an eyeball. Let's zoom in on it. I'm afraid to turn around again. Redacted. Keep my back. Keep watching my back here. I don't know what Offie's in one of these groups, I think, and they're gang raping me. There's a hook. Yeah, don't fucking. The black hook. That's so. I don't know. Point on the doll where he touched you, Offie, and we'll take it from there.
It just keeps on all night. This is what is affecting my body.
Everybody sees what they want to see, Angel. Hey, you want to see some real hooks? You guys should be here about 5 o'clock. Pick the camera if it's the square. Holy shit, that scared the crap out of me. Hold on, let me read this because I have it hidden behind my giant cock. No, behind the chat. Sorry, kids go to bed. Slinger. Kane doesn't give a fuck what he says. Alright, let's see. Wow, that's a creepy graveyard backyard, man. Weird. Let me see what that said. Okay, so the uploader then proceeds to break into the abandoned house. So yeah, if you're worried about dying,
it's
breaking into abandoned houses,
to say the least.
This shit. Okay, so this really starts to get snotty here in a second, and it's easy to grin when your ships come in and you got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who could smile when his shorts are too tight in the seat. Okay, that's just from Caddyshack. I quote movies all the time. I'm doing everything at half speed now because I'm running out of battery.
But we know you ain't running a bluff.
What if I were to tell you that someone had once dedicated a large portion of their life to the lives of a gang stalking group that they supposedly discovered, infiltrated, and acted amongst these perps, and acted as a gang stalker themselves, and then proceeded to document all of their findings.
You could probably sell that online if you wanted to, Angel.
Who are we?
We drive the ambulances that take you to the emergency room.
When your house is burning, we put out the fire.
We are security guards.
We protect you at night.
You only have electricity, phone, and cable service.
Because of us.
We are the janitors.
We have the keys.
We fix your cars. You don't want to mess with us.
We're like the police.
Except we are above the police.
Private investigator and author David Lawson would spend an estimated 12 years of his life researching gang stalkers, primarily during the 1990s. He would conduct his investigations in the United States and in Canada, and yet his writings seemed to be almost completely ignored by all parties. I mean, this man supposedly broke the Matrix here. He cracked the code. He broke into the secret club and documented evidence. 12 years of it. This should be every chosen one's holiday, birthday, and Bible. So,
slow mouse. I'm gonna do just a rundown, basically, of my impressions. You know, I can do a pretty good De Niro. You know, pretty much. I do, Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah! I get that right there. No, I'm gonna do of my impressions in relation to these groups. And I think you guys can figure out where I'm going. These groups target people and try to ruin their lives, kill them, make them kill some, do stuff for them by putting pressure on them and stalking them. And it is apparently rampant. And it can be happening to you and you not even know it. So after this one plays here, and I appreciate you watching, I feel like I can put a little bit of what my perspective was before I was completely brain dead this morning. But here, let's watch the rest of this. It'll pull it together here. You haven't really missed anything yet.
David would break down his documentation into two categories: what was witnessed and his thoughts following the experiments. And immediately, I can begin to understand why, perhaps, victims don't credit or cite his books. I should really just say book, as in one book, because he actually stopped printing Terrorist Stalking in America and updated it to Cause Stalking. So, it's technically the same book. Anyway, as I was saying, David actually states that gang stalkers are pinned from terrorist and anti-government establishments, a concept that is wildly in contrast to a lot of gang stalker conspiracies. A lot of victims believe they're targeted from corporations and militant figures, but David already goes against this. He reports even further that these victims are based around blatant white lies. The gang actually believes they're doing good for the community, whether the community is a small town or an entire city, all because they've been told that the victim has a vast criminal record, oftentimes citing that the victim is a child. This answers, to put it simply, why the victims are attacked. These gangs genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing, a vigilante group rather than a terrorist group. Okay, but why are they chosen in the first place? David conjures this up to multitudes of reasons. First, being the obvious. You're a whistleblower, you know too much, or you are too loud of an activist. Therefore, you get followed and stalked as punishment. But he also speculates that a victim could be, maybe, next in line for a wealthy inheritance, whether it being financial gain, acres of land, or a new house. Unfortunately, David also states that some victims are merely chosen as practice, a conspiracy theory that many victims do believe to this day, which may only fuel their claims of being quote-unquote studied. David claims that he interviewed all who were involved, from stalkers to targeted individuals to the local authorities, who, surprisingly, actually play a part in both ends. I won't go into every single interview because, well, there's a lot, and I have so much more to get into.
This isn't just any chat, it's ClickUp chat. Sure, you can tag your team, ask questions, and even drop an emoji.
You know if I'm not cracking jokes on both ends.
City employees can be used to harass a target in many ways, including tearing up the road in front of a target's home. Employees of pest control businesses who have access to the keys for apartments, and those who work for alarm and locksmith companies are also of interest. Surveillance is conducted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When a target leaves his residence, they will alert the group, either by cell phone or by a business band radio. Other members who are patrolling the perimeter to watch for police and other vehicles driving in the area will race to the location to begin pursuit. If the target flushes a toilet, he may hear a car horn, the sound of a power tool, or hammering, for example. Entry will likely be gained through a member of the janitorial staff, pest control, or alarm technician, since they all have a right to enter. They may even be able to
Were the strippers supposed to be here at 6 off? You know, it would have been funnier if the timing was right. And I could have gotten it. It would have been, you know, it would have been legendary. So, yeah, this has... Here's what you don't think about now. Okay, so now they've added in that you have... Okay, redacted. We've been watching these documentary things and this popular subject of... new subject that's trending. I'm very trendy, you know. Is that there's groups of people that target people. They use advanced technology like government level stuff. They use, you know, traditional techniques, and they'll have up to 50 people on one shift watching whatever somebody's doing to be able to take advantage of them and take them down without even being detected. And the janitor, like, we're the janitors. Oh, what are you going to do? You going to clean my toilet? And so, but yeah, no. Now you have to think. I was thinking that from the beginning that if you have law enforcement in there, you have judicial. You know, so you go running to the police station and you're like, "Oh, these people are stalking me. They're watching me all the time. I flush my toilet. The car horn goes off, and the cop is eating a donut and drinking his coffee, and he looks up and he goes, "We know." You know what I mean? It's like, ah! They can take your house, and you know all kinds of power with that kind of thing. So just keep that in mind.
To approach a landlord and gain his cooperation after convincing him of their quote-unquote higher purpose. He may also cooperate out of fear. Okay, these are some wild claims, but how did David Lawson even become a gang stalker? Well, rather easily, he says. In his book, he talks about how he got involved from just hearing about activity from a scanner. He said his scanner picked up on a random woman reporting that she was now following a vehicle, and she listed off the car model and the license plate number. And sure enough, later that week, David would hear the same woman over a scanner report on different vehicles numerous times. Eventually, on the same frequency, he would hear murmurs about grabbing a bite to eat at a nearby restaurant. So, he packed up his things, and David headed out. Once he was there, he states that he found the group openly discussing various activities as if they were the police, and that the real police were also in the same vicinity as all of them. David would discover that these groups shared an AM radio station where they broadcasted conspiracies to other willing listeners, discussing things such as Waco or Ruby Ridge. They called it hate radio, and with this new radio station, David would tune in regularly and discover coordinates to a local group meetup. At the first meeting I attended, one young man flashed a phony police badge at me. No one paid any attention.
Alright, so I guess Redacted got rage quit and she doesn't want watching, but that's fine. If you're still chilling and watching the background, that's cool too. But right there was one of the bigger smack in the dicks to me they have a AM radio station where they'll broadcast these things, and what they're doing is they're creating false narratives about people. Oh, this person is a perv, this person is a child thing, and all that. And what they just said was this guy was able to go to a restaurant, walk right in, and infiltrate this group of stalkers. Well, they just said they have an AM radio that they use to... I'll play it again just so you hear it. That they use to communicate with each other in areas such as Ruby Ridge. Ruby Ridge is in Idaho, folks. Okay, so it triggered me there to start thinking again once. You know, I haven't thought since the last Scantron I took, but here now
Some
it's
of those
working.
in attendance were
It's making me think.
David would tune in regularly and discover coordinates, discussing things such as wishing the police, and that the real police had headed out. Once he was there, he states that he found the group openly discussing various activities as if they were the police, and that the real police were also in the same vicinity as all of them. We discovered that these groups shared an AM radio station where they broadcasted conspiracies to other willing listeners, discussing things such as Waco or Ruby Ridge. They called it Hate Radio, and with this new radio station, David would tune in regularly and discover coordinates to a local group meetup. At the first meeting I attended, one young man flashed a phony police badge at me. No one paid any attention. Some of those in attendance were the people I had seen in the local restaurant. This was my introduction to the creepy world of anti-government extremists.
Always stressing about what to eat? Meet Nourish. Nourish connects you with a personal dietitian covered by
So we've kind of found so far in the 3 documentaries that we watched on the subject of gang stalking that the 2 main ones are going to be your usual suspects. Racism. They were targeting gay guys in Santa Monica. Anyone that they don't want around, they can push you out. Have you ever been in a situation that you made every effort to make it work, and no matter what you did, it didn't pan out? You know, just saying. Have you ever felt like all the odds were against you, that everything was working against you? I had, before the live, I had all this list of examples of stuff that I've been through, and you know, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all the wild stuff. But when you're working, when a man is alone working on a recording studio through the night, and you start to hear knocks on the wall because nobody's supposed to be living in this warehouse that you've turned into a studio with the adjacent rooms, but you have the guy that crawls up the screens from Colombia that secretly, you're there enough to see that he never leaves after work, and he's doing weird shit. And then it's like, and then, okay, I'm not gonna. When I show you the pictures, we'll talk about it more in a minute. I'll do a finale and finish you guys off with that. But for now, let's just watch it. Sorry.
An ironic twist, isn't it? The people nowadays who claim they're targeted individuals often share anti-government extremist views, but back in the 90s, it was the extremists who were doing the targeting. That shouldn't come as too surprising, I guess, as even David himself quotes that the Klan developed their own systematic abuse to silence any crimes. So, when did it cross over? When does it go from anti-government extremism to Big Brother is watching extremism? Is it weird that this all feels too easy? But then, there's evidence written from a victim's perspective. No, not from a 4chan post or a Reddit comment. In fact, it's an actual documented memoir that is available on YouTube. The memoir is called
I do that, John.
Run,
I
Hide,
do that.
Repeat.
Or Ruiz.
The podcast contains 5 episodes, which, in total, runs close to 4 hours in length. And, as the description states, it's 1971, and Ruth Dawkins is going through a messy divorce and fears for the future of her young children, Pauline and Ted. Pauline Dawkins' childhood was marked by unexplained events, a sense of unseen menace, and secretive moves to new cities with no warning. When Pauline was a young adult, her mother finally told her what they were running from: organized crime, secret police, and double lives. For once, we finally get a full constructed story of gang stalking that isn't just a quick paragraph about being microwaved by the CIA. Her mother suffered abuse at the hands of a powerful husband, a man who was a dominant force in the business world. And with this power came abuse and drinking. Eventually they would divorce, and Warren was only allowed the slightest amount of time to visit his kids, all with strict supervision by the mother. Pauline describes early on in her memoir. He complained that he wanted to see more of them, but they could never tell if it was because he missed his children or if because he viewed it as losing his property. Pauline discusses that after the divorce, her mother would seek help from a reverend. He and his wife would help her mother move on, become independent, and the reverend would even show up as a father figure for the kids, all while being happily married himself. But soon, Pauline's mother began to become paranoid. They would also be forced to go on random late-night hikes, but they were told to not talk about it to anyone.
I was young, but still, I knew something about all of this behavior, this secrecy, was weird. Still, despite that, I was happy. I liked school, had friends, and mostly I felt stable, secure. Until the summer of 1974, the year I turned 10. That's the last time I thought of my family as normal. That summer, my mom, my brother Ted, and I went on a camping trip with Stan and Sybil Sears. We started in Vancouver and spent 5 weeks exploring Western Canada and the prairies.
Pauline would soon discover that this camping trip was, suddenly, permanent. They were not returning home. And when asked, she would hear an excuse for the first of a million times. "I will explain when you're older." She would also learn that the Reverend and his wife had also moved with them as well. This would become a staple for Pauline and her brother. Every few months, they would suddenly abandon everything that they knew and loved and would move across the country.
Okay, let me jump. Thank you for sharing, John Boone. If you want to share any experiences, like whatever is on your mind there, that would be great. I appreciate it. You graduated in 72. Okay. If you think about, now I know many of you probably are just sprightly teenagers or whatever out there, but if you did live in the 70s and 80s before there was this mass surveillance and all this more awareness of freaks being out there, people didn't question shit. And I was a young kid in the 70s, but you'd go to the pool down the street you did everything by yourself. Me and my buddy used to ride across busy highways on our bikes to go to the mall. We'd take the bus down to the beach, and we were expected to be back for dinner. That was the rule. Now, I remember where there was places where children would gather, us kids would go, like the swimming pool, the recreation pool. You would have weirdos that would hang out, kind of lone wolf dudes. But I also remember in a lot of situations, people that hung out together, that voluntarily spent time together, two old men or whatever it may be, that didn't necessarily like each other or seem to get along, but they were always there. And I remember, like, this one guy, it just seemed like this old dude was always there at the swimming pool. And then you would get out of the pool, and when you're a kid, you don't go to the shower. You go home. You know what I mean? You don't go into the... This guy would hang out in the showers, and it was an open door to the... And he's in there for hours, and I remember one time walking by, and all of a sudden, I thought, okay, have you seen a grown man naked? Yeah, now I have. Just weird shit like that. But the parents, at that time, it was a more innocent time. Not totally as innocent, maybe the 50s, but they didn't question shit like that. So imagine if you had groups that had gotten together that were covering each other's backs, whether, I'm sure police officers were involved, just like a school teacher or whatever, like you see today. The amount of stuff they could have gotten away with when, A, you had people being more trusting, no video evidence, and also a denial when stuff would happen. Oh no, that teacher's a good guy, he could never do that, or whatever. And then you also would have the fact that they didn't want their school or their city to have that reputation. So if something did surface, it wouldn't be brought to light. It would be, the person would be moved on to another area or a different school or whatever. There wasn't like, oh yeah, this guy's a perv, let's get him, let's take him down. As far as I know, that seemed to be the norm. Of course, yes, there were people that got caught and paid the price for it. But I think it's something that has only proliferated more with the advances in technology. And so now you obviously have, and so I heard somebody talking about the 4chan, I think it was Harsh, or no, it was Myrtle Metal Mayhem, Myrtle Beach Metal Mayhem, talking about the 4chan and how accurate and very linguistically specific for that age group. And they seem to have inside information before any details were released. And so if I don't think, like this guy said, that as much that these people think that they're doing good, that they're policing society, I think they're going along with whatever's going on. They at some point start enjoy doing it. Some people freak out over it. So you know what I mean? That's probably why you have things like, oh yeah, he just totally freaked out and took himself out or took out his family, like that, because they're involved with something. They just one day just snap, and it's too much. But is that making sense to you guys? And so what I'm saying is that with these groups, you can clearly see that within the fraternity and sorority, you have at least factions of it that are completely not only dedicated to covering each other's asses within the fraternity, and that seems to be what we saw in that video Miss Potts played. I wanted to say Syracuse, but in Iowa, that nobody was willing to talk. Nobody. And they weren't even in the fraternity yet. And so my feelings are that, okay, yeah, you do have that in the fraternity. But you also have that in the city, in the area. So the fraternity has somebody that reports to the certain part of the police force. That police guy is the guy who reports to the justice system, and so on and so forth. And so one thing that possibly clicked, I forgot what part of this video, but it's mainly this video that really clicked me towards Idaho4, is that, hey Tanel, how are you doing? Nice to see you from New Zealand. I have butthole knees, Thor. My sister the other day was like, nice knees, I'd show you, but he would probably just vomit. No, they're not bad. They're just butthole knees. There's more stuff, and you'll hear it in his narrative. But and you'll see what I'm talking about. Hopefully, let's keep going.
Every location the family would arrive at, soon letters would follow. It would soon be revealed that Stan would have a hit placed on him by the Mafia. A hit specifically requested by none other than Warren, Pauline's father. As it turns out, Warren had always been secretly associated with the Mafia, but the reason why Stan was targeted was he had counseled a man who was whacked by the mob, and now they were afraid that Stan knew too much. The story goes from paranoid mother and a reverend providing assistance to mobster gangstalkers versus government agents. And then it turns into a strange love story as the mother and the reverend end up falling in love. One hell of a movie this would be. And yet, for Pauline and her brother, this was reality. For over 20 years they escaped being stalked by the Mafia. However, I can't help but feel that, at least in my opinion, both of these documented stories are jarring in comparison. Pauline's novel consists of this deep, complex, disturbing web of communications, while Lawson's felt very simple. He sat down, had lunch near some gang stalkers, and then joined them as if it were a book club. It's quite the contrast. However, anonymous stories seem to provide much more detail than published stories, as if anonymity is where the real truth hides. Therefore, it's time we take a look into the gross underbelly of this phenomenon.
Trying to learn Japanese? Here are 3 reasons you'll learn Japanese fast at Japanese Pod 1.
So yeah, right there, right as I trailed off on my rant, you see that I think that this is where they bring 4chan into the discussion of the secret group of gang stalkers that are intent on hurting people. And you have to think, if you have people in, like we've been saying this for years, in each different position of government, in the school, at the bottom to the top, that is, go ahead and throw that DNA thing out there. No matter what happens, we're going to cover it for you. The police are going to cover it for you. The media is going to cover it for you. The coroner is going to cover it for you. And you know what? The family's going to have your back too, because they're part of it. And we're sorry that their kids had to be involved with this, but it was a necessary thing, and they will be taken care of. You see? So this starts to heat up.
101.com. 1. You get easy audio and video lessons that get you speaking in minutes.
I will deliver thee out of the hand of the wicked.
I'll be completely honest. This whole section is what I was most excited for. Internet forums allow for secrecy and privacy, more or less pending where that person is posting. And with the illusion of anonymity comes the real tinfoil hat confessions. July 11th, 2020. A user would approach 4chan's paranormal board. The user believes himself to be a part of a gang stalking initiative and opens a thread for a Q&A. Gang stalking coordination's expert here. It's a private practice, kept quiet and at arm's length from triple-letter agencies. Industry term for what we do is DE, domestic espionage, and legally, it isn't different from what a private investigator would be expected to do. In practical terms, we get tech that you don't have access to, and we use it to fuck people up. And
yeah, so Rui, that's funny because in a second here, I believe he does talk about that this gang stalking is most prevalent in Germany. So very, very astute. Thank you.
And watch them try to fix it. We make ourselves noticeable enough to be apparent to the target while still maintaining the appearance of coincidence. An external observer sees a person making connections where there are only a few similarities. In my experience, it's more of an art than a science. If you're a target, in other words, we'll make sure you notice, and that you look crazy for doing so. How to tell the difference between a coincidence and a gang stalking incident? Per Goldfinger, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. A coincidence can still happen 3 times, but the odds of it being just a coincidence go way down after that. I'm basing this on how long it takes most people to notice the difference, of course. We've had some oblivious motherfuckers who get followed for years without picking it up. Someone in the last thread asked us if we only work for governmental organizations, and the answer is, technically, no. We are a private practice to keep things plausibly deniable on the parts of our employers. So in effect, anyone who can afford our fees can employ our services, regardless of affiliation.
Okay, so I'm sure that rang in everybody's ears. If you're watching, if you're just here chilling, whatever, that's great. What he said there was also something very prolific, right? That they try to make sure that the victim of this gang stalking, which is a group of people that are using subvert and covert activities to harm a target. And they make sure that the target knows, or they try to make sure that the target knows that they're being targeted, but it's too confusing usually probably to figure out what the heck's going on. But they said, let me reply, I don't even need to hear it again. He said, 1 time is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is a criminal action, an aggressive, hostile action. We are that 99% of people that don't want to believe that the 75 coincidences in Idaho4 are 75 hostile criminal actions. There's no way. There's the 1 in a billion odds of this many coincidences happening in one crime is absolutely astronomically impossible. So it's right there, and we've known it, that it's right there under our nose. And they've even used it many times, the actual verbiage, targeted, those, everything that they're saying in this damn video, that the people that this particular stalking group is for hire. They're putting out there the subtle hints. That's why I say when I watch that damn 1112 video, I see clear, opaque images laid over that video. And I think it's pictures or video of the victims or the crime at the crime. Dead bodies, whatever it is, but you can't make it out because it's blended in with the trees. I see it. There's definitely an opaque cover or what they call a overlay on those videos, man. And so they're so blatant about it because everybody's going to cover for everybody else. Nobody's ever going to break because then you become the victim. Does that make sense? So far, so good. That was supposed to be cool. Anyway, trip out of this.
The trick is, anyone with that kind of money generally is either formerly in the government or so influential they might as well be.
Aha.
There have been exceptions, but they're rare enough to count with one hand. Why do people get gang stalked? Why did it only happen to me frequently when I was at my weakest? Now, when I'm stable, they rarely show themselves. There are many reasons, and the rule of thumb is that if you are, you probably know why. Not always, of course. And the more unstable targets will start talking astral fairy magic out of the gates. However, anyone who says they're being followed because they know state secrets or have other information are probably right. From the perspective of the powerful, having someone killed or disappeared is unreliable. People prepare for the potential of getting killed, but what they don't prepare for is being made to look insane, far less being driven to that point. It's a slow burn, and it risks information leak, but it allows you to neutralize leaked information once the source starts talking about gang stalkers. The user's thread lasts for hours, with users asking about personal connections, experiences, and military involvement, and being given vague answers. Can you ever retire? If you keep your nose clean, it helps to change your name and get some distance between you and the work. But if you make...
So, one more thing, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, if you're a victim of this type of thing,
not worth it,
and they're using it against you to make you look crazy, which they say is much more successful than killing somebody, if they set it up so that you're getting put in prison or jail or whatever, you're not going to be able to talk from there. Look what happened to BK. He's not out there screaming at the top of his lungs doing exactly what they were trying to bait him into doing, and which is losing his mind and going crazy in public. Then they can be like, yeah, we told you, the guy's nuts, and then they just lock him up and they throw away the key. We haven't gotten to the big one yet, though. Hold on for it.
The money and time to go after You can go to
And
your deathbed
remember,
without any issues.
they're saying that the only people that could really afford to hire their services are the very wealthy. And it does seem, right, that we have some very wealthy people involved here. So I just say,
or so I'm told. This would be the final answer that OP would provide to this thread. A few weeks prior to this thread, another poster would create a gang stalking thread, a topic that isn't really uncommon for the X board. The user would start off with some, might I say, gibberish rhetoric, before suddenly spending the next several hours creating a survival guide to gang stalking, or as they title it, Cointel Pro 2.0. They copy and paste from a website that now lay desolate, creating his own table of contents. In this table, we get chapters such as,
why is this happening to you? How to solve this? Microwave and radio wave radiation.
In total, the user would write 32 chapters. If you want to listen to everything that was written, I recommend you check out Tetsuya's video, which I linked down below, as he proceeds to read everything that this user wrote.
sorry, my hub around wasn't really cruising around the 70 inches. I don't know. So yeah, no. Lucy, and I hate to actually admit it, but she's right. And Jen and her have always looked out for me in many ways, where I'm just too trusting with new people, and I'll go into detailed conversations and stuff like that. And I am, and I see it now. Whereas, what a coincidence that at this time, this person has inserted themselves in my life, and I don't see it until they're gone, and they've done whatever they're supposed to do, I guess. I would say there's probably a few times just recently that's literally happened. So, that's a very good point. I do need to be more careful of who I choose to trust. But I never see it. I always think, it's just another person I'm having a conversation with. Now, I can't picture that somebody has the time or the resources to invest in just playing a role in my life, and then just I never liked him anyway. I'm out. So anyway, here we go. I think we got a little bit more left.
After this, the poster would tie gang stalking to being a tool of systematic oppression created by the FBI. These tools were created as psychological warfare techniques to break one's mind and will. This tool is none other than Cointel Pro. Cointel Pro is an abbreviation for Counterintelligence Program, a program that actually operated for almost 2 decades, running from the 1950s up until 1971. Its purpose? To discredit, weaken, and diminish any political parties that oppose the United States government, often known to be used against the Black Panthers, the Communist Party, and anyone else labeled as suspects of the state. When a target was chosen, their name would be slandered in the press. If an outsider agreed with the views of said party, they too would be seen as delusional or a potential suspect. Your whole community would turn against you.
Sorry about the slow rolls back here and the interruptions, but there you go. That one, I think, is what was the one that drove it home for me right there. Okay? And I don't have to tell any of you what I'm thinking right now. But what they do, they convict through, or they create a persona through the media. To this very feckin' day, you guys, you have Nancy Grace up and down about disproven facts applying them to this particularly targeted person, Brian Koberger. Let me replay. I hope. Are you guys following along? Are you feeling my heat right now as far as this video goes now? That it was worth getting to where we are right now. If anybody just joined in or whatever, I was trying to avoid people being confused by the title of these groups, gang stalkers. It's not a group of Crips, or it could be, but not necessarily a group of Bloods or whatever that are just following you around trying to steal your wallet. These are white collar, blue collar people living in your community that have an organization that when something comes up, they team up and they can take you down. Reputation, money, life, whatever it is, they can make you do things. They are using electronic equipment to, scramble your head, So anyway, it's checking here. It really starts checking some boxes for me that I feel once you start being like, yeah, damn, wow, okay, wait, you know what I mean? And so let me play that part again.
Get some distance between you and the work. But if you make yourself not worth the money and time to go after, you can go to your deathbed without any issues. Or so I'm told. This would be the final answer that OP would provide to this thread. A few weeks prior to this thread, another poster would create a gang stalking thread, a topic that isn't really uncommon for the X board. The user would start off with some, might I say, gibberish rhetoric, before suddenly spending the next several hours creating a survival guide to gang stalking, or as they title it, COINTELPRO 2.0. They copy and paste from a website that now lay desolate, creating his own table of contents. In this table, we get chapters such as,
why is this happening to you? How to solve this? Microwave and radio wave radiation.
In total, the user would write 32 chapters. If you want to listen to everything that was written, I recommend you check out Tetsuya's video, which I linked down below, as he proceeds to read everything that this user wrote. After this, the poster would tie gang stalking to being a tool of systematic oppression created by the FBI. These tools were created as psychological warfare techniques to break one's mind and will. This tool is none other than COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO is an abbreviation for Counterintelligence Program, a program that actually operated for almost 2 decades, running from the 1950s up until 1971. Its purpose? To discredit, weaken, and diminish any political parties that oppose the United States government, often known to be used against the Black Panthers, the Communist Party, and anyone else labeled as suspects of the state. When a target was chosen, their name would be slandered in the press. If an outsider agreed with the views of said party, they too would be seen as delusional or a potential suspect. Your whole community would turn against you. So, for peace sake, why get involved in the hassle and just avoid the party at all means necessary? I mean, you don't want to sound crazy, right? It should be of little to no surprise that targeted individuals refer to COINTELPRO as evidence. The definition is nearly word for what they're describing. A group of people, especially government figures, secretly out to tarnish their reputation, causing public dismay around their character. It's easy to believe you're crazy if the entire town is murmuring slander behind your back. It dissuades the majority from believing your story and thus causing you to be more and more alone. The end goal? Either drive you to madness or drive you out of town. But what if you don't go outside? What if you're an introvert, a recluse, someone who refuses to partake in society? How are you targeted then? And that is when the belief of energized weapons begins to conjure. At first, I was going to joke about alien ray guns and all that, but I decided to take this more seriously. I looked into these wild claims, and what I'm about to show you might seem borderline fictional. but it is very uncomfortably real.
A startling discovery is made.
Has Kyrie texted you back?
I don't want to talk about it.
Good morning, Gracefully Salty. Thank you for joining us. You are actually stepping in just at the perfect time, as I feel like I'll be able to put this together for you in my mind. So, earlier we watched a couple documentaries that gave you a little more background of the details and the technical stuff and the wild stories from some of the victims of these groups of people that get together, whether they're already law enforcement or within different groups, schools, just friends, whatever it is, to take people at random down as the things come up. So yeah, I'm so tired. My head is just kind of a paperweight at this point. It weighs 8 pounds though. So here we go. Let's get back into it. Hopefully you guys will be able to think for yourselves on this, because I'm not going to be able to do it for you. That's for damn sure. But yeah, hopefully you're starting to see, because we know, like I said, I was trying to express it better, that we can clearly see that people are working together. And what we tend to do, I think, is compartmentalize that. Oh, it's the frats. They're working together. Oh, it's a sorority. Oh, maybe it's the cops. But, in the back of your mind, like, man, it would take literally all those people working together for this to work. And in my opinion, that is exactly what it is, and that is exactly why Heather Fitzgerald is walking around, breathing free air, trolling these people with the name Lucy Morningstar. You see what I'm saying? Because Lucy Morningstar is one of the key pieces of this puzzle. Because A, it's a flagrant display that this is an evil entity, person, or whatever. Or, if not, maybe it's based on the Batman, like FFS Viviana claimed. It's based on the Batman series, where one of the villains was named Lucy Morningstar. But that's one of the key pieces, and I have been saying it till I'm blue in the face, and I'm not sitting here coming to you with a list of, oh, it was this guy, that guy, this guy told them, and these are the ones that did it. What I'm saying is what I've been with Janet Criminal Confidential and Heather's support and everybody that's part of this show, Twiz, that we've been saying, when you have a group of people, I didn't really know this gang stalking thing existed, but some semblance of what it was kind of already splayed out. So if you're doing a real estate transaction, your realtor, your buyer, your seller, your mortgage broker, and your notary public are all within your stalker group, you're covered. You do that time and time and time again, and people don't betray it, because then you become the victim, whether they have blackmail on you or not. And clearly, you do not want to be that guy, that victim, right? So it's just more of a here. This is what we've been saying. We brought in JJ now, who gives us amazingly accurate, detailed facts about corporations, so even higher, that are related to Scott Green, that are related to the university. And you got to remember, when you're at that level, what they do is, if I have a board that makes decisions once a year for the University of Idaho, and I bring somebody from another business or from another school to sit on my board, they scratch your back, and they put you on their board, and you make $1 million, $2 million a year for one day of sitting at a table at a school making decisions, and that's it, right? And so these people are just wound together tight year after year. Okay, and so everybody, whether it's a real estate transaction, some kind of wild crime that's gone wrong, you don't have to worry about anything because the DNA is on the knife sheath. Okay, and we've been far too lenient on letting these coincidences go. Because if you remember when we're doing GAC, the creator GAC, we were I made like a 4-page list of all the coincidences in this case, and I still had more to go. That was just like a tip of the iceberg. And it is literally impossible. Okay, and so instead of sitting here going, "Oh yeah, you guys, it's just they didn't see it right, and the PCA is messed up. We gotta reword the PCA. Let's try to explain why the PCA is wrong or whatever." What it is you got these motherfuckers that not only have the people in government, in the school, as students of the school, in law enforcement, covering for you. You also have the press that will say anything you want them to till they're blue in the face, and they can give a shit whether it's a lie anymore, because most people never even heard that it was a lie. And you knew that was a lie. So we've been far, far, far too lenient on letting them proliferate this bullshit, because it's too unimaginable that what we actually see right under our noses is this stink that exists. So I'm not saying here, we've been right all along. This is what it is. I mean, Lana can see it. You can see it. I can see it. It's just the puzzle pieces have fallen here into place, and we can see that it's been decades at least, if not centuries or longer, that this is, you're either in or you're out, and you don't want to be out, And most people don't know it. They can't even imagine that this would exist. And the people that are in it are like, yeah, look at these suckers. Why would you not want this? Why would you not want this? So, I mean, how many times have we talked about there are so many people in prison that are feckin' innocent, dude. You know why they're there? Because the pattern continues, man.
How's the math test?
Don't want to talk about it.
You need to talk to somebody. I talked to my talk-space therapist.
Can't afford it.
You are currently looking at various government documents and illustrations, all containing research of energy and radio wave weapons. Majority of these were top secret until 2006.
Now here we go with the wild,
and right
wild
here
west.
Is a documented annex
Get your,
of numerous United States patented files.
Or throw it away, you're not going to need it.
And approved, along with their description and inventor. You can find companies such as Raytheon, an infamous weapons company, which issued a patent in 2005 for a device that is able to direct high-power magnetic waves at a target for weapon purposes. Even Sony had issued a patent in 2008 in order to monitor community mood by remotely analyzing voice, text, and biometrics.
He's going to talk about these patents, and just because you file a patent and get it, that doesn't mean that you're going to use it. Is a lot of the retort from these companies, where they're doing shit that you're like, what? Oh no, we had that thing and we just wanted to make sure we covered it. So I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry.
I guess now is a good time to bring up another Sony patent, US 8246454B2, which requires users to yell the advertiser's name in order to end.
Oh, right.
the
No, I was
commercial.
going to address.
That's-
I'm sorry. I was going to address John Boone. It's Boone, right? Am I saying it? I'm not sure. Yeah, John Boone 007. I don't know how often you watch. Maybe you're chilling and you like to remain as a viewer, like you're watching TV. I really appreciate you being here and watching it. And it triggered something. Oh yeah, you previously said that they funneled drug money through real estate. Well, that's a very good observation. But that's the launder part of it. They have to make it first. And so what we have that I've been focusing on very much, and the experts on my panel seem to agree, which is Left Brain and Right Brain, JJ and Twiz and Heather, that in the Pacific Northwest, you have a very rugged coastline. There's a very small Coast Guard presence, whereas opposed to Florida, you have running around like a bunch of dolphins eating jackrabbits, right? You can't get anything by them, even if you have a sub or an invisible cloak. In the Pacific Northwest, what we've found, or we've seemed to conjecture from what we've seen, is that especially leading to Idaho and Lewiston, and from there going points north and west, or north and east and south, is the Snake River. So you have a very unguarded coastline. No, not a lot of residences on the water, not a lot of businesses. And then you have this large river where goods come in from other countries that is controlled by these law enforcement agencies, and they have a tight grip. Lucy sent me an article the other day. Idaho State Police and Idaho, and we can't find anybody to work for us. We have a shortage of law enforcement officers. Why do they have? There's plenty of people that want to work in law. They only will hire people that they know they can either control, will keep their mouth shut, etc. They're not going to bring in Johnny Sixpack from over there in Arizona. They give a shit about their money laundering thing that wants to be a cop. So they don't hire that dude. They hire the lady that's at 1122 with the camera taking pictures of the anthill. 50,000 of them. And you handed over 16 terabytes of dick pics over to the proud sergeant, who the next day hops in a U-Haul and delivers the disgustingly blood-soaked evidence furniture to a warehouse or to a family that never asked for it, would never have wanted it, and then tears down the house. And that's okay. It's not okay. And so here's furthermore, and thank you, John, for bringing this up. You have them, now you have ships that are being guarded with their supply of whatever illegal substances on it, gets through the port, gets by the inspector or the customs agent, because those people are also on this very, very large payroll, because you have a very, very easy time making money when it's almost 100% profit. Okay, so you get it to Moscow, you get it to Lewiston, you send it everywhere else. People are just, and you're not going to want to let that go. And even if you do, the people that are running it are not. Now, here's the thing: other people are trying to do that too, right? Now once in a while you come across they shit. Well, folks, look at call Creme News Channel 2, because we just busted a whole shipload of $500 million of cocaine, right? And they make a big spectacle about it, but yet the area is still flooded with drugs. Oh, how does that happen? How does that work? So now you're taking out your competition, and at the same time, you're making yourself look good. But then in the interim, you have a coroner that tells the in the report that a woman committed suicide that was found on the side of the road in 4 different bags with 4 bullet holes and stab wounds. That's how she died. It was suicide. So you have clearly they had to pass a law in '64 to give those who ain't got a little more to keep these medical examiners and coroners from working, literally their words, working against the state because they were writing shit that was pure fiction. Oh yeah, unicorns, sure, rainbows, lollipops, yes sir, Mr. Fry. Can I make you some pancakes? Okay, and so creators watch this show. The ones that understand it can communicate it. When I go to other people's show and I get on a panel, I've got 6 heads and green eyes this big, and I'm from outer space. But now I just sat back. I said, we know the truth. It will reveal itself. And I couldn't ask for a better demonstration because I don't have to explain it to you. We're in the rowboat. We're going down the river. There's a waterfall ahead. We both see it. I don't have to tell you. And, anyways, like I said, I don't have Chief Fry with a wrench in the plumber's ass at the University of Idaho in the bathroom at 3 a.m. What I have is why it looks so crazy, a possible solution that, yes, they have this system. This is why they're trying to protect the university also from being excluded from a huge grant program. Enrollment for the INL, which is going to be the Electrical Grid Protection Cybersecurity, run from Idaho. President Green in charge, could not get a blemish on the reputation. So the very first thing you ever heard about this case was off campus after hours, and you still hear it today. Will it ever end with Brian Koberger? So what did Brian Koberger do? Perhaps Brian Koberger, he was not a part of this gang rape thing, or he was. Whatever it was, he did become the patsy. And the reason for the targeted house, which they called it, and when you hear it now, after watching these videos, we're like, yeah, we target people, and they're using the same verbiage that we have heard time and time again in this case. But damn, they're just wiggling the toilet, the dirty toilet paper in our nose. And all these coincidences are just coincidences. We buy it, we eat it, we scoop it up like it's Frosted Flakes with vanilla milk. So, what I think other creators have done a fantastic job of, sort of by process of elimination, determining that the one who was most likely a problem for this group of people, and remember, they will go to any length to stop a problem. Typically, it's done driving them crazy, making them look crazy. If need be, gets snuffed out, that Kaylee would be the one who was going to talk shit, because it certainly wasn't Dylan. But you could also see now, by what we've seen in these documentaries, that it's a very good chance that Dylan was the one who was told, find a way to bring Kaylee back here, to go to a dance that you're not going to go to take selfies with and make look like you're best friends when you could not stand her, more than likely, in my opinion. And then we will take care of the rest. Bethany may have been a last-minute appendage or whatever. They knew where they were going to have to bring her in. The less she knew in the beginning, the better they were. They told her everything in 5 seconds. And she knew in that 5 seconds to never, ever go back to that state again. And that's not weird.
Great. These patents are horrifying. There's one that's purpose is to control human behavior with low frequency waves. Another one, from the 80s, had the purpose of controlling the mental state of subjects by adding imperceptible subliminal messaging to audio signals. And there is a whole list.
Leprechaun Lemonade is back at Raising Cane's for a limited time to celebrate St. Patrick's Day.
Whoa, Raising Cane's. I'm the only cane my mom ever raised.
Hunter, the search engine for
wow, that was a weird timing on that one, huh, Angel?
First of all, big tech
that's
right
funny,
now
the
run
third
by
leg.
A bunch of elitist.
The what was it? In the movie Stripes, they called Bill Murray called the sergeant the big toe. I guess Bethany would be that sixth, that extra pinky, the sixth pinky toe. Anyway, yeah, I feel like I watched this and my head just went click, click, click. Everything we see is here, and I don't go home and Lucy Morningstar and pivot points and bullet points. I just go smoke a bowl and it'll come to me later. And I forget everything I learned the previous day. But then I watch the video again with you guys and I go, yeah, no, I feel confident that it's very, of all the things that I've heard, this would be so far the most likely and what I've kind of nerf balling-ish felt was going on. It's like it's telling you without telling you. It's like saying it without using words. They're showing you. Okay. Now, I've told many of you, if you watch this show, that I had very intense, invasive almost dreams with Kaylee, where she was just a very prominent character in the dream. But she was never like, oh, Ralph did it. Ralph, that's the guy. It was puzzles for me. Like, I would see 4 beds. I would get led through a house with many rooms. And she would just disappear. Or in the beginning, I had interacted. And so I'm like, why me? Why me? And so now I thought, oh, because maybe she thought I would understand. Obviously, I'm too thick-headed to get whatever the fuck she was trying to tell me, time and time again. But because I have maybe had the better chance of understanding to put time into me, because I've had this situation where I know shit ain't right. I'm hearing shit, but I go out there and there ain't nothing there. I'm seeing shit, but there was never anything there. Weird shit just happens. And so maybe the kindred spirit of you've been through this, he might get it. Now, apparently, believe it or not, Jen from Criminal Confidential sent me a video of a tarot card reader who Jen has heard me go, just as many ex-girlfriend tales as I've given you guys about the dreams. She's very familiar with my dreams. She heard this lady talking about how Kaylee is very dominant. Recently, since I stopped having dreams with Kaylee, almost describing to a T. And I'll play it on the next purge of what she says. And if you've heard me talk about the dreams with Kaylee, like I did just now, she's like picking up where I left off. So when she watched it, it was like when Puddle of Mud stole my song Psycho indirectly, or did a workaround, because one of the bands I used to do an open mic with, I think, jammed with them, and they built it. Anyway, it was like the feeling that the ex-girlfriend that I wrote that song about had when she texted me and said, what happened to that song? I'm very disappointed because that was her song. Did that make sense? That was a very long roundabout related to my life and ex-girlfriend's way of telling that. But yeah, I think if it made sense, it makes sense. So, finally, you have an explanation of Dylan. Yep. Maybe not even a student there, but, if we need to fudge a record or two to show that she's not necessarily just from the streets and talks like a thug and probably couldn't solve a math problem with a calculator. You also have a very unusual, almost a split in the victim's surviving family members, whether or not, it seems like the ones that dissent are kept quiet, pushed away, have problems. They don't exist. They've disappeared. The ones that are vocal are just 100% on game plan to the very end of overtime into the next season with whatever the fuck the media and the police are saying. And remember, 1 thing is a happenstance, 2 is a coincidence, 3 is an aggressive action. Can you think of more than 5 or 6 coincidences that we've slackedly accepted in this case? Because we're all like me. We're all trusting and naive. We want to be. So we're like, we explain it away. So there is a very likely, I feel, strong possibility of what world these victims' families would be like, yeah, no, Cobra, sure. But, it's not about the victims. Just watch that in Lucy Morningstar's video. If you get a chance, Lucy Morningstar did release a new video. If you weren't here to watch it, please make sure you check that out. It will give you goosebumps, and you'll save 6 starving children, and her dog will have a big smile. So make sure you check that out. Hopefully that's making epileptic. Wow, that would be, yeah, wow, that would, I don't know. Oh, God. Are you guys trying to make it sound more exciting if PF is having a seizure while I was, anyway, so, yeah, no, I feel like I got all my points out by finishing up with the family thing, because if you are a part of this, whatever it may be, paid or community doing good for the good of the community, stalking a gang, you go along and then you get along. You go along and you may act out a little bit more fervently your point, and you may tell BK that he's a bad rapper and that he's going to get some D's in prison, and that his evil plan never affected you, and he's such an incel, when you knew that wasn't true. Have you read, seen, or heard the recent facts in the case that involved your sister that you're so vocal about, but yet you put that in your victim impact statement when you knew that wasn't true? I mean, that's not even a coincidence. That was a lie. And you knew that. Why? What other... If anyone had... I'll do a Willie. I'll say, if anybody wants to come up here and challenge me on that theory, that is exactly why they have no problem proliferating that lie, because there are rewards for that lie, despite the fact that you are bullshitting about the death of your daughter. That was one of the most horrible tragedies and robbed your family of any semblance of happiness that they may have ever had. I don't know how much they actually had or how close they actually were with her. We can see that there are some nefarious connections with that in that family, having them associated with these types of people wouldn't be that big of a shock. So put that out there. Hopefully I'm making sense. At this point, it just kind of all came together, so I thought I'd spit it out there.
People who all happen to vote the same way and who all happen to live in huge cities on the West.
List right here, full of these, and God knows what other patents
Thanks
exist.
for being here. Thanks for listening, guys. I really appreciate it. I love you guys.
Fuck,
You are
there's
the
two
most
separate files that both
loyal,
are described too.
and I think because you are of the same ilk and thought that I am. So I appreciate being here, coming back,
A
listening.
literal schizophrenia
participating.
gun.
It really means a lot to me.
I mean, with all of this, it's not so hard to believe the victims. There is documented proof that the government has had no issue with the idea of toying with controlling thoughts and behaviors of other human beings. There is a book that you can buy, or you can just find a PDF of it online, called The Reality of Psychotronic Weapons Today, written by Preston Bailey, PhD. The book covers many different patents and weapons that the US government has funded, including a distributed sound and light array debilitator, also known as the puke ray. It generates lights and sounds in a specific manner to overload the brain. Prolonged exposure
I
can
pretty much
result in
like
even
to
more
make sure
unpleasant
that I
effects,
got people in
including
the back
nausea
covered.
and vomiting. Bailey even states that there's a machine called the Medusa, a weapon that creates audio to disorient targets, but it goes completely unnoticed by the human ear.
Noel,
It
how
apparently
good to see
uses
you. How are
pulses
you?
of microwave radiation to generate shockwaves inside of a person's skull.
Don't pull any
Okay,
punches for me.
yes, so there's weapons made probably for wars, but that doesn't automatically mean that they're used against citizens.
So crazy. You gotta be crazy to be here. You know what I think. You know, none of this, none of a single word,
The Skylight calendar.
not a single word that I just spit out, did I come up with myself. I told you right from the beginning that without Jen, without JJ, without Heather, without Twiz, I would just be a pretty face up here, and I would just stare at the camera. I mean, I know, and I've been trying to scar my face up. I have this sucker thing that rips your skin off, and it's not working. So you have to continue to. My face is up here, guys. You know, I know you like that part too. Anyway, yeah, it's just I've been programmed to see the light, and it's very hard to get anything through my thick skull because, like I said, when I was 10 years old, I got hit in the face with a baseball bat, full speed. There's not a lot happening up here. I'm reading from a little tablet that they installed in my brain that projects onto the back of my eyes. But I finally, I'm beginning to see the light. So I hope that I followed a good trajectory with it, and I'm very quite sure that anybody that was here at any point in this live is of the same mindset, and probably most of the facts that I tried to share either came from you or somebody close to you. So again, my thing would be to see more of the community jump on board instead of kind of shaking. You ever shake a politician's hand? When a politician shakes, they have to shake like 1,000 hands in a day. They're kissing babies. They're, you know, and all they want to do is go to their Satan convention later and drink vodka martinis or whatever while they chew on fingers. So what they do is to get through the day, they grab your hand. They got 70 more people in line. They grab your hand, and if you've never shaken a politician's hand, you don't know this is coming. They pull you past them, so you get the half-second shake onto the next guy. And that's how I've felt I've been treated, despite my beauty, elegance, what are the other words? You guys feel free to fill in the blanks on that. When I visit other channels, like I am, and I don't mind being a small channel. I like my group of people that I have, I know that they're going to stand by me and that we're going to further our discussion. I don't have to worry about stumbling over somebody that's like, what do you mean, or whatever. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's going to be dissenting opinions, but we've weeded out the shits. You know, like me and Christine in the car calling the shitters. And so I kind of like keeping it small. That it's, I'm not here to try to make $1 million. With YouTube, I thought it was a whole different thing. But I as many creators that have watched my show as much as they can, not even Lucy can sit through 12 hours of Kane, blah blah blah, and about Jeopardy and doing Family Guy impersonations and trying to be Beavis and Butthead at the same time as trying to solve a crime. There's only so much you can take. But it's probably my fault because we've made zero effort in taking what findings we have that during the show, a 5, 6, 7, 8 hour live, and presenting it like in a short, condensing it, getting it out there. Here's what we came up with. It kind of came full circle like a boomerang, so here we are. And, I'll do something about the appearance, guys. I'm sorry. No, I'm not reading the chat. I was looking at myself. I got kind of locked on my own eyes. The Nancy thing, that's a good question. No. Well, I would just, I'd like to see them be like, why the fuck is Kane so confident? Why? And find out, like, oh shit. And because we've told them everything. We've told them. In the first time and the second time, the first time JJ came with me to the show, he was booted off. Not by Jade, or by Diggs, but by maybe some of the moderators and some people in the chat. He was chased out of there, and don't come back. Kick some rocks. The one creator that I've connected with is Outcast, and Lucy's like, you guys are basically the same person. I see it now, and we hit it off right from the beginning. There was just that little bugaboo with Jen and the audio, which was a nothing burger anyway. But I feel like we made a lot more progress and a lot more detail and a lot more expanded of a theory and approach to it. Not me, like I said, but together than any channel. And like I said, Diego at it, Grindstone every day, proud of him. Andrew D. Meyer has him on as an expert guest, and he has great answers. But at the same time, there's no love for the purge. That's why I told JJ, I was like, that's gonna be kind of the catchphrase of it, because it's a troll on everybody. Because I haven't heard anybody say, look, man, it's fucking all of them. And this is how, and this is why. Because you have the Snake River, you have the drugs, and I keep bringing up Twiz. What you guys are, Twiz used to come on the lives. And, he says his opinion, and he's, he really has a great way of phrasing situations. Not great way with words, but phrasing situations. So he doesn't need an hour to explain why Dylan lured Kaylee back to the house. He kind of puts it, and that's it. And he just goes back and he drinks his Code Red. Me, I'm like every detail. Whatever. I'm sorry, I'm getting delirious. Anyway, I'm going to shut the fuck up because I am so tired of my voice. And let's watch this.
Be able to do it until I finally
Thanks
got
for listening
one.
again,
Let
guys.
me tell you, I can't imagine going back. My family has never been so on track with everything.
Listens, right? I mean, sure, the NSA record our every movement. And sure, the FBI created the counterintelligence program. And sure, the CIA created the Tempest operation, which is used to spy on your electronic device screen by intercepting the radiation that emits from your device. And sure, the CIA performed MKUltra, where they spent decades attempting to brainwash citizens. And sure, the CIA performed the Stargate project, where they attempted and documented psychic abilities. And sure, The CIA operated Project Chatter, which was designed to obtain information from citizens against their free will. And sure, the CIA made Project Artichoke, where they attempted to create assassins through drug-induced hypnosis and would force addicts to go into withdrawal and attempt to create a new personality during their amnesia-like state. And
you know,
sure,
there's another thing that just popped in my brain hole
deemed as
real quick to bore you with,
during none other than
and people have kind of hinted around this. What better way to take out a target than some, you know, down on their luck, fifth-time loser DoorDash chick? Throw her in there, throw it out. If she gets caught, oh, well, you know, here's another shitty thing that this drug addict did. And if they get away with it, then there you go. There's your participation trophy, right? So here, you know, that's your Expendables, your Molly McMichael. Here, you know, throw her. Yeah, it just when they were talking about this, that just kind of popped in my head. I have thoughts once in a while. It's usually in Scantron form. All right, here we go. Come here. Nothing working. Lucy. Oh, I hit mute. M. Press M, Kane. Press M.
Government once tested a biohazard weapon spray on an entire city to study its spread. Where was I going with this? Wait, hold on. Is the government difficult to trust?
Did your teenager develop depression, anxiety, or
gets
eating
really
disorders
intense
after becoming
right
addicted
here.
to social media platforms?
You know,
a global
it is
settlement
what
may
it
be
is.
coming in
It is what it
2025.
is.
These
No, I don't
platforms
think.
allegedly failed to
Honestly,
protect
shut up,
vulnerable
AI
youth
guy.
from addiction.
I don't think that.
It's almost as if there's lots of documented
Please, you
evidence
just
to back
stop
up the
being an
victim's
asshole.
theories and claims.
My mouse is dead.
But does that mean
anyway, I'll show
every
you.
victim is being hunted by the CIA? Well, no.
Do you believe in mental telepathy?
Okay, I don't think one person in here, unless you were coming from some other kind of government case or some other really intense thing, had any. I don't know. I'll get it to it in a minute.
First, I want to circle back to the little rant I had prior to discussing the evidence. I made a comment about an echo chamber. The idea that the world is after you and you can't trust anyone, to just give up and stay alone. This right here could be, and more than likely is, causing significant damage to a lot of people's health. To brush away any and all thoughts and title everyone as the bad guy. First of all, that's an absolute. But above all else, it's single-minded and it's dangerous. You can find a lot of people
That's a
discussing
good
that
friend.
the end
This
goal
guy,
of gang stalking
honestly,
is
bro,
to cause a person,
this
to cause a
if this
victim
guy
to
is
take their life.
But
By simply telling everyone,
listen, this guy drops nuggets, and I don't know if it's AI or some dude, but the phrase he coined there, single-minded, is very pertinent, I think. Yeah, so these little things that he drops along the way are very, just commonplace colloquialisms or whatever. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. These types of overused expressions. However, when you are you, and you've woken up the last 3.5 years, why the fuck did this happen? Why? Balaclava, ba 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 ba, and then you start to hear him lay it out on paper. That's how I got here.
who suffers with these ideas,
Thanks for listening.
whether they are based on documents or delusions, that there is nowhere to go and no one to help, it only fuels these depressing thoughts and ideations. According to the Environmental Research and Public Health article, The Phenomenology of Group Stalking, a content analysis of subject experiences, over 0.66% of adult women, along with 0.17% of adult men, report being gang stalked in the West. By definition, stalking is often an individual who acts solely by themselves, or in some cases, stalking through proxy, i.e. online, or by telling their peers to also go after you. So, their article decides that 3 or more separate individuals need to be involved in order for a case to be labeled as gang stalking. They hosted an anonymous questionnaire online for adults who defined themselves as victims of stalkers, and they discovered that 12.3% of the participants claimed that they were being gang stalked. The study then took 50 different written accounts to analyze deeper, and found that the victims' stories are something we're kind of already used to hearing. Examples stating that it's a brainwashing military experiment, or it's part of an overt agenda to create and test mind control. They're creating weaponry tested on us. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? I began driving a friend around to make his pot sales, and I started noticing we would get tailed from time to time. I knew this friend had connections in weird places. He knows members of Anonymous, and he knows people who work at the Pentagon. I also did a lot of research and was very vocal about being anti-government and anti-corporation. This is what got me targeted. Once you're on their list, your life can become a living hell. Because I refused to join their devil cult and become an operative, I would become a victim. My invitation to join came at an early stage via voice to skull. This article even boils down similar traits between each victim's story. 94% of the stories mention being followed or surveilled. 80% mentions a conspiracy theory, normally involving government agents. 66% share direct physical interference and harassment. 44% mention being targeted via noise, and 40% of victims...
I am so sorry. I'm an idiot. My buddy told me I was going to do that sooner or later. I just dropped my phone. I'm an idiot. My bad. Sorry, it paused the live. See this stool? I just dropped it, and if I woke up the entire neighborhood, just, go ahead, be like, Kane's kind of cool, but he's an idiot. Lucy will tell you. Here, let's get back. I gotta put the mouse back together because, see, it's not really me. It's this floor. I don't have a rug on it. I haven't been able to get a rug. I worked just enough to get by. And if I dedicate myself a little bit more, everything that you drop on this floor, as you can tell, this is welcome to my life, explodes. If it's a piece of paper and it hits this floor, it explodes and it wakes up the whole neighborhood. That's what just happened. So let's see what we get later.
But the cops refused to file a report since they've seen nothing like a threat, and asked if you would like to see a psychiatrist. You refuse. You claim you're not crazy, and they leave. So now you're unable to sleep now, and go to work as the morning arrives. After you arrive, your boss asks to meet you, tells you a large client that you maintain had called, and is taking her business elsewhere. And because of this, you are fired. You clean out your office, and now you're on your way home to a house that you don't feel safe at. Upon arriving, you see that your significant other is moving their stuff out while you were out.
I tried everything. Coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats. But nothing stuck until I tried this. Brain FM is neuroscience-backed music designed
at work. And after another fight, they leave. Now, home alone in your house, stressed out, and not feeling safe, you try to wind down with some wine as you wear your Harvard college sweats and you watch some TV. You pull out your phone and scroll your feed, and you begin seeing ads for the exact same Harvard sweatshirt that you're wearing. You're getting creeped out by that, so you go to Reddit to get away from social media, and you start seeing posts about how did you cause your breakup, and then you see a post about how unless you went to Harvard, you shouldn't wear the sweatshirt. And after that is another post that says, my friend, insert your name, is a fuck up. How should I tell them? Okay, a little creepy, but you clicked on it because you're curious. You start to scroll down on the comments, which start off mentioning how horrible Heather is, saying that she's a fuck-up at work.
What the fuck?
And another saying that she's a wino and is never smart enough to go to Harvard. You have now reached situational awareness.
Holy shit.
Your watchers feel like they are in such a good position to do so that they can directly ridicule you. Your phone freezes up, then turns off, but you already know that now you are being watched.
Boom.
Why don't you turn back before it's too late?
After reading through subreddits, tweets, and 4chan posts, it seems that these stalkers want you to know that they're there. They want you to be aware of the never-ending looming threat. Why? Well, I'm going to pause here. The issue with majority conspiracy theories is that they're resolved in absolutes. That there is one golden answer to every matter that confuses you. If you look into the corners of the web, you'll find these half-brain theories scattered everywhere. And if you're not careful, you may begin to believe them.
This individual is coming every day. He's been doing this for 4 years in front of our house. And I have seen him with a camera and a tripod in those woods over there. When I approached to see what he was doing, he came running out of the wood, picked up the tripod, and went back to the wood. 4 years doing the same thing. 4 years doing the same thing. This is our house over there.
That's what makes the idea of gang stalking so difficult.
So YouTube is your boy. Playing that shit with another one. And yes, I'm posted in Walmart again. I may look slumped or whatnot. I just left work and I only got about 3 hours of sleep last night. Not even. So I'm coming in, in Walmart again because these gang stalkers, these government officials, these military men, these agents, demons, they've been on their job today. They've been on their job today, yesterday, and you know what I'm saying, probably pretty much gonna be on their job tomorrow too. Heavy. But we're gonna debunk all that shit. I'm just in Walmart again because they love to be on my dick. Remember I said I like New York Giants? Remember I said I like New York Giants, right?
Why would the CIA go after you using the most mundane, boring tactics possible? Victims of this tactic are probably now screaming at the screen.
That is exactly the point. It is so no one believes us.
But then if you ask these said victims about the possibility of why they're being gang stalked, you start to get some interesting stories. Menacing tales of devil worship, corporate black magic, human trafficking, celebrity cults, so on and so forth, usually which the victim has been able to outsmart and escape from. And due to their wits of outsmarting these cults of black magic, these stalker groups now follow after them as a threat. A threat, if not a reminder, that if they open their mouth at any point, they will be wiped off of the map. Then, why aren't these people wiped off of the map? These believers go across the internet shouting how they're being chased by the Rothschild family for escaping an adrenochrome farming lab underground. There are verified accounts on Twitter with large followers who talk endlessly about their gang stalker experiences. Why is it that the moment they get on the internet, they're invincible to their stalkers? If that's the case, what makes them so special that they're kept alive? Why would they just not get rid of you if they knew how much power you had? And if you keep asking them these questions, at first you'll simply be told,
"That's the point. They are studying me."
But if you keep prodding, you'll soon be faced with, well, absolutes.
"You're a federal agent who's a part of a gang stalking community."
Or,
"It's because I am protected by angels, and the Antichrist can't harm me."
Okay, I know I'm tearing into this, and the problem with me and the majority of the internet that does this is
Thank you,
that
Noel.
some of these victims have evidence.
If you're struggling with depression and not feeling the comfort and peace that you need, I invite you to meet with missionaries like me from the Church of Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness.
We can help you lift your burdens to the gospel of Jesus Christ, which has a message of love, hope, and comfort for you.
The actual the backwards masking is back. Is that Megs that said that? We're doing Bill Thompson because I saw another thing on it where it was very convincing again. So I'm very confident now that in loose speech where it's not scripted and you're reading, that you will reveal the truth when you're talking backwards. And I think we definitely had a clear one out of Bill. The Fry one was kind of a joke, but yeah, I want to do that. Because he's just up there saying, "Look, we didn't have shit. We knew we didn't have shit, and that's okay." And he's like, at the end, I punched my card. I went home and ate dinner with my wife. I played "Don't Stop Believin'" and Eric Clapton at the club. Banged my wife and went home, and then went to bed, or banged my mistress or whatever the fuck that freak has. But at the same time, you have people in this community that are trying to find the truth for these poor souls that know that the actual people that did it are out walking around breathing free air, laughing about it. So yeah. It's disgusting, and not one of us is going to let that happen on our watch. But, yeah, well, that's the thing is you have people that, for whatever various reasons they use to justify it, have gone to great lengths to actually take channels out. I'll tell you, Boosie's channel was attacked. My channel was clearly, you guys know, attacked. So on and so forth. This is the intimidation of whatever group that group is representing. That is the tactic they use. And you ask yourself, yeah, well, why didn't they, go the extra mile and take you out? It's because I fought a lot of guys that are bigger. I mean, I'm 5'7", and, I haven't been in a whole ton of fights, but, I find that the reason for these tactics is because big guys don't know how to fight when it comes down to it. When you have fought before, you have strategy, you can predict what people are going to do. When you haven't, you have a plan. If there's going to be a fight, right up till you get knocked the fuck out. And they drop like a sack of potatoes with one uppercut to the chin. And so what you have here with the people in a lot of these cases with, especially the small attacks. I see the eye now. If, I don't know if Offie is still watching back there on my keys. It's been watching me. It's like the "They Live" face right there. Does anybody else see it? It's freaking me out. But the thing with big people, I found, and I'm trying to draw a coherent connection between them and the people that attack people in Idaho4, is that they haven't had to fight because they didn't have a brother. Nobody ever stood up to them because they yelled louder. They were bigger. So they didn't have to throw fists. They could every fight was won because the guy ran away. He was scared of the big guy. It was going to hurt him. And so they use these tactics of intimidation, which 99% of the time fully works. You won't see a troll in my chat. You won't see it. They don't come in here trolling me. They go for people that they think are weak, which they are not. Kim, typically unique. You're going to tell me that Miss Potts is weak with you. They pop up over there thinking that they're going to be able to somehow besmirch them or make them look bad. So it's a constant, it's probably just the same few people, but it's a constant thing that pops up for them all the time. So, you know, that is, what for whatever reason, part of their mode to operate in, I think. So anyway, sorry. In here, I wasn't here last night. You had a troll last night? All right, well then I stand corrected. You know, I've been wrong before. As Dago says. But yeah, no. For the most part, I don't even get negative comments except for the one guy that said when I was making fun of a McDonut, that he was surprised I would say anything negative about anybody, considering the way I look. Which I was like, wow, okay, if you're gonna burn somebody, there it is. Yeah, the only thing I get is I get 3 to 6 dislikes on whatever video that I put out there ever since I called Steve G out to go ahead and let me know that he's watching by leaving a thumbs down, because up to that point I hadn't gotten any thumbs downs. And I said, there's a good way to make yourself known in my chat, is to throw a thumbs down. And so for the most part, as long as I get over 500 to 1,000 views or whatever, I will see those thumbs downs. I know that Steve caught my live. So I don't know what that means. Somebody's watching the family. I got a real face for radio, yeah. Last time they saw a mouth like this, I had to look at it. But, yeah, so where we're going, I wanted to catch up with the chat there. Master Nature did one hell of a fucking... The whole live was just, the voices, man. I came in, like, in the middle of it, and he was pissed. He was just going off about the kid. And I didn't want to really I came in at the end of it, thankfully, probably for my own good, because I was going to be like, did I catch you at a bad time, man? I was like, whoa. We got some rage bait happening up here. But, yeah, if you haven't joined in the chat with Master Nature, it's always a impassioned, expressive, and I have to give it to him, very entertaining experience, and I try not to miss any that I come across. So if anybody wants to put that in there. Love letters from the FBI. Oh, you guys can't see? Why can't you see? I'm sorry. So the blind man to the devil. Alright, I probably did something dumb again. What happened? Yeah, he's a wild man. I think, to be at this point in our existence, in this world, in our life, you have to be a little bit crazy, because we've gone through, in the pandemic and the whole line, and we've all lost. And I find, as you get older, they just start taking things away from you. And the one thing that it does do is that it makes you appreciate the things that you have, that you love, that you appreciate even more, and you hold it closer. But yeah, as time goes on, you're going to spend all your money. You're going to lose the majority of your friends, one way or the other. In my case, even people that loved me once, they hate me. It just happens. And then, if the reason wasn't too bad, we can amend and move on. But anyway, what were we going with that? Life is a game of inches, and you're constantly losing inches in every direction. In my case, it's 7 inches. But let's get back to why this video is not playing for you, for the folks at home playing the home game. Frankie Frankenstein, it's so nice to see you. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Waz, always a pleasure. How we doing? Oh, was that Waz in here? I was saying it was Master Nature. Is Master Nature not here? He will be watching it he'll get a real kick that I thought Waz was, also was. I don't, that's another, there's probably, you'll notice that I don't frequent the bars like I used to, the strip clubs, the bike thing kind of came and went, but beyond Potsy, Kim, I have Waz, and for the real entertainment of Tyrone, I can't even do the voice. You got M Master Nature there. I mean, maybe the whole point of my No Love for the Purge is watching these pretty creators come in and make these astounding observations about shit that we buried 18 years ago. And, they're getting there, but they have, it's not that bad that they're getting a lot of views, but it's like, what? You know what I mean? Like, no love for the damn purge. So I think it's cute. And, that's all. That's all. Thanks for listening. Let's get this video back underway. Rowie, yeah, you're back. Thank you for coming in here. Defibrillating. Nobody defibrillate Waz in the chat, damn it. Do you see the eyes? Does anybody else see the eyes back? Waz, thank you. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut the fuck up. It's a much better show when I do. It's playing for me, and for you not so much. Let's go with this. Gang stalking. It's saying I'm the right thing. They try to get me go to rehab. I say no, no, no. Where is the thing? It's on a commercial right now. You can probably hear it, but you can't see it. I think it's Noelle's fault. She came in here. She broke my browser, baby. Wait for it. Hold on. Oh, you know what I did? Hold on. I bologna sandwiched it. Hold on. I bologna sandwiched it, guys. You know when you go to jail and you first get there, they give you that bologna sandwich. You better eat that bologna sandwich when you're sitting there in the waiting room at the jail, because once you get past those doors, you don't want to put that into your body. Trust me. So I bologna sandwiched the live, and we're going to miss the very most important part of the end here. My fucking tootsies are freezing right now because I have no socks on, and it went down to like 40 degrees here overnight from 85 yesterday. Okay, there's gang stalking. Now you can see it again, right? And we're going to go from there. We're just going to move on.
In the making, but I did it.
We're going to act like Kane is the pretty face. And when I pick up the guitar, just ask me to play Freebird, alright?
That's just
so, here we go.
My personal opinion, though. I will admit, there is something I did not discuss. There are people who believe they're gang stalked by demons and demonic energy, but I'll be honest. The idea of gang stalking spiritual warfare is far from my niche. I attempted looking into the idea, but a lot of the videos I've watched seem to be more of support groups rather than information pieces. So, that's a topic I'll leave for the more spiritually involved. I hope you enjoyed this video, although I'm sure there will be some angry comments. It felt nice returning back to the channel's roots,
I love you
and
too,
I plan
Liz.
on covering more topics like this.
We play a
So,
good little act that we
all.
don't like each other. It
I hope
keeps
you have a
people
great
from
night,
targeting me.
and as always,
And that's
this
that's pretty
has
much
been
what I got for y'all. You
Passengers returned.
I hope
One
that
side
at least,
always in
obviously I
The
I
other
didn't
always in
have
darkness.
the amazing booms and daily solving of the case that other wife beating or wife beating what do you call it? I guess they call them creators here do on the daily, twice a day sometimes. They've solved the case. But I think that I've whittled it down in our own way. Jen, Heather, Twiz, and Jage, contributions to this whole thing, where we can say this is a very likely thing, and that's all. So get out of here, you two. I'm gonna go and eat the rest of that hamburger I had from the other day. The organic stuff was good, and then take a little nappy poo, an appetizer, as Meg Pizza puts it, and then we'll do backward stuff. We'll do Jage stuff. More. I have something else on the next purge, whenever the hell that is. Whenever I feel like I've got probably a good solid week of driving every day, so don't bother me. All right, leave me alone. But yeah, no. If you have any questions that you feel like you want to hear me talk more, talking to the purge. All right. Love you guys. I'll see you on the next one. Megastar. I did not give her any credit, and she has done some of the greatest things that have ever happened on this show. And she's always been one of the biggest supporters. Been stood by me through thick and thin. When even Lucy and Twiz had turned their backs on me, there was Meg P. But yeah, no, Meg P definitely a very astute part of the show. She's moved on to greater things now. She's definitely a friend all. And she supports all channels, and she does it with the sweetness that always puts a smile on your face. You know, I don't know about this redhead, brown-haired thing. I can't do anything about that. Women and their hair, you don't talk about it. You just don't say, it doesn't match that horrible thrift store dress that you just pulled out of the dumpster. You know, it's not right. You know, whether it's true or not. But, you know, what day is today? Monday. I took last night off for you guys because, hey, it's you, baby. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize that I didn't give you more Jage. I know you love to get your GCD in. Us together is a magical combo. I don't know how it happened, but Toes, thank you for bringing us together. And once again, love you, Megs. No love for the Megs. No love for the Purge. We'll get there. We'll get there. They'll appreciate us. And, now that Pa has solved the case, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go sleep on my super Idaho4 storm throne. So I just carved it out of gold yesterday. And I'll make sure that Pa shows you how to boom. Bye-bye now. Love you. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you again for listening. And I hope that we can get some justice in the case. More blah, blah, blah. Kane, shut the fuck up. Love you. I cannot get the mouse to stop on yes. Please go away, Kane.